Surprise, motherfucker.
13 months of shawarma and you still got no OnlyFans Sag.
Yo, what up, everybody? Good morning! Hello, hello. Shawarma enthusiastic. The most enthusiastic shawarma I've ever met. What up? Hello, hello. Why so early? My bad, dude. I'll go later tomorrow. I promise. What actually happened was I woke up and Annie was like drill instructor this morning. So
Surprise,
I got out of bed early. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Jam maple you bile jam maple democracy.
I think am I stuck at a black screen? Loading up issue 2? That sometimes happens. I wonder why it does that. Trindle with the tier 2 7 months, bro. And Mr. Enthusiastic Shawarma with the tier 3 13 months. Insane support, both of you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Shawarma, for the tier 3. Insane. Trindle with the tier 2. Insane. Thank you, Shawarma. Thank you, Trindle. Bum bum. Dude, more than a year. I know, dude. Crazy, dude. New RAM's in. I've been noticing FPS about 10% better or so. 10-15%. No problems installing it. No problems with stability. No errors. Easy clap. No crashes, at least that I can see. So, easy clap. Nice and easy. Probably sell the old kit. Easy clap. Easy clap. Chat, every day I'm drill instructor. Not every day. Sometimes Annie wakes me up and she's all sweet. She's like a little angel. And then some days she wakes me up and it's like, and I'm just like, dude, I'm not good in the morning, so I'm just like groggy as hell. And I'm like, all right. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello, I'm sweating in Last Stand in GOH right now. The fuck does that even mean? What? What's GOH? You good, dude? Part of the world are you in? The surface. What about you? You more of like a mantle kind of guy? Gates of Hell. I don't know what Gates of... Is that a game? It's gotta be a game. Last Stand and Gates of Hell. I'm in the crust. Ooh. Is it like... Is it crunchy? I just imagine Annie as... From like Chowda. Rada, rada, ra. She's just very, you know, on me in the morning. And I get it. I'm slow as fuck in the morning. Like, I have a hard time getting up. It's rough, man. It's rough. Like, I get it. Everybody has a hard time getting up. But I swear it's hard for me. Food today from Factor. Beef burrito bowl. This time I actually remembered to put the chipotle sauce. Drizzle that on it. So. Looking scrumptious. There's a little corn salad with beans. And then it's just like, you know, the ground beef, some lettuce, tomatoes, rice. I think there's a couple onions in there. Some chopped onions, like the green onions. It's good. It's good. I've been quite happy with Factor, I gotta say.
Happy birthday, Thorax. Say happy birthday to our Aries Thorax.
That's fucking awesome, Thorax. Happy birthday, buddy. Got stuff to do. Need to sleep. All good, dude, but I appreciate you coming in just so we can say happy birthday to you. Aries Thorax. I love that your like birthday so close to mine, dude. That's great. That's sick. Aries thorax. Scam train. Ifrazova.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Gifted sub to the Barack Obama. Yo. That's my president. Happy birthday, Thorax. That's fucking sick, dude. Do anything special for your birthday? Bum, bum, bum. Dude, even Jasmine's here to congratulate Thorax on his birthday. That's fucking sick. Just fam coming over and working. Okay. Well, I hope you enjoyed that time with your fam. So I have to get to sleep. Alright, dude. It's all good. It's all good. No pressure. It's all good. Well, we appreciate you coming by just so we can say happy birthday to you. That's great. Just want to say hi. Hey, appreciate that. Rumors are Obama gonna get divorced. And he's got the tea. And he's got the tea. Spill the tea. Jasmine, where? And he didn't even realize Jasmine's right there.
Greetings, Helldiver. The galactic war awaits.
Jasmine Strider, as I should say. I've seen the Michelle Obama rumors. No, but Annie's told me about it, sort of. Obama's hot as fuck. Obama is going to be a very much an eligible bachelor. You know what I mean? He's a goddamn president. Like, in my lifetime, I have not seen a U.S. president get divorced or, like, separate or anything like that. So, is he going to do, like, dating shows? Imagine the man just goes on some fucking dating shows. He goes on fucking Bachelor. That would be so fucking funny. I would love that. That would be amazing. Oh, please do that. That would be so funny. Echo room? Alright, Annie wants to spill the tea. Chat, get ready for some sharp left turns. Some sharp left turns are in your future. While Annie talks, I'm gonna eat some of my burrito bowl. Go ahead, Annie. What's up? Got some epic music, too. Annie? What? Oh, she left. She must hate me. She told me to go to Echo Room, and then she left. Can't hear the TMZ. I can't hear her either. Oh, there she is. Hello?
Okay, let me...
There she is.
Let me, like, tell you where I get my info from. Alright?
Alright.
They've been living separate lives for years now, just like Will Smith and Jada Pinkett Smith and some of the other people.
Okay.
Okay, in the celeb world.
Where do you get this?
Okay, and
Where do you
so
get this
what
from?
happened was, okay, there's this like, okay, this thing called, okay, don't laugh, but it's called Crazy Days and Nights, and like a lot of the stuff in there is like true.
True.
It becomes true.
It becomes true.
Yes.
So it's not true, but then it becomes true. Are they trying
Like,
to?
basically, it's kind of like through like the grapevine and type of shit like that.
It's...
Because like, okay, think about it. Just think about it. Why the fuck did Michelle Obama not even like show up for Jimmy Carter's like funeral? That's so strange, right? Like, it has nothing to do with being in the spotlight. It's paying respects.
Maybe she wasn't
Isn't
feeling
it?
well.
No, well, she never said that. She's just like, she came out on a podcast and she's like, I'm my own woman now. I'm like, what is she, 50 or 60? I can make my own decisions. I don't need to do this stuff. But it's like, it's for fucking Jimmy Carter. Like, it doesn't matter, right?
I
like,
mean,
she hasn't, like...
I mean, it's just Jimmy Carter.
East Westy, like I said, I'm always talking about this shit, all right?
I bet if Bush dies, she's there.
Maybe, I don't know. But it's kind of like really, really fucking, like, it's fishy.
It's Jimmy
right?
Carter.
It's kind of
It's just Jimmy Carter.
like, it's like, okay, when is this gonna be announced or whatever, right? But I don't know. We'll see. I guess we'll see in like a few months. Who knows? It's just like, it's very interesting, like this type of stuff. Like, she's coming out like very, very like super, I don't know, fishy shit, right? Like, it's just like, huh, you know, popcorn in my hand.
It's just Jimmy. It's just Jimmy, dude. It's just Jimmy.
okay, that's like my thing. It's very Oh,
Crazy
man.
days. Sandnights.net.
Like,
I
you know,
bet
when I'm
Annie
just
writes
sitting on
it.
my toilet.
Are you the
No, I
ghostwriter?
don't.
Are you the reporter?
No, I just like I sit on the toilet sometimes and I'm just like going through the stuff, you know, like drink, you know.
Everybody's got
And then,
their
like,
toilet
it got-
time activity. Me?
Yeah, like you
I-
you watch your like
I write-
whatever stuff.
I watch my like nerdy
And
ass
like people always
tech
say
videos.
like, why do we care? You don't have to care. You don't have to care that I care. I don't really care, but I like to just kind of like, you know.
I don't care that you care, that I care,
Read
that
up
you
the
care,
gossip.
that I care. I care. Thanks,
Or
Annie.
just,
I'm
like,
glad you
some
care.
gossip. Mm.
She doesn't care that you care, that she's caring, because we
But
care.
it's like really fucking
Okay.
funny. Like some of the stuff that people write on here is just like, you know, or sometimes like on Reddit, you know, you kind of like, ooh,
Ooh.
juicy gossip.
Oh, the juicy gossip.
I don't know. Let's like, I don't know. I kind of like want to be like, Maple, let's like
Oh
put a
my
bet
God.
on this. Like, I don't know.
A bet?
Is this
Did
gonna
you say a
happen
bet? What? We're gonna bet on Obama breaking
Because
up?
like this would be, it's kind of like it's like the Japan like
I got.
earthquake, right? Is anything gonna happen in July? And like I'm just like waiting until like July happens, and I'm like, okay, this lady, like this prediction person, forecasting lady she says it. She's like, for real, is gonna happen in July, and I'm kind of like, you know, like I'm kind of like I don't really want to risk it, you know, but I'm kind of like wondering if this is gonna happen. Is this gonna happen? Because hey, if that doesn't happen in July, then I'm gonna write that bitch off, you know?
Oh my god.
Like, it's not, it didn't like, you know, it didn't just like, it's not true what the forecast is. But apparently this person's been very like accurate. She literally says it. That's why I'm like, oh no.
and then we learn later it's just ChatGPT predicting things.
No, apparently she's made some other.
All right, one second, Annie. One second.
Thailand
What?
shit.
1 second. Thanks, Cap, for the raid. How was the stream, buddy? What were you playing? Were you playing the new God of War? I saw something in the Yikes channel about Odin, so I get God of War vibes. Hope everyone's good stream, dude. Thank you for the raid. How you doing? Well. Cap is a friend of the Fring group. He's part of the Yikes gang. He's great. Very professional streamer. Highly recommend. Final Fantasy has Odin in it. All right. Oh, they're just yoinking the name. Internet crashed as I ended. Fuck. That sucks. I'm sorry, dude. But Final Fantasy got you. Now, which Final Fantasy are we playing? We playing part 2? Or we're playing Final Fantasy, what is it? Fucking 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 34? Hut. Rebirth. Gotcha. Cool. How you liking it? Odin is an OG FF summon. Hey man, he's an OG mythological god. But alright, fine. We'll go with that. 50 subs for Obama's divorce. Are we betting on it? I think we're gonna... I don't know if you want all in this action, Cap or Michael, but apparently we're gonna be betting on if Obama's gonna break up with Michelle. You know what up, Shizuk? Bonjour. Yo, what up, Divis? My Alaskan viewer. Yo, how you doing, dude? Good evening, I should say. Puts on the marriage, yeah. I enjoy it, but definitely some like frustrating moments. Really? Okay. New update today? My bet is no. Nah, I don't think we're getting an update for at least a week or two. I suspect that they're probably gonna wait until closer to the war bond, because like, what are we at? I think we're at like 3 weeks now from the war bond. Yeah, we're exactly 3 weeks. We're 3 weeks from like a war bond. Maybe a hot fix to fix some more stuff next week, but I think they're gonna hold off. They usually hold off for like a week or two prior to a war bond plus update, because usually what they... Oh, my fucking cam's in the way. Usually what they do is like the Tuesday is an update, and then the Thursday is the war bond. 6 weeks from the previous war bond would be May 1st. So give or take a week, most likely May 1st, but give or take a week. It could be a little bit later, could be a little earlier, but most likely May 1st. And then that would mean our update would be on the 29th. So I'm kind of suspecting that we probably won't see anything until the 29th. That's my take. So, yeah. If there was an update, it would be a major update. Yeah, I mean, I suspect that our next like big update will probably be a major update, either this month or next month. It could be next Warbond though. They might not keep the exact same timescale as the previous timed releases, right? They haven't told me shit, so I have no idea. I'm purely speculating with you guys. I don't know. I'm pretty new here. Have you mainly a Helldivers guy, or do you play like all sorts of stuff? I'm mainly a Helldivers guy. That's like my main channel. It's I make my bread, so I keep the lights on. But we do play other games when Helldivers is kind of like in a lull, or when just like other cool games are coming out, right? We'll like split our time. So like recently we played a lot of Monster Hunter. Previous to that we played like Stalker 2, and we checked out like we check out lots of stuff. So coming up will be like the new Doom. We'll check out that game. But we have like so many games on our radar, including Killing Floor 3. Wild Break, we're probably gonna check out that. Space Marines 2 gets its update in like 5 days? I think it's the Tuesday. It's the 15th of next week. So MGS 5 just around the corner. I'll probably just play that off stream if I'm feeling it. I mean, we have the remaster for MGS, so we'll probably play that on stream, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if it like lines up well. If it lines up well, I'll probably play it on stream. Because, bro, I don't remember Snake Eater at all. Like, I don't fucking remember anything about that game. Like, I played it as a kid. I don't fucking remember it. I think I remember a sniper section. I remember a forest. I don't remember much else. So, Mon Hunter Blossom Season event coming up. Same with Raid Out. Yeah, we'll be checking out Raid Out. Arch-Tempered Raid Out. It'll be very fun. Have you tried Schedule 1? No, but Annie's been playing it. And I've also been watching some other people play it. So, I'm just going to let that go for other people. So, yeah. Maple is a repo pro. We'll be playing some more repo on Sunday. We will. We'll play some more. He's a repo gamer. Yeah, we have an awesome run saved right now on Sunday, so we'll have to grab those people again, or as many as those people we can, and then continue it. Because we have a crazy run going. I think we're on like the 6th mission or something like that. We got like 100k. It's crazy. Gamers. If you're wondering what I was eating, it was my Factor meal. Beef burrito bowl. Great. I gotta say, I've been loving Factor. If you guys want to help support the channel and try it out for yourself, link down below. I think the campaign is literally almost over. So if you're like interested, the sales and stuff like that are almost done. I've been buying it myself since the sponsor. Like, it's not like they're not giving it to me. I've been buying it myself just to try it, and I have been really enjoying it. It's awesome to like weave into your normal like eating schedule. It's just really easy to just like throw into the microwave, put it on for 2 minutes, put it onto a plate, you're good to go. And you get to pick your meals and stuff like that. You can like customize how many meals you want. It's great. Like, they ask you every week, you know, what meals you want, and I've been like, you know, picking the ones that I like and the ones that I don't like. And it's been a great experience. And then with my mom, I'll like usually get her 1 or 2, and I can hand them over to her so she can try them too. She's been liking them too. So yeah, it's been a great experience with Factor. It's the first one I've ever tried, so I've been liking it. So highly recommend if you're considering it. Link down below. Use my code, use my link, and help support the stream. It's a very nice kickback if you try it, so help support me as well, which is cool. I don't even know. Maple knows how to boil water. Bro, I know how to boil water so well. I'm so good at it. I can put the lid on the pot to make it boil faster. It's great. I put salt in the water before it even boils. I'm that prepared. You barely cook bacon. Dude, Lord time. I show Annie one time the bacon that I'm cooking. It's currently being cooked. And she's like, that's underdone. And I'm like, yeah, of course it is. It's still bacon. It's still like cooking. It's still cooking. Maple's cooking stream would be like 4 minutes with Factor. I mean, I'd throw it in the microwave, plate it, and then it would be done. It's great. Shortest cooking stream ever. Let him cook. Let me cook. It's still bacon. Yeah, it's not cooked bacon. It's still bacon. I don't know why I said it's still bacon, but yeah, we're going to recover from that. Show me them the plate of bacon you sent me in the photos. I don't know where the photo is. It was still cooking. It was literally still in the pan. Now, I will admit, I do like a softer bacon. I don't like crispy bacon. I like a medium bacon. You know what I mean? Not medium rare, medium. Medium to well done, you know? I don't want crisp. I don't want crisp. Like a little bit of crisp on like the ends. Yeah, that's sick. But bro, crispy bacon, boy, I don't know, man. I don't like eating charcoal. Why are you eating bacon then? Because I love the taste of it. Like it's not a texture thing. Like I don't love the crisp bacon, but I love the taste of bacon. Bacon's delicious, dude. Do you put maple syrup on your bacon? No. But you can buy bacon that is like maple flavored, I guess. It's kind of like applewood smoked bacon, but you can get maple bacon. No thanks, though. I'll pass on that. I'll pass. Big pass, big pass. All right, let's get a YouTube thumbnail going. Ooh. The assault on Weezin.
The efforts of helldivers across the galaxy.
Shift S. Luna's here. This is Maple. Oh, I'm nervous to click this.
I want my bacon. I gotta tell you something. Bacon is good for me.
Damn right. Wait, this kid's smart.
I want my bacon. I gotta tell you something. Bacon is good for me.
It's true. He's so based. He's so based. All right, let's get a better screenshot. A little more zoomed in, you know? No, I don't like that. No. Fuck. I think I like that. There you go. Perfect. Ship it. Assault on Weezin. Or we attacking? No. Down Africa. Assault on Weezin. Let's get this. Okay. Sorry, I'm just changing titles and stuff. Ba-dum, bum, bum. You have a red nose. I mean, call me Rudolph, I guess. Oh no, you said knob nose. Why did I think you said red nose? I don't know. I just have a nose, Annie. A functioning nose. Since he can often smell bullshit. Good one. I got a thumbnail for you. Oh no, please no. Ah, shit. Anne, love you. Or I guess it's Annie, but like it's missing the I. It's spelled wrong. It's the. Do you guys remember this story? Annie went crazy for this story. This was the one where it was a French lady who thought that Brad Pitt was messaging her and asking for money because his credit cards got frozen or something like that. I don't remember the exact like reasoning, but she got scammed out of like thousands of dollars, like tens of thousands of dollars, because she thought Brad Pitt was sending her pictures and texting her. It was like it was fucked. It's a lot of money that she got scammed for, and that was the picture that was used to prove that it was Brad Pitt messaging her. Like, I feel bad for her, but at the same time, Jesus fucking Christ, there's no way, man. Brad Pitt? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. It's so fucked up. Why is Brad Pitt scamming people? That's what I'm saying, dude. See, the thing is that someone's gonna do that to Annie, and it's gonna be like lyric. like it's gonna be someone like Annie, Twitch isn't paying me anymore. Annie, help! And Annie's gonna fall for it so fast. What up, John? Good morning, dude. Dropping a pin, northeast. Oh, it's gonna be so fucking funny. Oh, dude's fucking drone commander over here. It's so funny. So funny. The best part about it is she did an interview, how it's like not her fault, and she was like really with Brad Pitt and everybody is harassing her. Yeah, I forgot about, yeah, because like she came out with her story, right, in the news, and just people started fucking with her so hard, which is like super sad, but at the same time, like, you kind of get why people are memeing on her. Like, my gut reaction immediately is just to laugh, right? And I think most people are doing that. Some people are assholes, right? And they're just gonna harass her, but yeah. Morning, Soul. How's it going? Oh, I played some more PoE off stream yesterday. I had a good time. I don't know, man. I like the slower pace of PoE 2, personally. You know, like, I had like a nail biter moment with some of the bosses when I was trying to first try them. Because like some of these bosses I fucking deleted so fast I didn't even know what mechanics they had, right? In my first playthrough when it first came out. Now that like on average your characters just do less damage, I actually have to like learn the fight. It's hilarious. I love it. And it's like people are saying that it's Dark Souls, but I'm like, dude, that's just like a video game. Like some people are saying that like PoE 2 is like feeling like Dark Souls now, that like the bosses actually have health and they don't fall over immediately. Dude, Maybe if your build is really bad, it'll feel like Dark Souls and you're fighting fucking Millennia, but I don't know. I find it really fun to play. I've been really enjoying it. 'Twas been a good time. I'm not playing it super fast or anything like that. Just playing it again. Been playing the Huntress. I kind of just stopped parrying though. I like the character is supposed to be like weaving in and out of like ranged and melee attacks, and then you're supposed to do like parries on the enemy to set up combos. I kind of just stopped giving a shit about parries because it's just like it gets a little tedious after a while in an ARPG. I feel like it just doesn't really work too well. Maybe that's just me, but I kind of just stopped parrying because like you basically want to like parry so you can like get a do an ability to that enemy that has been parried, and then you get like a frenzy's charge and your frenzy charge or whatever it's called, like boosts up your ability so it does like an additional effect, which is cool. But yeah, I don't find myself really wanting to do it all that much. I'll be honest.
Calling down a sentry.
Is this cleared? Yeah, it is. Is it? Yeah, the fabricators are up top, I think. So I think we're 100% clear. It's just bugged for me. Yeah. I feel bad for the husband, though. Imagine, like, working your life for this money. You get divorced for the money. Yeah, dude. Yeah, honestly, I think I feel worse for, like, the husband. Because ex-husband, yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be rough. And they're not gonna recover that money, right? They're not gonna figure out who the fuck did it. Because most likely this person is not in France. Maybe not even in Europe. So this person is long gone. Well, probably like good thing they're not together anymore. I mean, if they had kids, that money could have been spent on the kids, so I'd be pretty pissed. I'd be pissed regardless. You know what I mean? I don't know if they had kids. Yeah, I have no idea where the scammer would be from, but I mean, there's scammers all over the world, man. They're literally everywhere. You can do it from anywhere. Almost enough money to buy a 5090. Yeah, I mean, because the 5090 will like burn your house down, right? So you gotta have enough money in the bank to deal with that afterwards. Obviously, some people will believe whatever they want. I mean, yeah, it's, you know, it's feel good facts, you know. That's something that, oh fuck, I forgot to hit the door. Like that's a lot. Like that's happened in the last like 10 to 15 years. I feel like more so than anything. I feel like people just love to like skip the fact checking process, and if they find a fact or something that they want to believe, they just cling to it, right? They just cling to it, and like reason will go out the window. It's like, oh my god, Brad Pitt's talking to me. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Requesting sentry. Requesting air support. Requesting tac pack.
I talked to him yesterday. What do you mean? Was he still in the hospital? That's why when you first messaged me, I said, show me the money first. What the hell? And are you getting scammed? Because I did not say that. Who are you messaging before me? Dun, 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 dun.
Sending in an eagle.
Our house. Bum, bum, ba, da, ba, ba, bo. Our house. I'll never not think of that fucking commercial with the coffee, dude. Maxwell or whatever. I don't even remember what it's called. It's funny, I remember the commercial, not the name of the product. Sickle Bug is fun. I'm surprised they didn't patch it on Tuesday. Yeah, I don't know. I think they're just worried about, you know, them patching the sickle and then something else breaking. Right? They've had a bad stretch, so I think they're probably just slowing down on this soul. And like, okay, let's make sure that the next patch is great. You know, once, fair. Twice, oh, that's a coincidence. That's unfortunate. 3 times, there's something going on. It's time to reevaluate, I would argue, right? So, which is probably what they're doing. And that's fine. If they keep the sickle bug in for a bit longer, I think people will be okay with it. Especially since, like, it's not like the Quasar bug where some people actually didn't like the Quasar bug. You know? That was actually a thing. Some people didn't like it. I had a fair few people tell me, like, I hope they fix it because I actually don't like it doing it. It's annoying. And I was like, oh, I didn't even realize that people didn't like it. So. This one, I don't think you can really hate on the sickle when it does this. So. Team's cooking today. I'm glad you like them. Did you recognize everyone who was at the awards, Maple? Which awards? What are you talking about?
Now head to the extraction point.
BAFTA awards? I haven't even watched the BAFTA awards. I think Jason Egan was trying to link it to me yesterday, and I just told him after the mission, and I think we just moved on. I think most of the team was on BAFTA. That's cool. So all 100 of them were there? Sick. I didn't meet that many people in Stockholm. I met like 10 to 20 staff or so. It was somewhere in that range. I'd have to like get my fingers out to count it, but it's like somewhere in the 10 and 20 range, like teens. It was great to meet them though. They were great. Very nice people. They're cool. They were chill. I hope to meet them again. Round 15, somewhere in that range. Yeah. But the total staff of Arrowhead is like 100 plus now. I think it's when HD2 came out, they were around 100 people. Now they're obviously more than that. Because they have hired more. I meant mostly like more senior staff. And then obviously a lot of the community team. Do they offer snus? No, but they gave us a bunch of Swedish candy to try, which was hilarious. It was so salty. Like, I didn't realize the Swedes loved salty candy. A lot of licorice, which I don't mind licorice. I actually kind of like licorice. But it was like very strong licorice. And then on top of that, it was salty. They have kind of like a taste for like salty food. Like in general, Swedish food was more salty than like that what I'm used to. Blue fins enjoy it too? Yeah, that's fair. That makes sense. I mean, you guys like salted, you know, preserved fish and stuff like that. It makes sense. I get it. You got a taste for it. Oh my god, that bomb right there. But, yeah, I mean, food was good. The hotel we were at had a great breakfast every day. It's the salts to preserve it. That's what I meant, right? Yeah. They have a history of it, so they have a taste for it.
Right on target.
Yeah, it was good. My favorite part is when things were like kind of winding down, and well, actually, it was like when we like finished the official stuff of the trip to the office. They brought out the beer. It was great. We just started drinking. No one really got plastered, but like, I loved that. It was the weekend, right? So they came in on the weekend to meet us. Very nice of them. Oh, I missed. Oh, fuck. You know, there's like projects out there where people bring back extinct species. Yeah, no, I've heard of them. They're trying to bring back extinct species through DNA. They crossbreed it with like similar species of that, of like the origin. And they try to bring it back. And then of course, there's always people that are trying to bring back like the fucking dinosaurs. Because they watched too much Jurassic Park as a kid. And they're like, well, that's me, dude. And they start doing roaring noises. You know which one they need to bring back the most? The dodo bird. They need to bring back the dodo bird. That's the most important one. The dodo bird. Bring back young Mabel. Shut the fuck up. I'm not old. I'm just mildly aged. It was on Joe Rogan podcast. Okay. Well, if Joe Rogan's talking about it, it's probably bullshit. I say bring back the McRib. Dude, I had a McRib yesterday. Or not yesterday. It was a couple days. It was like right after my birthday. I went with my mom to like a barbecue place. I got a Mr. Rib. Obviously, you can't call it McRib. It was good. It was very good. It was delicious. It was expensive, but it was delicious. Why do you keep hating on Joe Rogan? Because Joe Rogan is not a trustworthy source. He's very entertaining, but he's not a trustworthy source. The amount of bullshit people he brings on that show is crazy. Sometimes he brings on like actual experts in fields, but then sometimes he'll bring on some actual bullshit artists, snake oil salesman. And then, but the problem is that he brings it, because he brings on actual professionals and he brings on bullshit artists, it gives more credibility to the bullshit artist, right? Which I don't like about Joe Rogan. I've never liked that. Like, I love that he brings on like actual like experts in fields, but I've never liked the fact that he'll bring on like the next day some guy who's like telling you that fucking, you know, if you do this to your body, you'll feel much better, but it's like actually unhealthy for you. It's just like, there's so much bullshit that goes on that podcast. But because it's right next to legitimate people, it gives credibility to them. And I don't like that. So sometimes they're just like, sometimes it's like entertaining, like conspiracy theories. And as long as they like frame it like that, like it's not fact, it's conspiracy, that's fine. And it's like, it's fun to listen to conspiracy theories and stuff like that. Yeah, Neil deGrasse Tyson 1 week, and then Ancient Aliens guy the next. Exactly. It's just, and like it's okay to have the Ancient Aliens guy. It's just you gotta like preface it with like this is not true. These are just conspiracies and stuff like that. But he doesn't do that a lot of time. So, yeah. And then they have the health experts that come on, and they're saying some wild shit. Oh my god. Oh god. And then Joe Rogan starts giving his advice on health, and it's like, oh god. Mm-hmm. And I'm not even like, I'm not even mad or anything like that about like bringing on like, you know, Trump or Elon or something like that. Because like at the end of the day, I don't mind that these people get like interviewed and stuff like that. It's fine. But it's mostly just when it's like actively bullshitting.
Ready for another mission, Helldivers?
Scam artists, you know? Snake oil salesman. It'd be cool if we got a animal fourth faction with like monster hunting design aesthetic. What I've thought about in relation to that soul was if they added like planetary species to each planetary biome. Maybe you add like one endemic life, you know, that would fuck with you and fuck with the enemies, right? Imagine if every planet had some kind of like life, animal thing that would attack you and would attack the bots. I think that would actually be both hilarious, right? I think that would both be hilarious and actually like quite fun. Because it would sort of give us a sprinkle of what we want of like a third faction on a planet, right? It would kind of give us that. I think that'd be awesome. Maybe I'm crazy, but I think that'd be very cool. Obviously, it would be a lot of work, but hey, I think it'd be worth it. I think it'd be worth the effort. I do. I honestly think it would be worth it. Easter coming soon? Interesting. I already thought Easter went by. April 20th. Damn. Isn't Easter usually like closer to my birthday? I always remember it being closer to my birthday for some reason as a kid. And exploded hell bombs fit that? Yeah, you're kind of right. Kind of right, James. To make carrot cake icing. Annie, are you making that carrot cake for me? I love carrot cake. You can ask my mom. I ate carrot cake so often as a kid for my birthday. I have no idea why, but I got a thing for carrot cake. I don't know why. I just do. Do you like pecans? Yeah. Do you like walnuts? Yeah. I don't really want them in my carrot cake, I'll be honest. Or at least not a lot of them. I feel like I don't really want that. I don't like a nutty cake. I usually like it to be like smooth and soft. But I feel like the walnuts and stuff, if they're like whole, would really affect that smoothness. I like raisins. Raisins are good. I love raisins. That used to be in my lunch box when I went to school, was I had like a box of raisins. I liked raisins. Raisins are always a banger. Warning, you are leaving the mission area. We are in a really weird spot. Liberty Step, you're something. Oh god. We'll eventually kill him. There we go. Can I kill a gunship? It's a little hard. Warning. Warning. Craisins? Sorry, what? The hell is that? I want to shoot these guys so bad. I want to kill my teammates. Cranberry raisin farm. Oh, I've had those before. I didn't know that they were called that. Oh, interesting. Okay. I've had those before. I sometimes have them in my trail mix. Cool. I did not realize that was their name. Or is that what we just like made up? Is that actually their name? Like I would go to the store and buy craisins? Cause that's pretty crazy.
Calling down a sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Brand name? Net pole uncultured confirmed. Ah, yes, because I don't know the name of dried cranberries, because that's just what I call them. I just call them dried cranberries. I didn't realize they had a cran. What do we call them? Sorry, I gotta read it again. Craisins. It's kind of funny. Craisins. Damn, Uber's actually kind of slaying right now. Ah, fuck, messed it up. You bitch.
Pelican 1, requesting all helldivers enter the extraction radius.
Getting bullied! Bitch. I think we got him. Cat's so small. She feeling a bit small today, you know? Oh, now she's not gonna be so small. I just call them dried cranberries. I mean, I've only ever heard them referred to as dried cranberries, so yeah. I'm just getting bullied for it, you know? But that's just streamer life. I get professionally bullied every day. I get paid to be bullied. Claiming victim once again. Hey man. I get my coupon once a day to claim victim, okay? Maybe Americanism. To bully? Yeah, they do like to do that, don't they, John? It's true. They do like to bully. It's true. No crazing. Yeah, they kind of crazing. I agree. I agree. They are kind of crazy.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Annie muted and didn't say anything. Annie, are you still there?
Beginning ascent.
I'm afraid to talk.
Why are you
Because
afraid?
it'll just be like, bully. When you're the one who stars me in Enshrouded. You're the bully. You're the big bully.
How did I bully you in Enshrouded? What's the T? Spill the T.
You starved me.
You starve me? Annie just wants to eat the caviar while we have plenty of steaks in the fridge. I'm just saying.
Not steak.
I'm just saying, she wants to eat the caviar. We don't have a sturgeon farm yet to produce caviar. That's the thing. Hello, Maple. We need more divers on Weezin. Yes, Stevie, we do. We dive for the mech upgrade. We dive. Friendly reminder. Oh, God. What is this? Is this me? This is a clip of me, isn't it? Oh, I'm so nervous. I'll try and delete everything else. But you guys gotta do what it takes.
You know what? Here, do this, okay?
Annie and her silly little barrel.
It's okay. There's a reason why they put this.
There's 100 enemies in front of her. Look at this little barrel. Look at my little barrel.
This can kill a few.
I'm like, Annie, this is not the time.
Yeah.
Not worth the time. I know. You do that preemptively, not in the moment. Oh, look at the gloom bugs, dude. Can kill 3 enemies.
I got it. Watch this.
Maze! We gotta get in the ship. Get in the ship. Get in the ship. Get in the ship. Get in the ship.
Oh, what? Dude, I'm pissed. You're like, oh, we gotta tell him.
Good memories, dude. Good memories. The best of memories.
On my expense.
The best of memories.
On my expense. Best memory.
Bro, close that real quick. What do you want me to do? Just listen to Annie yelling at me? I already have PTSD.
Stop it.
Why?
No carrot cake for you.
Oh, come on. Come on.
No.
Come on.
Look, I sent it to you in photos.
Did you?
I really. Yeah.
Is that from a magazine or is that yours?
No, that's mine. Like, are you kidding me? It's mine.
Oh my god, you know why I asked that, right?
Because you don't believe me ever.
No, because it looks fucking amazing.
Look, I even put the steps into it.
I like that you have the little brains on there. What kind of brain is that? Is that like a... Is that a cat brain?
Walnuts.
Oh, those are walnuts? I thought they were brains.
I didn't candy them. Yeah, it's walnut boost, man.
They look like
There's
little...
no walnuts in there.
Chat, they look like brains.
See, it showed you step by step.
It looks amazing, Annie. I asked that question because it looks so good. It looks like it could be on the cover of a magazine.
It's a lot of work.
What, sweet?
And this is why it's so much work, and this is why
Yeah, it looks amazing.
I have 2 recipes. Maybe chat can help me out. Okay. So I have
Closer to the
1
microphone.
recipe.
You're like going in and out, in and out, in and out. You gotta maintain distance, honey.
Oh, okay.
Pick a distance. So I want you to do is pick a distance, and then I will set the volume, and then you stay at that distance, okay? Find a
But I'm a person. I move around.
But Annie, you move around too much. Like, as a broadcaster, with like stream, I have to maintain a certain distance from my microphone, or else it changes a lot, right? And I will move my mic arm back and forth if I'm moving. But just find.
But I'm human.
But find a comfortable distance, and then just stick with that. You know? Cool?
But I'm human.
Oh my god. Why are you so controlling? I'm doing it for you guys, and you guys are now blasting me. Oh
Thank
my
you,
goodness.
chat.
I'm doing it for chat.
Okay, I have 2 recipes. Maybe we can put a poll on this. Help me out. I'm
Go
gonna
for it.
make it, and it's gonna motivate me to make it more, because I used to like post so much of this stuff in Lyric's Discord, and that motivated me to like baking and cooking, and now I don't really do it anymore. Okay, so I'm gonna make it. Whatever chat votes, I'll make it and post it in the food channel. But I need help because I can't decide what I want. 2 recipes. There's one that has diced pecans and toasted
Pecans.
in the cake. Yeah. Yeah, in the carrot cake. I
Okay.
believe.
How diced? Like a
It's
cube?
very diced.
Okay, it's quite
It's
quite
very
small.
diced.
Quite small. Okay.
Yeah, it's like you'll still bite it, but it's not like gonna be like
Yeah.
a mouthful.
Not a
of it,
chunk,
right?
but like okay.
No. And I'll send photos. And then there's gonna be candied pecans on it. And then, or sorry, layered into it. Sorry, this is actually no, it's gonna be layered into it.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. Yeah, it's candied though. So it's gonna be like basically cake, I believe, a layer of candied pecans, and then cream cheese frosting on it, and then a drizzle of butterscotch as well too.
Jeez, this is the most
send a photo.
complex carrot cake I think
It
I've
is.
ever heard of.
It is because
My
I always
God.
like find these recipes, but this is like a very southern carrot cake recipe. I'll even like show a photo of what it looks like. Maple can.
It does sound bomb, but it sounds so
Guys.
complex.
Yeah. And then I have one. I have to find that recipe. It's my usual one where it doesn't have any pecans. It's just basically a carrot cake,
Pecan.
moist and layered with cream cheese, like maybe just 2 layers. You frost it outside, like the one that you just saw. Basically, that's my usual carrot cake recipe. I don't know which one to make. Do I want to make something new? I don't know.
Do with the heart.
No, they're both gonna be moist.
Do where the
I believe, but one.
go where the heart takes you. That's what I'm gonna say. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna probably end up making 2, but I don't know.
Wheels.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Hi, Wheels.
Maple you peep, maple you peep, maple you peep.
What up, dude? It's good to see you, Wheels. Thank you so much for the tier 3. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tier 3, 7 months. Welcome back.
Calling down a sentry. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Why do I have to do the poll? And I'm currently playing the game.
No, I'm gonna do a poll.
Okay,
I'm
okay.
gonna do a poll. Just show them a photo. I'm gonna find the other
Sure,
one. too.
sure, I can show you.
You don't have to do it now. Do it after a game. I'm still trying to find my
know.
other one.
I'm showing the caramel one.
Yeah, that one is.
The problem is the
I
chunk.
don't know if I want to do that many.
It's the chunks.
See, do you see it?
I would remove the chunks in the middle, and then I do everything else.
No, but that's what people like about this stuff.
Yeah, but I don't like it. That's what I'm just saying. What I would do, right? I get it that other people would like that. I'm just saying what I would do. But hey, you do whatever you want, babe.
You don't even want to try tasting it?
I already know. I've already tried that. Like I've tried carrot cakes with that
You haven't
in
tried
it.
this recipe though.
Fair,
This is supposed to be the bomb ass recipe.
fair enough. But
It's
like
candy.
I've had many recipes with that in it, and that's usually the thing that like I just don't like about that cake. The chunks are the best. Like I explained earlier. I like a very smooth cake, a very soft cake.
200 meters.
Right? And
Sometimes you do want to bite though. I get it because I've had really good ones where like the bite is like, wow, this is perfect. Diced.
there's
Pecans in
other pastries and other things that I want that in, but not my cake. I don't know. When I'm thinking cake, I'm thinking smooth and yeah. Got a bunker over here.
Okay, well also, what about raisins? Do we want raisins in there? Let me see if that recipe.
Nah.
Okay, so no, the recipe that I just showed you, that one doesn't have raisins, but it has
Bunker.
crushed pineapple. I assume that is what
Oh, wow.
makes it more
Crushed
moist.
pineapple? Wow.
With sweet, like shredded coconut.
Wow.
I need to find the other recipe.
My mom is a baker chef. Oh, that's nice.
Ooh, does she have a good carrot cake recipe that you can share?
Family secret. Love.
Michael, are
love
you
to kill you.
level 8? Did it say?
Oh wait, we are on
Why
level
did
8.
Factory say.
We are on level 8. I was wondering why it like just felt easier.
Maple's been lying.
I must have joined a mission and they swapped on us. Because this was definitely a level 10 mission last game. They swapped on me. We'll finish it off, but that's annoying. They baited me from level 10 to level 8. Why don't you take the ammo clips? I like being out of ammo. But the real point is, I just wasn't looking at the screen.
Ugh, I don't know where the thing is. I'll point.
S2. Bunker. Bunker. S2. Serious. Super credits. Super credits. Yeah. The real reason why I didn't take the ammo clips is you're probably looking at the screen more than I am. I play most of Helldivers at this point with like a side eye. I'm either looking at chat or I'm talking. I'm on autopilot. Serious!
Objective completed.
Bunker! Dude, this guy's just the worst. These guys are the worst. This counts as charity work, doesn't it? I think you got a point there. Trying to get that perfect angle. Wasn't quite getting it. Because if you like stand close enough to a Hulk, you can get to like the rounds to like go up and then around it. It's not a very consistent experience. Sometimes like your wasp rounds are like insane and they're very good at going towards the eye. That is not where I'm tracking. So it seems like this bug has to do with like not just the spear. It's also with the wasp. It's anything that tracks, obviously. Can't rig the pole. Good. You Americans and wanting to rig and lobby. Ugh.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
I might omit the crushed pineapple too. I feel like then it
Really?
becomes like a hummingbird cake. I don't know. This recipe, the only thing that's like putting me off is
I mean,
it's very like hummingbird cake.
It's very
Have
busy.
you had a hummingbird cake?
No, but you
Has
told me
anyone
about
had a hummingbird?
you told me about
Let
it.
me show you a photo. My hummingbird cake. That was a lot of work.
But Wheels, what'd you do in Japan? Anything super special? 2-week vacation in Japan sounds amazing. What'd you do in Japan? Anything crazy? I guess you were there for the cherry blossom bloom, right? Which is sick. Hummingbird cake looks so fucking good. It's good. Just lots of sightseeing at so many cities. What was your favorite city? You had to pick one. If you're going back to Japan tomorrow, but you're only allowed to be in that one city, where you go?
Requesting air support.
rock and roll. Osaka? Nice.
Sending in an eagle.
Did you go with friends, family wheels, or did you take a solo journey? I love rock and roll. Group of 4? That's cool. Hell yeah. The drone man. Is he wearing the drone helmet? Actually, I'm actually just truly curious. Is he wearing the drone helmet too? He's so... Get back here. Running away from me.
Did we ever get that bunker?
No. It's on my M4 ping. It's by extraction, so.
Yeah, I'm happy to get that on the back.
Alright, sounds good. Love rock and roll. I love rock and roll. Hi, what the fuck? New drone group? It's a secret grenade. It's a secret grenade. From the... Which warbomb was it? It was the last warbomb. Any idea when the promised patch? They haven't promised a patch to my knowledge, have they? But I would not expect the next patch for... I would say at least a little while. I would expect the next, like, patch that will actually be of substance will probably be around May 1st, the week of May 1st. Because the timetable on War Bonds is usually every 6 weeks. And the 6-week mark after the last War Bond is May 1st. So I would expect on that Tuesday we would get a patch. Might be a more sizable one because we're also kind of due for a new title update. Similar to Escalation of Freedom or when the Illuminates attacked, right? So we will have to see what exactly we get. But can we get a performance patch? Largely, my performance has actually been fine. I highly recommend reinstall your graphics drivers, especially if you had an NVIDIA card. The last couple NVIDIA drivers have been absolute dog shit. If you like use DDU, reinstall your graphics drivers, I gained all my performance back. Like, if you feel like the game is running worse lately, it may actually not be the game at all. Yeah, the new AI is a thing, but I largely don't believe it's actually affected my performance. It's actually other things, oddly enough. Yeah, I reinstalled my graphics drivers and got back a bunch of performance. Also, you know, another one that a lot of people don't know about is DirectX 11. Cinemap's coming. I'm telling you, reinstall your graphics drivers. Trust. Also, DirectX 11 is a fantastic one. If you're not doing that launch command. Sometimes you have to re-input it. I've been told that after certain patches, if you did the DirectX 11 launch command a long time ago, you may have to, like, remove it, launch the game, close the game, put it back in. Ooh. Ooh. But also deleting your shader cache. If you're noticing performance has been really bad lately, delete your shader cache. You can do !HD2 shaders in my chat, and it will show the file path of where to find the file. It's really easy. You delete it and just launch the game. It's very straightforward, and it's been known to be extremely helpful for people that have lost performance or are experiencing crashing. It's like the #1 thing that they recommend in the support forums and stuff like that. Ugh. But regardless, I'm sure they'll continue to work on the optimization of cities. The new cities are running like the old cities. So, just like with the Illuminate cities, I'm sure they'll come out with stuff to improve the performance. I'm just trying to help you out now, you know. Weezing is a great bomb to fight on. Seems like a very decent visibility so far. Oh yeah, I've been liking it. I don't mind Hellmire planets for the most part. Like I think they get a bad rap because people just weren't very good when Hellmire was out. People were just getting burned to a crisp constantly. Also, the tornadoes tended to spawn a lot closer to you, so you did get burned by them more often. But yeah, I think Hellmire like planets are fine. Thanks for giving that a try. No worries. Yeah. !HD2 shaders. Verify files. Launch command for DirectX 11. And restore graphics drivers. Trust me. I was extremely surprised. And this is affecting... I have a 40 series card. It affects 40 series, 30 series. The video drivers, as of late, have been quite shit. And they have a bunch of problems. So some people are actually deleting their... like, uninstalling their graphics drivers. And then reinstalling older ones. Like the one from December. You can give that a try. I personally just uninstalled, reinstalled. And I got a bunch of performance back. But, yeah. Hopefully that helps for you. But yeah, delete your shaders. Reinstall. Basically, you're deleting your shader file, and then it just redoes your shader cache. And some people have reported getting a decent FPS boost from that as well. So, candied pecans wins? Oh, wow.
Dropping a pin, northeast, 300 meters. Tagging map, north, 100 meters. Mission at 20 minutes remaining. Calling in an eagle.
I didn't only shoot one shot. I clicked multiple times. I can really feel the difference between a level 8 and a level 10 though.
Okie doke, I got samples.
Calling in reinforcement. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
See that bunker? It's right here. I checked the super creds inside, so enjoy. It's one of those maps where, like, it's alive. Where the Wasp does really good. You just have really good sight lines on all the enemies. Wasp just does incredibly well on this planet when it looks like this.
Tagging map, southeast. 200 meters.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle.
Hopefully they get distracted by the rocket sentry. Doom, 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 doom. So artillery mode good. I mean, the only reason I would ever use artillery mode is if there is a large group of enemies all stacked up very close together. And I mean very close together. And I managed to get like a good track on like an enemy in the center, right? And then I would use it. But the problem is because of the tracking and how it works is it'll tend to track to the closest enemy to you. And you're kind of just better off just like like one shot, one shot, one shot, one shot, like spreading out the damage rather than using all of it on one. Now, if you guys don't know, you can use the artillery mode at any time with however many rounds are left, right? You can do an artillery mode shot with 1 round left if you wanted to. It's less effective, obviously, but you can do that if you wanted.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
But that's like the only reason I would use the artillery mode. Like you can make an argument also for tanks. Tanks are very weak to a top-down attack, so the artillery mode is fairly good for them as well. But largely, I just save the thermite for the tank and move on. You know what I mean?
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete.
So.
Beginning ascent.
It kind of is what it is with the artillery mode. I'm just hoping that it gets a buff in the future. Probably just more explosive damage. I want it to feel more AoE centered, because like right now I just feel like the burst fire gives you better AoE damage for that magazine. You know, it's more efficient. Whereas the artillery mode kind of feels like a waste. Like, the only times I've really felt like it did well was like a brood commander. Like a brood commander in the center, and then it was surrounded by like tons of hunters, and then because the brood commander is the only enemy it tracks to, that's perfect because it'll attack right in the center and it'll kill all the enemies around it. And it did like all right in that situation. But would I have been more successful if I just, you know, used 3 shots to kill the brood commander and killed a couple hunters alongside and had 3 more shots left over or 4 more shots left over? Yeah, probably. Right? So, burst is only something that I'm going to use if I have a lot of ammo sitting around, usually. Or if I'm being very conscious of how much ammo I have in the magazine and I do like a half-shot artillery, right? Because I can use half the mag in normal bursts and then swap to artillery and use the rest of the magazine there. GG's, homies. So, Yep. You know my number one thing I want them to fix though? The anti-aliasing in this game. I'm still super surprised they have not fixed it yet. I am very much hoping they can get that fixed out. Because every day this anti-aliasing broken is a day that I wish they just added like DLSS or hell, even FSR, right? The newer versions of FSR are quite good. Like, been a drug dealer at all lately? No, I haven't played any Schedule 1. Andy's been playing a little bit. I've watched people play it. I was playing some PoE off stream. Appreciate it, man. Still in the game? Hey, no worries. Feel free to ask me anything about the game. I have a plethora of knowledge. It's an encyclopedia, so just... If you can give me a specific question, it's easier than giving me a broad question, so... That's usually the way I'd recommend going, is try to make it specific, so then I can answer it easier. But at the end of the day, just ask away. Go crazy. Hey, Bull, I can join you. Okay, well, I'll grab you for the next one, Andy. I have a question. Oh, you're saying you can join me to play it for Schedule 1? Yeah, for sure, Andy. How many players can play Schedule 1? I'm not sure. 4 to a group? Oh, okay, not bad. Hell, that could be a sub-Sunday kind of thing. Annie will be the gang leader and we'll just be the lackeys. It's the best armor for bots. I would... Okay, so I have a video, if you want to watch it on YouTube, where I go into like great depth about like armor and how I think about armor in this game. For the different factions and like the perks that I recommend as well. I even do like a little tier list in the center. And I recommend that. But in short, I find that heavy armor just tends to be the best armor for bots. It'll get you out of the most situations. Although obviously your mobility is sacrificed, I don't find mobility to be a super important factor when I do bot missions. If clear speed is super important to you, obviously you'll feel differently on that point that I just made, but for the most part, like survivability wise, like heavy armor just wins. And then perk wise, typically something that benefits the weapon system that you're using would be best. But if you want a very neutral set of armor, medic, heavy medic is fantastic. It's very strong. I don't know who the lobby leader is, but his PC is kind of lagging. I didn't get the reload off, damn. Isn't light armor good for surviving though? For bugs, yeah. Because being faster, you don't get hit by bugs nearly as much. But because speed does not equate to outrunning bullets, in bot missions, typically it does not equate to more survivability. Now, if you just play more passive while also wearing light armor, that's definitely a route you can go, but no, light armor does not equate to more survivability in bot missions. It's quite the opposite. Because you're not that much slower, and you will take shots getting into cover, right? And with the heavy armor, you will just survive far more, right? But, you know, you don't have to always go for, like, the heaviest of armor. There is always, like, the medium route. You know, halfway in the middle. Medium and heavy fortify can tank a reinforced scout rocket. Other armor can do that. I mean, you can tank it face on, though. If it direct impacts you, you're still dead. But if it lands by your feet near you, yeah, you can survive. But the problem is that you'll probably die from the ragdoll afterwards. Which is unfortunate. So what I typically say is, like, heavy medic is typically the best because it'll allow you to survive the longest without dying. Just because the extra stim is extremely good for bots in general. Because you take a lot of plink damage with bots, which tends to go through your stims quite often. But the thing is with the Reinforced Scout Strider is that there's impact damage and then there's explosive damage, and you'll survive the explosion if it's near you if you were explosive damage, but the impact of the Reinforced Scout Strider is like massive. You're not surviving that. It's a dumb amount of damage. So I do like explosive resistant armor, but I think people forget that a rocket does impact damage and explosive damage. It's not just one. So you're not just losing 50% of the damage that an explosion does, right? You're not gonna survive a cannon tower shot all of a sudden, right? And you'll also still take the ragdoll damage. So there's a lot of situations where you're still gonna get one shot. Did Annie request this? Nah, it's just in the backup list. Explosive damage is a higher component. It is. You can survive a direct impact. Cannon tower still kill, of course. I mean, I've been direct impacted with the heavy explosive armor and died many times. But usually because, like, it depends where you hit you, right? If it hits you like upper chest or head, you instantly die. But you'll often die just from the ragdoll afterwards, right? I think you missed my point there. Right? You might survive the initial blast because of the impact plus the explosive, which is great, but you still have to contend with the ragdoll, which will often just fucking nuke you. And the vast majority of times I die in this game are from plink, not rocket striders. Or I'm dying from the ragdoll of a rocket strider, which does not change if I wear explosive resistance. The vast majority of damage you take in a bot mission will be like just impact damage. Ba, ba, ba. Just remember the suggestions are based on level 10. Yeah, no, I'm giving you suggestions on like level 10 and how best to look at that, right? This whole conversation about rocket striders is literally like mute if you don't play on a hard enough difficulty for even you to find rocket striders. Like, if you play on lower difficulties, I would say explosive resistance is, like, completely useless to you to some extent. Because rocket damage is very low on rocket striders in general. Unless they headshot you. But that's just unlucky. But I'm going to tell you, like, the vast majority of damage you take on bots is not explosive damage. It's just impact damage from lasers and stuff like that. And you having those 2 extra stims will lead to you surviving, on average, more. Especially if you just get used to target prioritizing the rocket striders. So would the padded heavy armor be a favorite? I would actually prefer wearing the 200 armor heavy padded, yeah. I believe that would be a better armor choice than explosive resistance, unless you want the recoil reduction, right? If you want the recoil reduction, then explosive resistance obviously gets a lot better, right? Because that might be really good for the weapon that you're using, right? If you're using like Adjudicator, Reprimand, or hell, even some normal weapons like AMR, right? You might want the recoil reduction, right? Force medium, best for bots, hands down. Most armor, regular medium, and explosive perk, ideal. It's good. But I think you still run into the same thing as before of... Like, I'm telling you, the vast majority of damage you take in a bot mission is not explosive damage. But it is a nice in-between if you just really want the recoil reduction. Sure. I do think people overvalue explosive resistance.
One step closer to mission completion. Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Because I would argue that the vast majority of the time you die in a bots mission, you know, is going to be from like random one-shots which you can't really prevent anyways. A lot of the time, like cannon turret or a factory strider one-shotting you, or, you know, getting CC stunned by a bunker, you know. It's going to be like you just running out of stims. But if you want a little more mobility and you really like the recoil reduction, Enforcer is fantastic for that. Doesn't Enforcer hit the armor breaker? It does, yeah. So it's actually better than most mediums, yeah. Because headshot resistance starts at, or extra, I should say extra headshot resistance starts at 101 armor rating. I even asked them in Stockholm why they did that, and they didn't really have a good answer for me. I never liked that. It should start from 50 and just ramp up linearly, but whatever. But yeah, that's another reason why Enforcer's a really good one if you like explosive or that armor tier of explosive resistance, but you want a little bit more mobility, right? Like if you're wearing heavy explosive resistance, I'd recommend the Enforcer over that if you value a little bit more mobility for sure. But if you don't care about the mobility, going for a little bit more general tankiness would probably be better for you. But, you know, it's personal preference all the time. I just wanted to bring awareness to, I think people overvalue explosive resistance a lot. Because they think a lot of the damage you're taking is explosive, but it's not. Vast majority of damage is small arms, and cutting down on Strider deaths is huge for a lot of players. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I mean, that's totally fair. It's a frustrating death, so even though you don't die to it very often, it'll be a very memorable death. There's no doubt of that. It was definitely my most frustrating way to die for a while, but I guess I have like a certain amount of like muscle memory now that whenever I see a Rocket Strider, I just immediately go for it. It's target priority #1 nowadays. Especially since Devastators, for the most part, are pretty relaxed if you're wearing heavy armor. The YouTube questioner, try both heavy fortified and extra padded. Good luck. Yeah. What's nice about heavy padded is that it gives you a high degree of resistance against everything. And you don't actually lose any mobility because of that. So if all you're looking for, if you don't care about the recoil reduction and you don't really care about it being heavy armor and you want just general damage resistance, heavy padded. But as someone who uses heavy padded a decent amount, I would only really use it if I have a supply backpack, because with heavy padded I find I survive a lot of things and I could be very tanky and very aggressive, but the way I die with heavy padded is, like I said earlier, you just run out of stims. The plink damage eventually just kills you. Also, a nice thing with the medic armor is because you have 6 stims, you can use it for greater levels of mobility compared to other heavy armor. Because at any time, you could just like stim yourself, and you're not worrying about using that stim to stim yourself because you have 2 extra. Right? It's really nice. They're incredibly high on the threat totem pool despite their like vast numbers. I've seen a lot of players not give them the respect they deserve. That was me for a while. Because the thing is that Rocket Striders can either miss you by a fucking mile, or they like hit you dead on. So they're very random in the sense of like how much of a threat they are. So for a while, I felt like they were just so inaccurate. I didn't give them the respect they deserve, and I just dodged. But then after a while, I just got annoyed by like getting one shot randomly, and it is very random when they one shot you because most of the time they miss. So I just got tired of it, and I eventually just started. They're priority number 1 whenever I'm in a fight. You'll see me like that's the enemy I go for first. But I will say the vast majority of the time I died to them is because of ragdoll. It's because they ragdoll me in a direction where I didn't want to go and then I die, or it's because I got ragdoll and hit a wall. It's so fucking annoying. I've become a habit of popping in here. Gamer debate. That's saying a lot. No, you're fine, dude. I love the gamer debate. I appreciate it. It's good to see you, dude. How are you? You know me. I love a good gamer debate. Gamer debates are the best. I think another reason why I target fire them more now is that they made the rockets way easier to kill, which I very much appreciated. Oh my god, that almost killed me. Dude, this turret. Trying to be John Helldiver over here. Jesus. Bum, 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 ba-da. Anyways. Armor, so personal preference. Different play styles and so on and so forth. But if you don't want to think, medic armor. And then just pick the appropriate armor class that fits you best. Halo or COD? I would say COD. As of the last, like, half decade or so, COD. I think, like, I'm not a huge COD fan, but I do play most of the yearly releases for at least a week. And I do enjoy myself, especially with the zombies. The zombies has been pretty good in Call of Duty for a bit now, so. COD sucks. The zombies doesn't. The zombies is maintaining a good amount of enjoyment for me. And I'll play the multiplayer for like a week when it first comes out. I'll play it on Game Pass, which is like a huge sell for me, because then I don't have to spend money on it. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like $15 to play COD for 2 weeks. Alright, fine. Sick. Makes me regret my Halo tattoo. Fuck. Yeah, it sucks. Will the injection booster give you more recovery edge and survivability? Recovery... So injection booster gives you 10... I think it's around 10% mobility and 10% damage reduction. Which is sizable. You know, it's I don't think it always creates a life or death situation for you to bring it or not, but, you know, it basically just can help you in some situations survive something that you might not have been able to. I still prefer fortified. I haven't used heavy padded too much, but the things that kill me on bots are usually like instant rockets or turrets. The turrets will not really change there. Nothing will really change with the turrets, unfortunately. But from rocket striders, yeah, those are. If that's the majority of your deaths, for sure. for sure. You just gotta look at like what's killing you and pick an armor that fits that best. For me personally, I find I just run out of stims. that's the way I die. So that armor is that. Well, it's either stims or ammo. Running out of ammo is pretty rough on bots. Need laser resistance? I think that we just need an impact resistance in general, personally.
Here comes the cavalry. Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
I would love to see an impact. I still think that the unflinching armor should have impact resistance. And then extra padded armor should have ragdoll impact resistance. Right? Turrets are impact. The vast majority of their damage is impact. Them hitting you.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
But like a laser cannon turret, you're not fucking surviving that. It doesn't matter what happens. If it hits you, it fucking kills you. I wish the unflinching would make it so you couldn't knocked out of a stim. Yeah, it's unflinching, not unstaggering. It would be interesting if they could get it to stop you from staggering or flinching. You know, both. That would also be an avenue that they could go with unflinching. But I was just thinking, like, when you're taking unflinching armor, you're obviously getting shot and taking impact damage, right? Ballistic damage. And it would be nice if you had like 20% resistance to like bullets or lasers and stuff like that. You know, impact. And then for heavy padded, I thought, okay, what? I mean, thematically, you would think heavy padded would have like some amount of like ragdoll damage resistance, right? Because you're like wearing padded armor. So when you smack into that Conax over there, you don't take as much damage, right? Because some of these perks, I do think need a little bit of love. Like, extra padded is good, but I find a lot of people kind of overvalue it more than it actually provides you with stuff. So I would love to see it gain, like, a little bit of extra love. And also, people just hate dying to ragdoll damage in this game, so giving people some way to affect that, I think, would be kind of nice. Unflinching, we already talked about. I think it should use some amount of impact resistance. Hey, they can actually stop you from, like, staggering as much as well. Like, it's smaller things. That'd be cool, too. Like, imagine it stops you from being staggered while, like, getting shot in general. So you can stim through, like, a heavy devastator shooting at you. That'd be really cool. Really cool. We've talked about, like, the damage resistances armor in general. Those should just be... They should have some kind of secondary component that helps the... helps that particular armor type. So, like, the fire resistance, we've spoken about, like, there should be, like, a longer time between interacting with fire and then putting yourself on fire, right? So, Maple, after the last patch, assault rifles are pretty good now. Like, all the rifles are, like, A or A-. I think for the most part, that's pretty fair. I wouldn't put Liberated Concussive, I think, in A- for the most part. I think it's somewhere in the B+. But it's, like, I think it's fine. I don't really think that the Liberated Concussive needs to be more than that. It's just a good support weapon. And I think Liberator Carbine is also still a B+ weapon for me. Also, the normal Liberator is still like a B+, B. And the STA-52 is still a B+. They're just solid weaponry, but I think that's fine. I think that's okay. Right? I don't need them to be like A tier weapons when we're talking about a weapon that is like more support oriented. So it's, you know, helping you with a particular playstyle, or, you know, something that's just like a very basic weapon that you kind of start the game with, right? Liberated Concussive is great for bugs. It's very fun versus bugs. It is. It's like, I'm not going to recommend someone who's like playing more like off by themselves use it, but if you're like running around with your teammates, Liberated Concussive is great to play with team. because you're going to be pushing back the enemies and doing some reasonable damage, whereas your team is just, you're creating space for you and your team, right? So if you're quite good at like one shot on every enemy, not quite killing every enemy because you don't really need to do that, but at least like any enemy that gets close, you like swap targets to. It's a very effective playstyle. It really is. I wish the sickle was armor pen 3. It would be broken, dude. And that's also what the DE sickle is. The sickle is fantastic at AP2. You just gotta find the right spots to shoot.
You can proceed to extraction when ready.
DE sickle is armor pen 2, 3, and 4. Jin. But the vast majority of people will use it in armor pen 3. We have 17 light pen guns and 18 medium pen. Nice. Which concussive weapons would have more of like the halt stun? Well, they kind of do, but they're like not as good as the halt because the halt is immediate. I learned from the devs. I actually didn't know this was a thing. Maybe some people knew in chat, some people didn't. The concussive weapons have a chance to stun. It's not 100% consistent on certain enemies. So like after I put out my video on like the primary weapons and I was talking about how the pummeler is not as consistent as it once was, I was kind of given a heads up on the fact that one of the reasons why it may feel as if the pummeler is not as good as it once was, even though they said they improved it, is because of that random chance. There's a random chance to stun on some enemies with the concussive. It's not always consistent. It's not the same amount of bullets every time. And I didn't know that. I've never actually like paid that much attention to concussive weapons, that it wasn't the exact same stun on the exact same amount of bullets every single time. So it's 100%. Yeah. As long as one pellet hits with the halt, they're stunned. Whereas with concussive weapons, they stagger, and then they have a chance to stun. But usually it's not that many rounds to stun.
Sending in an eagle.
Extraction is available.
But one thing I will say is that I do think that sickle will probably need a damage boost in the near future to at least 60 damage. Like even without this bug, I still think the sickle is a good weapon. If you know where to shoot, it's a great weapon. It's like an 80+ round magazine, unlimited ammo, quite accurate. Not perfectly accurate, but quite accurate. Good scope. Like, as far as things go, like, yeah. We can use terminology like stun small or stun medium for like the pummeler and the halt, respectively. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah, it's not really said anywhere, but yeah, there's a chance. And I was like, oh, I never knew that. I wonder if I don't know if Thick knows that. And he's a pummeler main, so maybe he already knows that through like just observing. Lasers should AP2, AP3, and have caliber determined damage, of course. Stalwart becomes broken. But sorry, what? Lasers should be AP2, bullets AP3. I mean, you have different calibers of bullets, though, Mango, right? So that's what they're saying, is higher caliber bullets have higher pen. That's why some assault rifles do and some assault rifles don't, even in IRL. That's what they're trying to do. A pistol caliber does not have as much pen as a larger caliber, right? What's the mech upgrade? 35% decrease on cooldown if on a DSS planet. Now, we have not gotten that upgrade yet. We need to capture Weezin in order to get that upgrade on DSS. That passive. I don't know if an RNG is a good weapon like that. Yeah, I think they're just trying to add some amount of variety to the weapon tier. Right? Kind of like how in real life it would be kind of like that, right? This is one of those arcadey video game mechanic versus like milsim mechanic. Like there's a chance they could stun, or it's a chance that that enemy is more resistant to it, I guess. But yeah, I said that too. I was like, oh, I don't know if that's a good idea for stun to be so percent chance, but I don't know. It's not a big deal, so maybe they keep it. I mean, for primaries, SMGs and pistols can be excluded to my degree. Yeah, the same thing happens with assault rifles. They just don't want all assault rifles being medium pen and like all guns being medium pen, because it's a balancing factor. It's one of the reasons why the sickle was always balanced relative to other weapons around it, was because it wasn't medium pen, right? You had an unlimited ammo assault rifle, and the way they balance the sickle is that it's inaccurate. It's not as accurate as other assault rifles, and it's got a limited ammo, right? Which is really cool. Good balancing point, right? With medium pen weapons, they typically have maybe not as much damage, like upfront damage, right? So against like a non-armored target, the light armored weapon would just win, or light pen weapon would win, right? Or a light pen weapon might have like other stats that make it better, right? Bigger magazine, less recoil, things of that nature, right? It's how they balance the stalwart versus the MG43, right? So I think having difference in these weapons is good, because it creates other factors that can be boosted on those light pen weapons. It gives them a reason to have this or that, right? But if all of the assault rifles all of a sudden become like medium pen, it creates a really boring dynamic between weapons. And also, you then have to rebalance how the adjudicator works. You have to rebalance how the tenderizer works. Liberator penetrator. You have to redo all these different weapons just because of that change, right? Because you're making all assault rifles medium pen. And then, like, what does that mean for like the Dominator, right? Like, does that have to now go up to AP4 because now you have all these other weapons that are AP3? Sickle needs about 10 damage to make any breakpoint changes. 5 would be enough for a lot of people, because sometimes when I make these points, it's a placebo change, Mango. Balance changes aren't always about the hard, cold facts. Sometimes the hard, cold facts don't equal fun, or don't equal, like, people just picking it. Right? That's why when they do changes in video games, sometimes they don't line up with breakpoints on purpose. They're literally just there to incite people to try the weapon again. Right? They're not really there to be like, well, this is now one less bullet. Right? And that's okay. But also, that 5 damage would make a breakpoint difference somewhere in the game, because I'm sure you're not parsing through every single breakpoint.
Thank you.
Dominator just needs Lost Dagger. It already has that. TAR is, they're like A tier, and performance barely changed. They were always good. It's placebo. I agree. A lot of people, I've been saying this for about 6 months now, that assault rifles are actually in a relatively good spot. It's just the people that use them expected them to be body shot kings, and not really. Right? At the end of the day, I think a lot of people have this like representation that like you don't have to be accurate. You could just like body shot everything. and everything will be fine. But the game is trying to reward you for hitting weak points. And assault rifles are very good if you can hit weak points. Just like every other weapon, right? But like from like a stats point of view, like assault rifles have been good for a while. Like quite a while. Ever since like the 6-day update, they've been in a good spot. Especially the medium pen ones. Light pen, maybe not as much, just because it requires you to have to like be more accurate more often, but anyways, yeah, I actually think the vast majority of weapons in the game are actually in a really good spot balance wise. I think people may start to feel like Sickle's gonna need something, so maybe 60 damage on that, but honestly, it doesn't really need it, but it'd be nice. Scythe just needs the scope fixed. Punch of Plasma needs a rework, but Flame needs a rework, but the vast majority of weapons are quite good. Breaker obviously needs a little bit of love. I think SMGs across the board are quite good now. Obviously rework on the accelerator rifle. All the marksman rifles are good. I think the Liberator Carbine's fine. I'm just not a fan of it. That Purifier, though, probably not in a good spot. Sorry, are you being facetious? Which just goes on weapons were a tiny bit better. I think the reason why they are not wanting to make them better is because then you move into like a proper pay to win situation. And I think they're worried about like going too far with some of these like paid weapons. War bonds, it's different. I think people are kind of accepting that like war bonds is just something that like you like, it's like a progression thing. But stuff in the Superstore gets like a different perception. Like I think the ST-52 is fine, and I think the submachine gun is fine. It's just that archetype of machine gun or submachine gun is not particularly good. It is what it is. But like the sniper rifle, yeah, it just needs to be. They need to change it because the weapons are more formal for sure. They need to. Okay. I can't comment on why it's missing from the Superstore, but I can tell you that it's a very complex situation. Unfortunately, I'm under NDA. I can't tell you why, but yeah, there's some shit. It's not supposed to be FOMO. There's some shit in the background that they need to work out. Hey, Margot. That was a good break, dude. Get around to ask Baskinator. I forgot to re-ask Baskinator what's going on. Let me do that now.
Requesting tac. Calling down a support weapon. 50 meters. Calling in a hell bomb. Bots, north. Hell bomb, armed. Clear the area. Requesting orbital
Okay. Shut that off.
One step closer to mission completion.
Wish for a way to make stratagem presets. I don't want stratagem resets, but I want armor and weapons.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Stratagem presets, I think, would be more of a negative than a positive to the game. Because it'll lead to people just like instant queuing with their stratagem preset and not caring about what other people are using.
Sending in an eagle.
These stratagem favorites. Yeah, that'd be interesting. Sure. Hopefully that's close enough. That might actually be too far because it's not close enough to the wall. Oh, there you go. Never mind.
Automaton facility destroyed.
I got you, Adam. I'm curious as well with what's going on with the Killzone stuff, so I'm with you, dog. My character just landed as I shot. That's so sad.
Spot outpost spotted.
Yeah, personally, that I've never really had a problem with it, Jin, especially now that it's all organized. I'm actually been quite happy with how everything looks. Random hop? No, it was the jetpack disabling. Unfortunately, I had just a bad time.
Calling in orbital strike.
So many of them, dude. You okay, dude? Alright, they did.
Dropship.
Yakon's reorder was double-edged for me. I spent so long without it. Learning the layout. See, I never feel like I learned it. Now I can say, okay, I'm looking for a barrage, I go to the barrage section. I'm looking for a backpack, go to the backpack section. Even if I don't know exactly where they are. Which is nice. But I'd be down for like a favorite section for that. If they could do that. That'd be cool. Just pinning stuff to the top. But I will say I still fear that, like, if you do too much of that, people are just gonna, like, pick things without looking at what their teammates are picking. And that kind of... that could largely lead to more of a negative. But armor and weapons and grenades and stuff like that, especially when you're changing factions, I would love to see a way to save presets for that.
Found something.
Makes me mad is the hover pack is not next to the jump pack in the new layout. I'll be honest, I didn't notice that. I'm guessing alphabetical order within backpacks. Is it that?
Spot outpost spotted. Thank you.
Outpost destroyed.
So people are so hyped about the mechs, they totally ignored the bug front lulls. By the way, how much difference will the specific buffs make if people totally ignored the eagle rearm buff? So the base reuse on mechs at the moment, what is it, 600 seconds at 35%, so it comes out to like it's like a minute 30 something. No, it's like a little bit more. It's like minute 45 off of at minute 39. I don't remember what it was. It's like a decent amount off of every reuse of the mech, which is very, very meaningful. For the Eagle, it's what's the average Eagle rearm? It's like a minute 30. It's more if you have like the longer stratagem cooldowns, but at base it's like
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much
5
longer,
minutes.
Helldiver.
The mech cooldown's on 5 minutes. It's more than that.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Yeah, it's way more. 600 seconds. That's 10 minutes. 60 seconds a minute. Anyways, so it's a very large change, like numerically on the mech, right? It's a big change in that regard. It's a very noticeable one also, right? With the Eagle rearm change, it's a minute 30 down to what is it? I think it's like 19 seconds off the cooldown time or something like that. So it's a rather large change, like if you think about it over the course of like entire mission, if you're constantly using your Eagles. But Eagles, you could argue, also are like in a good spot overall. So I think most people are just like, yeah, I'm just gonna go mech. Because people have been wanting mechs to be better for like a long time, right? And I would argue they have been good for a long time, other than using the Patriot exosuit. But yeah, this just gives people more of a reason to use mechs. Whereas there's already a great reason to use Eagles. Another factor in it was the first planet in the row to get to the bug planet is Gaharin. Gaharin is not a well-liked planet for grinding against. People like it because of like one-off challenges and just like the atmosphere, but doing like 5 hours of diving on Gaharin, not exactly a fun experience. You just get burnt out of like, it's a treed planet, right? And people already have like, you know, adverse effects of tree planets because we played on them so much, especially on the bug front. But then on top of that, it's a planet that's almost always dark and has a decent amount of fog on it. So all things that people are not huge fans of in the long run, right? Personally, like I like treed planets, but not a ton. Like there's a limit of like how much I want to dive on a tree planet. And I feel like there's too many tree planets on the bug front, especially for the last like 4+ months. So yeah, I've you know. How you doing today, Prince Clay? Good morning, King. EP. Fair enough. How are you? I'm doing good, bud. Doing good. So, yeah. There's a couple different reasons why I think people just straight up went for mechs. I don't think it's only like, you know, mechs better than Eagles, Bog. I heard the song, Andy. I heard the song.
1 minute remains. Destroyer departure imminent.
But, and I will say that I do like the fact that Eagles are not as powerful on treed planets. I do think that is an interesting thing to do. It's just when you have to dive on a planet like that consistently, I think it becomes a bit too much, and you miss using these stratagems rather quickly. How do people make the tenderizer work? I honestly can't use it properly. Precision shooting. It's like any assault rifle. They're fairly good if you go for body shots, but once you start to know where to shoot versus enemies, you can make that particular weapon feel a lot better, right? This happens in general for assault rifles, but tenderizer especially because it has a rather small magazine compared to the other assault rifles. And then on top of that, it's got a very good scope and it has very little recoil. So it really benefits from a skilled hand. It really does. Please message me. What's up, play? The hell's that thing? It's very cute, but what is it? Is that where you store... I don't know. Is that where you store your weed? That's my new chili oil jar. Oh, cute. Do the math on the mech. 3.5 minute reduction if it's reducing from the base cooldown, which comes out to 6.5 minute cooldown. Okay.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
So I prefer the double sickle. I just spray and pray. There you go. Different weapon. Different strokes for different folks. Dude, I have the halt tech on, and it's fucking with me super hard. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, 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 dun. Good night, Trindle. Much love, dude. Sleep well. So Gorilla Games owns Killzone rights and Horizon series. I doubt it, but what if there's another ongoing collab negotiation? Either way, real money is being bounced around. Yeah, I can't comment. I'm hoping the Baskinary gets back to me, and then maybe I can tell you guys. That's where I store my weed. Damn. Schedule 1 in real life, dude. I didn't know you schedule 1 like that, dude.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
You lacing it with anything, dude?
ETA T-minus 10
You lacing it with that horse semen? The amount of clips I've seen of people just talking so casually about like adding or wanting horse semen or like so on and so forth is hilarious. So many clips.
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
You guys keep stressing me out and talking about Killzone? Nah, it doesn't stress me, it's fun.
Double launch in 20 seconds.
Thank you! The clutch stim.
Have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
Wait, why is Clay a bad boy? And it's legal. Oh, fair enough. I'll let you know, Margot. I'll let you know. I haven't done it yet. Fair enough. Yeah, that's totally fair. If anything, I can just do it right now if you want. All right. I've got the file. Bum, 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 bum. No, again. Depends where. Why? I know Clay, so I know where he's from. He's legal. He's not breaking any laws. Not the best planner for the laser, but fuck it, we'll use it. Bye, Margot. Thanks for a reminder, dude. Appreciate you, Dud. Dun, dun. I need to send you this to watch. What do you want me to watch? Take a break, have Kit Kat. Annie is hashtag sponsored. I gotta clean my monitor. One thing with the OLED, man, is I find that even the smallest like smear or anything like that, very noticeable compared to like my older IPS monitor. I sent you. Can I watch it after this game, Annie, or do I need to watch it right now? Speak now, forever hold your peace. The hell is this guy shooting at? Goofball. Cannon operator. You see that? Why did it look so weird? Smallest what? Sorry, like a smudge? Smudge or like, you know, spit globule or like, you know. Luna's been rubbing up against the monitor, so I think there's a little bit of slobber on there. But also, like, I'm not the perfect talker. There's a little bit of, you know. I get enthusiastic when I speak, you know what I mean? Not often, but it'll happen sometimes. Super Reds. So, yeah, with the OLED, I feel like I notice it way more than with the IPS. Like with the IPS monitor, I felt like I only really noticed it when you were like, you know those cutscenes where it goes white, it fades to white or whatever, or like it flashbangs you. I was like, oh, every time that happened, I was like, God damn it, dude. I need to clean my monitor. But with the OLED? Nah, I noticed it like when it like fades to black or just random situations. I think it's because it's like a semi-gloss coating, not a full matte, like the IPS was. Bum. Let's clean my OLED monitor weekly. Occasionally, like tiny bit, cough or sneeze. Exactly. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. I'm now noticing that. I've had it for about a week and a half now, and I'm like, yep. I definitely need to clean it more often. I definitely do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Octavius. Maple rubs his slob on the monitor.
Dropship! Hellbomb armed! Clear the area!
Huh?
Tagging map. Northeast. 100 meters.
Bot asset destroyed. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
I just realized that I installed my new hard drive, but I didn't partition it yet. I totally forgot to do that. My new, not hard drive. My new SSD. I didn't even partition it yet. It's just sitting there, doing nothing. But I am now full NVMe. I have no SATA drives anymore. I've fully transitioned away from SATA. Millionaire thing? Ah. Dude, SATA drives are just as expensive as fucking NVMe drives nowadays. Look at the angle. That's a lot of fuck. A lot of ass. Got him. I have one HDD, one SSD, and one NVMe. I probably still have an HDD if I was doing like mass storage, but I don't really do mass storage. I literally just play video games on this computer. I guess I occasionally download a YouTube video and then upload it, so from Accurate, so I guess there's that, but I mean, I don't hold on to that file. I'm full 1 terabyte NVMe times 4. Nice. I have a buying practice of like buying one SSD a year or one NVMe every 1 to 2 years. Usually when it's like Black Friday, Cyber Monday. I bought this one a little early just because a little bit of fear that like prices are gonna go up, and it was already on sale. It was like 30% off. 2 terabyte. It's a 2 terabyte. Gen 4 SSD from... Why am I forgetting the name? We were talking about it yesterday. Western Digital. Western Digital Black. It's the 7100. 3D NAND flash. So, good SSD, and it was very much on sale. Cheaper than Samsung offerings, so I was like, let's do it. I usually buy Samsung SSDs, but Samsung had that like firmware problem with one of their SSDs, and that kind of made me feel weird, so I wasn't super happy with that result. So I thought, fuck it, I'll go back to Western Digital. It's been a while. What's going on? It's say, yeah. When I won, they somehow fucked up logistics and sent me 2. Oh, I love that. I've had that happen with a couple things. I remember buying like a water bottle back in the day, got 2. Love those. Sometimes you just gotta like tell them. I find it happens a lot when you like say like, hey, I never got my package, and it like never said it arrived or anything like that. I'm like, where is it? They'll just send an extra one. Some are like that. Just to confirm, did you download the file I attached to the message or the one from the link? Oh, I got the one from the link. Wait, there's one in the message? I just see the GitHub thing. I just grabbed the GitHub link. I deleted it. Oh. Oh, my bad. Yeah. Yeah. My bad. I just grabbed that GitHub link. That's the first link that I saw, and I just grabbed that. Okay. Okay. I got the config. It is downloaded. What? Oh, see, that's that bug that I want them to fix that's been in the game since literally launch. If you reload, shoot, dive, it automatically reloads your weapon. Reload, dive, shoot, reloads it. As soon as you stop firing. It's very annoying. It's been in the game since launch. But now that I have a connection to devs, I want them to fix it. I'm making a concerted effort to mention it to them to hopefully fix it. Because it doesn't happen all the time, but when it does, it's very annoying. And I'm like fingers crossed that it's not like a massive issue that like it's like really hard to fix. Who knows? Not for real. Have a great stream. Much love, Margo. Thank you for checking in. Making sure I got the right one. Because I'm a doofus and I grabbed the wrong one. Yeah, exactly, Bondi. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm hoping they can get that fixed. Fingers crossed. Might have happened and never noticed. It probably has happened. You just didn't think about it. Like I'm putting money on it, Octavius. Like it's probably happened to everybody in chat here. At least once. At least once. You just never noticed. Or you're like, well, that's weird. And then never thought about it. Like why it happened. You're like, oh, did I accidentally hit reload? You know what I mean? Oh, did I hit that? You know, you're like questioning yourself. You're like, am I crazy? Or gaslighting yourself. What happened? So there's a bug, and it's been in the game since launch. Basically, if you know, shoot your weapon, reload. As soon as it's done reloading, dive, shoot. Sometimes, if you do that too close in succession, it will automatically reload your weapon after that. It like saves the reload input. It doesn't happen all the time. Like I tried to recreate it there and I was like, ah, fuck, can't do it. Like, oh, there, it did it right there. So like, it doesn't always do it. Like, so it's like maybe a little bit hard to recreate, but happens a lot on crossbow. Yeah. I have to reload it.
Requesting sentry.
I think I have just like started pacing my shots more, and that's why it happens to me a lot. Also, it happens to people like me that are chronic divers. People who dive a lot in this game will notice it more than a person that, like, you know, occasionally dives, you know? So. I've always been a chronic diver. You see me do it all the time. I almost spam it in some situations, so. No. Definitely bothers me a lot. That right there, that makes me question people who insist the laser cannon is amazing. Wait, what? Sorry, what's up? I don't understand. Are you like questioning like you don't think it's amazing, or are you questioning that like you agree with them that it's amazing? So TTK on a lot of enemies? Yeah. I mean, it's not that slow, but it's slow if you don't hit weak points. That's why I always say like you have to be accurate, but it's a weapon that has a terrible it has a terrible scope, so it's hard to be accurate with it. And then also when you fire it, it's kind of hard to tell because it's a laser weapon where exactly you're aiming with it all the time. Like it's a good weapon, it's just not like an S tier weapon. That's what I always try to liken it to. It's like, it's not terrible. It's rather good. It's a limited ammo. It's got an okay TTK on most things. It's accurate. Kind of snipe with it, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's why I bring the shield with it, Octavius. I always bring the shield when I bring the laser cannon because you have to be accurate with it. And you're often having to stand still as well because there's too much bounce in the laser while you're moving back and forth. And that bounce is enough to make it feel really bad. Yeah, also, spinny wheel thing does not help. They're really proud of it over at Arrowhead. They love their crosshairs. Like, they were telling me they love them, but, like, I was like, yeah, I get you love it, but can we please have some options to, like, make them more transparent or, you know, things like that? Like, I'll even disable it if we want to. They definitely looked at me very puzzled. They're like, why would you ever want to disable it? Unflinching not good enough? Unflinching is only medium armor. So... but the general tankiness goes down a lot, and if you go into that staring contest with a heavy devastator, they could just like 3-tap you in the head, so that would kind of suck. He nails Hulk's well without taking up backup slots, so it's alright by me, but I agree, most of it is not nuts, yeah. Like, the problem is that if a Hulk is walking towards you like this, it actually is like really annoying to hit them in the eye. It's the stationary Hulks that get absolutely, pun intended, lasered. But it's like the Scorcher Hulks, which are very annoying to deal with the laser, in my opinion. I've never enjoyed it a ton. Quasar does it better? Not if there's multiple. If there's multiple, the Quasar is worse. But obviously the Quasar is much better in a bunch of other ways, like destroying fabricators, actually doing something to a tank in the front, so on and so forth, right? That's why I always put the laser cannon like A tier or so in bots. I feel like it's quite accurate to that. it's like a B minus on bugs, and then on Illuminate, it's like a B plus, A minus, just because it's fairly good if you're accurate with it, but it's got a very slow TTK versus shields, unfortunately. If it's multiple, I think I'd just use like a stratagem or a combo. Fair. Fair. Should have magic arrow.
Requesting air support.
Is cannon hellbomb? Yeah. It is nice that it's like a good weapon to pair with, like, you know, a hellbomb backpack or, you know, stuff like that. This is a hot planet. Yeah, hot planets being a big negative to lasers. It's always the sad part as well for them. It's very odd that he kept climbing up. I kept expecting him to go down, not up. That's a little scary. What was that sound? Was that a duck? Is that man a goose?
Tagging map. West, 300 meters.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
I think except destroying fabricators, I like the laser cannon over Quasar. Oh, interesting. Okay. I prefer for like fabricators, turrets, tanks. I can actually do something to a factory strider, or at least damage it a decent amount. I do just prefer the Quasar in the vast majority of situations. Do you feel like playing bugs? I have a build with points for it. If you don't mind waiting, I like to keep playing against bots. I'm in the mood for it, which is rare. But I got you as soon as this MO is done.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
That's what the hell bomb is for. The fuck you trying to? Oh. My God, that was so hard to see that guy's eye there.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Oh God.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
DSS Eagle Strike trolling me. What is happening, man? He does sound like he sounds like he's quacking at me, dude. Well, epic ragdoll, dude. Epic ragdoll, dude. I don't know why we're still on this planet. kind of confused what's going on, but I mean, we're just killing, so we're just vibing. We ready to go? I think I reached a new kill count record. Mine was like 156 at the bot drop in the fortress. Just remember, Magic Carl. It's it's more than half that or it's less than half that amount because hell bombs are bugged. I'm sorry to be that guy. Number go bigger, I don't care. All right, fair enough. What I recommend is bring the Hellbomb backpack and then throw seeker grenades at the same time for number to go even bigger. That's like meta strats right there. Throw out 4 seeker grenades as the Hellbomb backpack goes off. Number go even bigger because seeker grenades are also bugged and they get multiple extra kills as well. Even though they're not actually killing anything. Serious question. Do the devs even know that they reverted by accident the changes a small rocket explosion? Well, we've told them enough times they better. I think it's just a more integral change that maybe it's not something they could just throw into a patch. I'm not sure why they haven't fixed it because we told them about it a long time ago. We told them about it in Stockholm and before that, right? So they've known about it. I'm guessing it's a larger change than like probably just busy with something. I don't know. Yeah, I guess it could just be that it's like a low priority and they'd rather work on other stuff. I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it's a bigger change. It's like you can only do this in a big patch. I don't know. I don't know if you know about this. What's wrong with the rockets? In the 60-day update, remember when they like decreased the size of the projectile and they decreased the explosion radius and stuff like that? They reverted that by accident in the Illuminate update. Because they were probably working on the Illuminate update for months prior and they didn't apply the 60-day update because it was like done a month prior. So they didn't apply all the changes that were in the 60-day update to the Illuminate update. So there's a bunch of things that were done in the 60-day update, but they actually ended up reverting. They didn't realize that. Did you meet their QA bug fixing team? No. But I have close contact with the lead QA dev now, Jojo. So honestly, I hadn't noticed. The biggest way to know that it's not working properly is gunships. When they made the change to the rockets, you could literally stand there and rockets could go off next to you from a gunship and you wouldn't get ragdolled. Like the explosion radius was reduced significantly, right? But now they miss a lot now because they've nerfed them so hard. But when they do land next to you, they do ragdoll you. So yeah. So I think it's one of those placebo things where some people just didn't realize it got actually reverted back, but it did. And that's why ragdoll is still quite tediously annoying. All right, Magic Carl, what is this? What you got for me? What you got for me? What you got for me? What is this? You're making me click. Number go bigger. Ah, number go bigger. We love number go bigger. Number go bigger.
Oh! Huh? Number go bigger!
Bigger.
Number go bigger! Number go bigger makes number go bigger! When number go bigger, number go bigger! A number go bigger makes number go bigger, makes number go bigger! When number go bigger, number go bigger! Number go bigger makes number go bigger, a number go bigger! A number go bigger!
Fucking cookie clicker reference.
Psst. Psst. Number go bigger.
Number go bigger.
When number go bigger, number go bigger! A number go bigger makes number go bigger!
I love video games. I'm a number go bigger kind of guy. All right, I love it. My brain gets an immense amount of dopamine when Numba Go Bigger. It does. I was playing Path of Exile yesterday. Numba Go Bigger is that game, dude. Numba Go Bigger. Enemies go smaller, my number go bigger. Why does it tickle the happy place when number go bigger? I don't know, dude. I don't know. It's extremely nice. It's extremely good feeling. It's very satisfying knowing that it's more impactful, you know? What I just listened to while doing stuff on the other monitor. It's a skit about number go bigger in video games. It's basically just a guy freaking out about and then doing a bunch of video game references of like number go bigger as a satisfying thing, you know? I can't imagine there will be a point where the player base is like truly unhappy with ragdolling. They're chipping away until like the servers shut down. It's ragdoll fatigue, right? That's what I always say. I've coined the term. It's mine. Ragdoll fatigue. Everybody will eventually get to ragdoll fatigue. It's what percentage of the population is feeling ragdoll fatigue. You know what I mean, Mid? And it's like slowly over time, people are feeling it and they're getting annoyed by it. I got to that point faster than most because I just fucking play this game so much. But some people get there slower than I do. Or they play so infrequently that they may not get to that. You can think of it like a bar filling up, but if you take a break from the game, it goes down again. But if you play the game enough, that bar fills up and you're just like, ah, dude, fucking A. Ragdoll. Now, some people's bars are quite smaller because they have less patience to it. Some people play out the games. You're like, any amount of CC in some games is like detrimental to the game and it's the worst game ever. You know those people. You know those people. Even though there needs to be some, we talked about yesterday, friction in a video game. It's just how much friction there is. Sometimes they apply too much fucking sandpaper to the gameplay and you're like, this is painful. Some people bars are smaller. It's not about size, Mabel. True. What have you nods? Is this a left turn moment? No. All right, Annie sent me something she wanted me to watch. I don't know what this is. I think it's this.
Terribly wrong. A grieving family is speaking out today after pallbearers fell into the grave while carrying the casket of their loved one in North Philadelphia.
The platform above
Please tell me they have video of it.
Collapsed right from under their feet. Action News reporter Chad Pradelli joins us now live from North Philadelphia.
This is
with
news.
Details. Chad.
Yeah, this scary incident happened Friday here at Green Mountain Cemetery. The family wants to know why it happened, whether it could have been prevented, and they also want an apology, and it was all captured on video.
Oh, fuck.
The pallbearers carried Benjamin Aviles.
All right, I'm already like a little sussed out that this guy's doing like the smallest fucking steps ever while walking around, right? Like he's already struggling to carry it. He's making me nervous. How heavy was this person in the casket? Look at them. Look at them walk around. They look like they're having like their. Wait, did it just like skip forward? Oh, it did. Oh god. Like, just look at them walking around. They look like they're having trouble, you know? There's a pretty heavy individual in there, you know?
The platform above the burial site collapses.
Oh my god!
Into the burial hole.
It was just a horrible incident that happened in
collapses, sending the men plunging into the burial hole.
Wait, that's actually gonna be scary. If that's like a very like chunky individual, like that casket's gotta be like heavy, you know?
Apology, and it was all captured.
Oh, dude, that's actually so bad.
The pallbearers carried Benjamin Aviles.
That's gotta be so painful. Is everybody okay? I don't know. I'm sure they'll say it. Man, I thought it was just like someone slipped. That looks terrible. Oh fuck.
It was just a horrible incident that happened in
yeah.
Aviles' stepdaughter, Maribel Rodriguez, says the men who fell into the hole all suffered injuries, mostly to their legs, hands, and back. Aviles' son...
Because, like, the guys at the front might have been, like, crushed by it. Oh, fuck.
The casket laid on top of him, and he
Damn.
was like a light. His face was in the mud.
She and her family blame Greenmount Cemetery and the Rodriguez Funeral Home for what she calls
Yeah, I'd be pissed.
subpar conditions for a burial.
Yeah, I'd be
Maribel
pissed.
Rodriguez says no relation to the funeral home.
The whole thing was trembling. It was like...
Now, okay, to be fair to the funeral home, there's 8 people carrying the casket, and it looks like they're struggling. It also looks like a plus-size casket. Is it just me? So, I mean, I can't blame the burial home that much. That's a fuckload of weight.
The whole thing was trembling. It was like wobbly. It was unstable. It was all wet and soaked.
Both the funeral home and cemetery had no comment to Action News. Today, some boards and broken wood can be seen at the burial plot, but Aviles is finally laid to rest.
I think that
He didn't look
should
that big in that
apologize.
picture.
I think that there should be some reimbursement involved, being that the ceremony was interrupted.
Yeah, I would expect a reimbursement. I think the funeral home should do that. But I wouldn't be that mad at the funeral home. Like, that's one of those situations where, like, that's a recipe for disaster. It looked like it's been raining a lot in that area. It's a very heavy individual. Like, yeah, I don't know. $5 is an old picture? Possibly. Yeah, I feel pretty bad about that, though. I thought it was like someone just slipped in. You know, like one dude slipped in before the casket went in. Didn't crush him or anything like that, but no, that's really bad. Like, people actually got properly hurt there. Like, that would have been funny. Exactly. That would have been funny. I thought we were going to watch a dude just fall into the thing as a joke and be funny. But no, I feel bad now. That's terrible. That's terrible. When your business is put man in ground, expect to be proper. Yeah. Yeah, you would hope that they would have been more prepared for something like that. For sure, Blondie. But at the same time, like, it's kind of like a recipe for disaster, right? Like I said, like, super wet ground, very heavy individual, and the pallbearers were also pretty big. They're not, like, small men. 8 of them? Like, every pallbearer usually I see is, like, six people. You know? I feel like 6 is a pretty average number I see a lot of the time. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I've seen 6 a lot. Maybe in the States it's average of 8. I don't know. I don't live in the States. At least in Canada, it's usually 6. I've seen 4 a couple times for, like, smaller individuals. So, I don't know. I can't be too angry at the burial place. 4 for kids, yeah. That's crazy. Eight for Redditors. Fuck. Fucking 4 for Redditors, man. Is Annie there, or is she working on her wardrobe? Annie! Annie, you there? I don't think she's there.
History will remember your deeds this day.
History will remember your deeds. Dude, I think this is the longest I've ever gone with just English voices. Normally you guys are like on top of that, you know? You guys are like really fast to swap it up. Kind of impressed. How did my teammate just die already? I fell asleep. We watched the video, Annie. That was fucked up. We were prepared for it to be funny. That's pretty fucked up. That's gotta be Terrible. Keep it English, please. Is that to keep it English, Factory? What's a more freedom-oriented language than American? I guess the French. The French absolutely love freedom. To the point where they'll start using a fucking guillotine. The Americans, instead of a guillotine, they just tariff you.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying helldiver to combat zone.
My friends have recently died. They already had chosen like cremation instead of coffins. They earned it. Oh, fuck off. I can't believe that comment. That's a wild comment. I would never want to be in their shoes. Yeah, that's a terrible. Dude, this like double pod thing. I feel like I see it so often in the bot missions. It's kind of crazy. I feel like I never see it on bugs. Oh, it's a weird hitbox, I guess. Yep, super weird hitbox there. I'm just like flipping over these mines, man. Alright, my aim sucks. Did you just die? Doing hiding back there. Get so damn lost in these cities. Yeah, if only we had GPS. Ha 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 ha, good one. Ha 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 ha, good one. Thanks, man. I thought that was pretty good. I'm glad you enjoyed. We should probably take it with that. I don't know why they put such bad wood there. Well, so it looked like it was like 3 things all at once, Annie. It looked like they're reusing wood to make the platforms, right? And eventually that would wear out, right? Like it's a resource that does that, right? The second part, it looks like, is that it was a very wet, like, while. You know? It's been wet for a while there, so the ground is like absolutely soaked, so like the ground in general would just give out. Right? Very unstable soil, exactly. And then the last point, it seems to be that I missed. No fucking way. I must have missed. The last point is, it looked like a pretty heavy individual. There was 8 pole bearers. 8. And the pole bearers were also, like, kind of struggling. And they were not exactly, like, small individuals themselves. So, it's kind of like a lot of bad all at the same time. Like, it's a series of unfortunate events. Like, if it was a dry day and it's been dry for a while, that exact same situation probably would not have happened. But it was kind of like bad wood, heavy individual, super wet. That's just unlucky. But anyways, they should get reimbursed at least some amount, for having to go through that. Like, because at the end of the day, it's all in the funeral home. Even with all those things happening, they should have done better, right? Ah, shit. That casket could have killed the person underneath. Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a big casket. It sounded like someone got knocked unconscious because of it.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support. Democracy's on its way. 200 meters.
I always forget about this one.
Requesting air support.
What? Wait, he's already on fire. How did that not kill him? Did it deflect? It might have deflected.
Orbital inbound. Delivering payload.
What? What's that bounce? Bruh. Is that under right?
Requesting sentry. Bot fabricator. Southeast. 50 meters. Objective located. Southeast. 100 meters. I'll take it. Bot outpost spotted.
Wait, did I not finish it? Which fabricator am I missing? So 4. We can only count to 4. We can only count to 4. Oh, it's that one, right in the middle. Fuck. I have not seen a message, Annie. I'll check after stream, though. I checked yesterday after stream and I didn't see anything. But shouldn't it, like, automatically do it? Anyone on YouTube? Can you check the monetization side of the stream? And are you allowed to gift subs now? Or, like, memberships, I should say. RNG is not a thing, Maple. You have skill issues. Oh, really? Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Nope. Alright. Yeah, so, they just haven't finished, Danny. Oh, not paying attention. Not paying attention. Not paying attention. No, give them memberships yet. Okay. Unfortunate. What do YouTube support? Annie actually contacted YouTube support while we were talking about it. She helped us out. It sounds like YouTube support tried to... I don't think they understood what she was saying, but I think it's AI. Eventually they said, we'll just enable it on your account.
Mission is progressing. Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply.
So, Annie went above and beyond in contact support, so hopefully we get gifted subs. Now, I do have a worry that all they're going to do is automatically enable that I can be gifted subs. And they didn't understand about allowing gifted subs on the YouTube channel. I didn't check if Annie, like, made sure that they knew the difference. But we'll see. So, we'll see. That's my worry too. Yeah, because I saw... Because because Annie sent me a bunch of the responses, and a lot of the responses were like, hey, this is how you enable gifting subs, but it's like, it's gifting subs, like, so people can give subs to you as, like, a regular person, not gifting subs as, like, you as a channel, right? The AI obviously did not know, and it was just kind of, like, saying shit. So I'm hoping that, like, a real person gets a hold of it and then knows what the problem is here. Because obviously this is a very weird situation, right? So, and it's not your, we're not blaming you or anything like that. We're just saying, like, I hope they understand what the problem is. Christ, DSS, relax. Yeah, for sure, Annie. I'm hoping that real person understands, and it's not like the worst possible scenario I can think of is like the AI abbreviates, you know, what they think is wrong, and then they just help us enable gifting so people can gift to us, but like other channels, right? And they don't understand because the AI abbreviated wrong. Does that make sense, Annie? That's what I'm worried about, is that I know they're going to send it to a real person. I get that. But depending on their workflow, the AI might be the one informing them what they need to do rather than them actually reading through your comments and telling them what's wrong. So you communicate with them later? Yeah, hopefully they get back to me and I can tell them exactly what's wrong. So, we'll see. Because it's definitely a very odd situation. Like, I would assume that they probably have never seen this before. But we can check right now. Something's really going on. Let me check.
Reinforcements have been launched. Mission map updated.
I got news. I can't tell you a lot, but FBC Firebreak has reached out to me. That's cool. Nice. I was excited to play that game. I can't tell you any details, but they've reached out to me. Ooh. Well, I'm happy to read my email, though. But no, I have not received an email from Google. That's cool. You guys don't know, that's the new cooperative game coming out from Remedy, based on Control. They've reached out. That's cool. What's that? It's a new cooperative game. I'll tell you about it later, Annie. I can give you details. I just can't say it on stream publicly. Bro's reading an email in the middle of level 10 Helldive. Yeah, we're fine. Everything's fine. It was safe. We were waiting on that thing anyways. It's fine. Everything's fine. Yeah, it's cool. I was really excited to play with that. Play that game. So I'm really happy to see they're reaching out. Played Ready or Not? No, I have not. I've watched people play Ready or Not, but I've personally not jumped into it. Did the AC always stagger, or is this a recent patch? The AC now staggers way more versus like Hulks and Devastators, or sorry, Hulks and Chargers. That was something they added in the Illuminate update. Nick, that's what happened. The Illuminate update, so like 4 months ago or whatever it was, 5 months ago. In real life, I had played Ready or Not. Nice. For those wondering what FPC Firebreak is, though, I can show you. It's that quirky game from Remedy. Probably this one. It's the first person, 3-player co-op. Like, there's gonna be builds and some amount of progression. It's not gonna be full live service, though. And it's based on the Control series. If you've ever played Control, highly recommend. So you're in the old house.
We've had reports of rogue sticky notes replicating across this sector.
It was pretty cool. Pips also wants to play with me, so... So, it's cool. Some like cool like rocket jump type stuff, and it looks fun. It looks fun. I'm looking forward to seeing how the game is.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
I would love Control 2. Same. Control 1 was a fantastic game. The gameplay got a little samey by the end of it, but I absolutely enjoyed the story, the art direction. It played well. Like, it was awesome. Great game. So, Payday, but with zombies? Yeah, kind of. It actually reminds me a lot of Destiny Strikes, I guess. Like, it'll be like a narrative, like, single, like, probably not branching paths, and then with a boss at the end, it seems like, and there's just gonna be a bunch of those missions, which is cool. Which is cool.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Did not care that much about gameplay as long as like it's not annoying. The story was great. Yeah. I'm a big gameplay person though, so the Control gameplay eventually got a little meh for me, but it's all good. It's all good. What the hell am I listening to? Just about to do something and now I forgot what I was doing. They announced that Control 2 some time ago. Oh, did they? Oh, I didn't even know that, Exo. That's cool. I'm hoping FBC Firebreak is kind of like that in between. And then, you know, the next game they work on is Control 2. That'd be very cool.
Your fellow helldivers destroyer has left squadron.
What is this song? Oh, the real world. Yeah. It's, Control was a fantastic narrative experience. It's like one of the few games where I actually read every little piece of, like, note in the game. Do you know what I mean? Like, I rarely do that where I read every note. Like, I used to do that when I was younger when I played Bethesda games. I don't do it as much anymore because I feel like a lot of the stuff that they put is, like, bad or just, like, AI generated or just, like, poorly written. But, dude, in Control, I actually read every document just because I wanted to learn so much about the world. And it felt so mysterious in the way they laid it out that I wanted to figure it out. It was so cool. So, yeah, I absolutely love Control, and I would highly recommend it. I think it's on Game Pass. I think it's regularly given out for free on, like, Epic Game Store as well. I think I got it for free out in the Epic Game Store, and I played it, and I absolutely adored it. So, yeah. Great game. Highly recommend. Fantastic. Fantastic. Never played it. Would recommend. Like, I own... What's it called? I own Alan Wake 2. I still haven't even played that. I own it, but I just haven't played it. I'm like less interested in playing Alan Wake 2. Even though I'm sure I will like it. The gameplay is a lot slower paced. It's a lot different. I'm normally not an over-the-shoulder, like, survival game kind of guy. Like Resident Evil. Didn't really play the Resident Evil games all that much. I watched people play them, but I really got into it myself. That's where Control I really enjoyed. It's super cheap on Steam sales. Yeah. What's up, Annie? What's going on? I don't know why I'm trying to ready up. What am I doing? Nice song, by the way, Swizzy. Subnautica? Yeah, Subnautica is another one of those. Like, highly recommend if you've never played it. Goes on sale a ton, and it's free on Epic a lot. Like, I think I've seen it go free on Epic Games, like, 5 times or something like that. It goes free on Epic Game Stores a lot. You tried Silent Hill 2? No, but I watched a friend play it all the way through. Sherway Gardens has a good chicken frog. I don't know. What's a fall? I don't know what that is. A what? I'm too poor to understand that statement, Annie. Subnautica is extremely good. Yeah, I'm assuming that's what you mean by submarine. Yeah, I'm excited for Subnautica too. We'll see how it goes. Maybe we'll play it on stream. I get the impression because it's co-op, I'll probably be playing it with Annie, but maybe I'll do like an online playthrough and an offline playthrough. We'll see. I don't know. I'll talk to Annie about it.
Northeast, 200 meters. Calling down a support weapon.
Hope it's better than Below Zero. I stopped playing Below Zero about like 75% of the way through.
Calling down fortifications.
Like, yeah, I think I was about 75% of the way through the game and I just stopped playing. I kind of felt like I did everything and I got kind of... the out of water section, I think, really ruined it for me. I think the pacing on that just sucked. Look, I don't even know what the ending of Below Zero is. I never looked it up. I probably should. Nah. Blocker got it. Do you know a way to get around the pseudo charge on EATs? Pull it out first and then put it back away. If I remember correct, or that used to work. I don't know if it's still the case. It's been a while since I used EATs and done that. Usually it doesn't bother me enough, so I don't normally do it. But I'm fairly certain if you deploy the EAT, then put it away, and then the next time you bring it out, it will not do the full deploy animation. It'll do it faster. I'm fairly certain about that. We can test that after this, though. I'd love to know if it's still in the game. Because it's something that I used to do when EATs were meta, but now I don't use EATs that often, and when I do, I typically don't do it. Remember being very invested in God of War. Watched all the videos about it. Never had a PlayStation to play it, though. God of War is a very awesome story. Dude, it just missed. It missed it by a millimeter. What was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh yeah. Have you played any of the PC releases, Swizzy? Now that they've come to PC? Or are you just talking about like the old PlayStation games? Like God of War 1 to 3? I don't count Below Zero as Subnautica. I mean, I'll count it as Subnautica, but it's like Subnautica 1.5 or Subnautica DLC, right? YouTube did reply? Where? I didn't see this. Which email is this, Annie? Complete review of your membership levels. And setting the lowest membership below 5 USD currently. The lowest, which converts to approximately $5.99. So, are they saying that you can't give subs on YouTube if they're more than 5 USD? Is that what they're insinuating, Annie? I mean, you need 3 levels? No, they never said that. They never said that, Annie. We'll eventually get 3 levels. But, like... But, like, I think that's what they're insinuating, is that you need to... Alright, chat, I'm gonna show chat in a second, and then chat can help me decipher this. Oh, god damn it. Hope you're having a good day. Consult team has completed the review of your membership levels to assure broader accessibility and in alignment with the platform guidelines. We recommend setting the lowest membership below 5 USD. They never said that, by the way, when we were making it. Currently, we see the lowest is $6.99, which is approximately $6 USD. Second. Jesus. Ragdoll, 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 ragdoll. Hey, still more ragdoll. Have you had enough ragdoll? No! Still more ragdoll. Okay. Kindly adjust your membership levels accordingly. If you encounter any challenges while making these changes, please don't hesitate in the future. I don't know exactly what Annie told them, but are they stating that, like, that's why we can't gift, people can't gift memberships? Like, they don't say that, but that's why we sent, I sent you everything? I don't know. We'll give that a try. I can adjust the prices. It just seems very odd that they would write it like that. Maybe I have to go back and read what Annie essentially said to them, because maybe they're just misunderstanding our problem, and then they're just replying with some random problem. I don't know. I'm annoyed with them. Yeah, I guess just reiterate the fact that, like, yeah, I mean, Annie, I wanted to. You've taken this and started doing this. If you're getting upset, stop doing it. I'll do it. Annie, I'll do it. I appreciate you doing it. It's okay. If you're getting upset, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yep, it's fine, Annie. What email did they send this email on? I did not see the email. Cloud sent it to me, my email? Ah, okay, that's why. All right. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I wanted to get the email, so you don't have to worry about it. YouTube has the worst bots. It sounds like it. Dumbo bots. Dumbo bots. Because I think what we were worried about came true. The quote-unquote consultant team is the real people. And the real people misunderstood what the bot thought we wanted help with, I think. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly. You'll have to go through all the hoops again. It's fine. I can do it. Well, first I'm gonna turn down the the price and see if that does it. And the bot just stupid. That's the first thing I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn it down because I'm just curious. I think you should do tier 3. I will. I didn't have a good reason to do it, but I'll just add it and do it like the reason to buy it. Flex. ChatGPT is smarter. Google's bot is bad. Looks like you're gonna see me. Did you ever upload the tier list? Not yet. Still need to upload that. Gotta see if Accurate already has it done or not. I can message him right now and see. Ooh. Come on. Ow. Jeez, another patrol. Right, bell kills me here. Oh, we got lucky. Just another patrol. And then another patrol. And then another patrol. Guess what? Another patrol. There's a ton of patrols. I think we're just far enough away from that fabricator complex that we're just getting patrols spawning from it constantly. Why the hell does Misty have to stomp on my stomach? Luna does the same thing. They do it for like attention, but also like, you know, it's a level of affection going on. She doesn't hate you. She loves you. Did I not get the cannon tower? I can't tell if I killed it or not. I can't see. That's not good. Damn, how many factory charges just spawned? I can't see that one. Hopefully he can't shoot through the body. I say that and then he's gonna do it. Can't see that one. He's not looking at me for some reason. Okay. Wait, that guy's still alive? He hasn't made any noise. Oh, I just keep getting pushed out of cover. I love Ragdoll. I love it. Did someone else grab the SSD? Oh, did it just respawn? Oh, fuck. It might have respawned. Maybe it thought it was inaccessible. I'm trying to see if, like, sometimes it doesn't actually respawn and it's still on the ground. Yeah, I think it respawned. That's definitely a bug that I hope they fix. Unfortunate. It has something to do with, I think, like, if they believe, if the game believes the box is inaccessible, it'll respawn at the spot where it where it originally spawned. To stop you from, like, soft locking, but it is what it is.
Calling down a support weapon.
Did someone grab it? Yeah, I mean, we got that guy ran over there and grabbed it.
Requesting orbital strike.
While I do that, I'll do the fabricators. Is this the annoying one? Yeah, it's the annoying one. Man, why are all the mega bases today the annoying one? Just keeps happening. I should probably sit farther back with my AT. No point in running that far forward. Just get knocked over. Ooh, a spear. That's already done. That's already done. The last one's just on the opposite side. Just checking if any more news about Control 2. Found Control 2 has been finalized, the production readiness stage, and entered full production after the end of the 4th quarter in 2025. Wait, at the end of the 4th quarter in February 2025. That doesn't make any sense. February's in the 1st quarter. What? Project was verified. Philosophy of asset creation. Established pipelines and is ready for scaling. I love how, like, game developer jargon half that is. Fiscal year thing? Yeah, I'm guessing, but that doesn't... The way that's worded is like... It's like AI... Ah, it's so fucking annoying. It's like AI generated. It's weird. AI article? Yeah, I don't know. Because, yeah, no, that makes sense that they announced it in February, but they actually started production in Q4, but that just seems super weird the way it's written. Oh my god. Sometimes I wish the DCS did not have so much stagger versus bots like that. When you're shooting at a Devastator like that, and they're just flinching all over the place, so it actually makes it harder for you to kill them. And if they didn't flinch, it would just be easier for you to kill them. Damn. The amount of patrols right now is kind of insane. It's one of those high intensity missions. Surprised we're already on Weezin? I'm not too surprised. The last couple planets have been like 50% of the player population or so, so been working pretty fast, and we've had the DSS there the whole time. Good percentage of the player population is getting behind the upgrade. It's not a filler MO, so people are actually interested in participating. God. Fucking turrets, man. Oh, I'm shooting at the wrong thing. I'm shooting at a tank. Just look identical. Oh my god, he also has that? And you really should try to get some more sleep. I didn't know you were trying to sleep. I feel bad. A boy very needy. No, I just want... Annie. I was just trying to get back to you because you were so excited to show me that clip. I didn't know you went to bed. You didn't say anything. I didn't know. I thought you wanted me to tell you when I watched the clip. But now I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. I'll be fine. If there's anyone that can go without sleep, it's Annie. She finds energy out of nowhere, I swear. People at work won't be fine. Don't be an elitist? No, she's not gonna be an elitist. She's gonna be a boss. I gotta be friendly for the first 3 months. I love that Annie has like a timetable for how long she has to be friendly. We good? Gotta wait for them to be attached. Yeah, they don't want to replace you. Bad ragdoll. Oh god. Too close. Eagle. Don't kill me! People drank my almond milk at work? Ooh. I think anyone would be annoyed by that. Whoa, where the hell did these guys come from? Why are you taking almond milk to work? I was in my almond milk coffee era. You never use a Dominator for bots? Not really, not very much. I use it more for bugs or Illuminate. I tend to like precision a little more, and Dominator is not exactly a precision weapon. Not to say it's bad, it's fantastic. Easily S tier. But bots. The sheer amount of stagger and upfront damage is great. This new mofo at our lab. Great way to start this. Legit shat in the shower and acted like it wasn't him when we had entry logs. Ew. Well, I understand why you called him a mofo now. That's disgusting. I've enjoyed Tenderizer against bots after you said it was good. Tenderizer, Senator, recalls. Nice. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Tenderizer's fun. Gotta hit your shots sometimes, for sure, but it's a fun weapon. It's good. The walking legs. Man put a log in the shower. Logs. That's fucked up. And take positions badass when you have a position for it. It is disgustingly good.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldiver.
This is a massive bot drop. Oh my god, they didn't miss. What's up, Annie? You okay? I sent you look? What am I looking at? Is this your name, Annie? If no, then why are you drinking my milk? Annie's milk. Damn, Annie's even got that like fancy stylistic writing. You can tell that she practices her writing. You can tell. You can tell. I've actually never seen Annie's handwriting, so. Yeah, the dot over the eye. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Very stylistic. Very Annie. Annie's gonna be the person who writes the hieroglyphs for us, you know? So. It's not the cost, it's the absolute disrespect. It is. I would agree with that. It's absolute disrespect. Like, not even, like, asking, you know? Like, hey, do you mind? If my name is Annie, am I good to grab it? Ooh. I mean, there might be a loophole there, you know? It was probably Big Dairy. They were trying to get rid of all the almond milk in the office.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
What the fuck, Exo? There's no way. Talking about a monkey. Did you guys finish Split Fiction? No. We actually haven't played any Split Fiction since the first day. I'll be honest, I keep forgetting about it. We've been enjoying Enshrouded so much that we've just been stuck in that. Me and Annie have been playing a lot of Enshrouded on our days off. Okay, here's my vent moment again. Okay, everybody, prepare. So I used to bake a lot and used to like bring goods to work. Okay, that's nice of you. Bake goods, bring to work. That's nice. I used to do similar. Everybody liked it. Baked goods, pretty good. Okay, yeah. This one hoe, I know she hated me. Oh no. Oh no. And he's dropping the tea. Oh shit. She was like, meh. She took a bite out of my baked goods. And every fucking time she was like either meh. It's alright. Dude, women are hilarious. I would just be like, all right, whatever, Carl. Shut up, Carl. We hear Annie's over here like, this bitch. I hate this bitch.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Like, dude, bro, I know my baked goods are be good. And Annie's poor ego is crushed. Oh no. Annie, she's doing it to piss you off, and she's winning by like letting just don't like. She's obviously doing it to piss you off, right? But you're letting her get under your skin. Don't do it. Don't let her. Don't let her. You win these, honey. Don't let her. Oh, he ate. God damn it! I totally forgot. Fuck. Cellulite face. Oh my god. Annie is just taking out the knives. She's cutting this bitch up. You do not crush Annie's ego.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Oh my god, she also brought baked goods. This drama goes so much deeper. Baked bads, yeah. More like it. Dude, this drama, man. So there's a rivalry between Annie and this lady because they're like both baking goods, and it's like, which one's better? Did you say meh in return? Yeah, Annie, how did you reply to their baked goods? That is a fantastic question. I made a face? What does that mean? Would you like pretend to puke or something? What does I made a face mean? She didn't bake anything. Oh, she's just doing store-bought? Oh, drama. Drama. Cellulite face naked. What the hell did you just say? Was that even English? To all the people out there, if you don't tie your trash bags, you're a lazy piece of shit. There's people who don't tie their trash bags. I've honestly never seen that.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements. Automaton output. Scrap.
God damn it, dude. We got him. Holy shit. Oh my god. I didn't get that off then. I didn't have 100 meters. That's weird.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying helldiver to combat zone.
200 meters.
Show the gifts?
Requesting fortification.
I don't understand. What am I? Why am I showing this to them? The face is when she baked. Oh, it's basically like an unimpressed face, and then the other one's like forcing it down. The trash company didn't even get the trucks. Why would I tie my bags? What? Well, we found someone who doesn't tie their bags. I mean, you tie your bags so it doesn't make a mess, and you know, yeah, it doesn't like dirty up the entire street when it does. Just throw that shit in the bin and go. Well, we found that dude. We live in a society, that's for sure. Doesn't think about the raccoons or the coyotes or... Eh, fuck it. Mess? Eh, someone else's job. Yeah, fuck all my neighbors. Who cares? As they all care. Fuck them. Fuck bitches. I love how you saying that, but like we would all hate you if you were our neighbor. So, yeah. But hey, all power to you. Enjoy. If you enjoy being hated, that's all. Great. That's great. If you get off on that, I'm happy to hear it. No king shaming here. Some people just have that like Gen Z like troll culture in them, but IRL. Yeah. It's the pettiness. They live off of it. Well, their own pettiness. As long as you return your shopping trolley. Nah, this is the kind of man that probably does not return their shopping trolley. Probably gets a giggle out of it whenever it bumps into someone's car. Nah, I'm just gonna return this. Then come back. Literally cringe. Yeah, it is what it is. Some people just do be cringe, dude.
Objective complete.
Luckily, there aren't many of them. Maybe Darwinism will help out. We're a Legion. Luckily, I've never met one of you guys, so that's great. Maybe it's an American thing. I don't know. Because I get American vibes up and down on you. Canada? There's no way. I hope not. I absolutely hope not. BC? Oh, Jesus. Giving everybody a bad rep. Yikes. I almost had like an urge to just ban him. You know what I mean? Like, just... You know what I mean? I'm just like, dude, I don't even want to deal with this person. I had that, like, urge for a second. I was like, oh, man. I almost did it, dude. Make a poll for democracy. I mean, you're all just gonna fucking vote to ban them. There's no chance. Sketchy people in BC. Damn, Annie. Alright, relax.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo, James, thank you so much for the 2 months. It's the main gun you're using, like when primary? It's the Diligence Counter Sniper. Ooh, that's lucky. Thanks, Reese.
Calling down a sentry. Dropping a pin. Northeast, 300 meters.
A little too low. Assuming they're gonna come over here. I'm here for the YouTube stream. Where's this cocksucker? Tie your bags, dipshit. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. I love that we can all rally behind the asshole, you know? Pitchforks out and everything. I fucking love that. It brings us together, you know? There's a togetherness in that. Jesus Christ. He must be trolling, he might be, I don't know. Ape stronger together.
Heavy. South. 50 meters.
Napping on the job. I call that, you know, posting up. Like over here. This music sounds like Red Alert. Red Alert, it is. You were actually spot on. It is Red Alert.
Orbital strike incoming. Tagging map. Southeast. 300 meters. Southwest. Sending in an eagle.
Is there an invisible diver? I was like, yeah, okay. I was like, dude, what? Who the hell just threw that? It's like someone's got some crazy. As on Twitch, so I was wondering why I was getting flashbacks the early days. Yeah, it's red alert. You were spot on. If you're ever wondering, you can always do S benchmark song in the chat on Twitch. Is there another one? Cool thing. No worries. You guys need samples? No. They will be absolutely fine. 16 seconds, then we'll throw a walking brush on that.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
I'm just thinking about like playing FVC Firebreak. I'm very excited to try that game out. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. They said it's not going to be live service though, so that's both a good thing and a bad thing. Good thing and a bad thing. I don't know if it's more good or more bad. What do you think, chat? You hear that? Back with lunch. Welcome back. What'd you get for lunch? Like, live services to me can be very well done. And like a good example would be like Helldivers. Or they can start off good and then deteriorate into bad. Destiny is kind of an example of that, where it's like constantly going up and down. Sometimes it's doing very well, sometimes it's doing very bad. And then some games are just like, they're abysmally bad. Where they're just like, what even is this as a live service game? Like, it's just, the game comes out, it's completely broken, and their idea of a live service game is just to fix it post-release, you know? And so it takes 3 years before it can actually start as a live service game. What sounds like with FBC Firebreak is that it's a full release, and then there will be like no post-release content, which is good, but I feel like for that game style, I don't know if it's going to be great. It's a 3-player co-op game. But how are you going to convince me to log back in, right? Or is it just like a one and done kind of thing? Complete the progression and then you're done with it. Jesus, who is firing rockets at me? Bread, a German thing called Leberkäse. I don't know how to pronounce that. Leberkäse. And tomatoes. That sounds like a very plain lunch. Oh, it's got like, oh, it's like more than that. Okay, it's like bread and meat and stuff. Okay. Filling of like a fine sausage and baked tray outside of... Okay, that sounds amazing. All right. The way you described it, it was like, man got bread and he got a tomato. I'm picturing a man with a loaf and a tomato in his hand, chomping on the tomato. Eating the tomato like it's a fruit. Okay, that's cool. That sounds yummy. Wonder progression will be retroactive, like the player levels. Taylor, I highly doubt they would all of a sudden change their philosophy on that, so I suspect that it'll be retroactive. I don't know, Left 4 Dead and Left 4 Dead 2 stayed relevant for quite a long time without live service. I feel like that's like find me another example of that, basically. Find me another example of that, but it has no PvP. Left 4 Dead stayed alive because of PvP and modding. Right? Find me another game that has no PvP, the online service that stayed alive. And I mean like properly alive, not like a couple hundred people. Because like that's the kind of game that you're going to log into, and if there aren't people playing, you might be playing solo, and it's not designed to be played solo, right? I don't think I could be honest, and that's why I challenged you. It's like Left 4 Dead is kind of like a unicorn, where it was just such a good fucking game, and it had like PvP in it that was really good, and then obviously a lot of mod support that like it's just stayed alive, and it's like timeless, right? It's done such a good job. Does DRG count? No, because it gets regular updates. It's semi live service because it does seasonal stuff. It does content over time. They're adding to it. You know, this game will supposedly not be getting added to, right? You know what I mean? So it's a co-op shooter where you kind of have to play with 3 players. Maybe you could play solo, but I don't think that's like the intent of the game, right? Like you're kind of playing it wrong if you play solo. It's kind of like playing Left 4 Dead solo. It doesn't feel right. You can do it, but it doesn't feel right. It feels like you're playing it wrong. Or Space Marines 2, it kind of feels like you're playing it wrong to some extent. Yeah, I don't think Helldivers will ever receive PvP. They seem very clear on the fact that they were not looking to make this game PvP, which I respect. Well, it's definitely on the slower side of live service. It is 100% on the slower side, but they do a like seasonal event, and they regularly add content to it, right? That is free as well, but then they have like cosmetic content that comes out alongside. V Rising is similar to Deep Rock Galactic. V Rising and Deep Rock Galactic do the same thing, where they essentially do a yearly update that adds a lot to the game, but it's free. But then they sell you a bunch of cosmetics on the Steam store. V Rising does the same thing. And then there's some seasonal, like, stuff. Monster Hunter games also. Would Borderlands 2 be a good candidate? I'm trying to think of anything else that's similar to Left 4 Dead. I think Borderlands is closer. But Borderlands had a lot of post-release content, right? There's a lot of DLC for Borderlands 2. But it is impressive that it's still alive, but I think that's just because the later iterations about Borderlands are not as strong. Rather than, like, Borderlands 2 has some, like, crazy gameplay loop. You know? Fingers crossed for Borderlands 4. We'll be checking it out. Fingers crossed. I saw, what was it? Baru was talking about his cope is that Borderlands 3 went exclusive on Epic Games and just like it's gonna pave the way for Borderlands 4. Because going from Borderlands 2 to 3, there's a big iteration change on like gameplay mechanics and stuff like that. But now they have all that set, they can just content dump us in Borderlands 4. And there's gonna be a crazy amount of content. It's gonna be good. And they refined it in Borderlands 3. So Borderlands 3 was a wet fart, so Borderlands 4 could be a loud banger, you know what I mean? I don't know what that analogy was. Borderlands 3 was fun. It is. If you have not played Borderlands 3 now, it's a hell of a lot better than it was at release. I played it last year with friends. We went through all the content in the game from zero. It was very fun. It was very fun. I had a good time. I'd easily put Borderlands 3 in like the 8 out of 10 place now. Right? Like, I think it's an 8 out of 10 game. I still think the story in the base game is dog shit. But everything else outside the story is actually really good. But most Borderlands games are like that. The majority of Borderlands games are like that. Borderlands 2 is the exception. The DLC, though, for Borderlands 3 is quite good. I would recommend. Okay, so... Wait. Is that bread or is it meat? I'm so confused right now. What am I looking at? It's like an AI generated picture of like you told ChatGPT to like put like bread and meat together and this is what it came out with. It literally is meatloaf. Like I've seen meatloaf before. I've never seen meatloaf that looks like this. This does look absolutely delicious. With like a spread, especially like some kind of like spicy spread, I would go crazy on this. This looks delicious. It's literally meatloaf. That's sick. Mustard, a good German, like kind of spicy mustard. Sometimes sweet. I wouldn't do sweet, I'd do spicy. I'm a spicy enjoyer, but do that. This looks awesome. This looks awesome. Back to PvE conversation. Mass Effect multiplayer. Mass Effect 2... or is it Mass Effect 3 that had the multiplayer? I can't remember. Mass Effect multiplayer was quite strong. But it eventually died out, right? And I think the same thing's going to happen with Firebreak, right? And that's my worry about... because like live service games, they iterate on the game and they keep adding to it to keep people around so you can keep coming back to the game and keep playing it. Or you could pick it up at a later date and the multiplayer is still alive. Right? So, because like eventually Mass Effect 3, you stopped being able to get lobbies, right? Or you had to like organize it with friends. You know? So, yeah, this looks great, by the way. I would 100% eat this. Germans, good job. Good job, Germans. I gotta try that. It's literally meatloaf. It looks amazing. People are very forgiving when it comes to Borderlands 2 story compared to Borderlands 3. All because of Handsome Jack. He carried that game. He did. If you remove Handsome Jack and you replace him with another villain, it's not that good of a story. It really isn't. It's whatever. And also, there's a lot of problems with Borderlands 2's gameplay and balance. So a lot of it is nostalgic. It's a lot of people's first Borderlands game because Borderlands 1 wasn't that popular. Right? I played Borderlands 1. I liked it a lot. Right? But it was the first good Borderlands game, so people are very nostalgic to Borderlands 2. It's a great game, but there's a lot of flaws, and people are way more critical of later Borderlands games because that's a very popular topic nowadays for video games, is to critique. Like, I'm sure you've seen it on YouTube. There's, like, video essays for every fucking game under the sun, how to critique a game. So there's definitely a heavier critique essence, and people don't critique Borderlands 2 nearly as much as they critique like more modern games, right? So there's like a nostalgic umbrella over a lot of games, and Borderlands 2 is kind of one of them. I fucking love Borderlands and Borderlands 2, but like, it's not perfect. Roland and Bloodwing's deaths are iconic. They are. They are iconic parts of the story. But there's a lot of parts of a Borderlands 2 story where I'm just like, what exactly are we doing right now? Oh, Handsome Jack's talking? Sick. What up, Thick? Thick is the Borderlands guy, so I'm not surprised he's here. Hi, Thick. Thick, what's your code for Borderlands 4? Baru was saying, I don't know if you heard it, but Baru was saying that Borderlands 3 failed, so Borderlands 4 could succeed. You know, it went exclusive on Epic. It was like the new iteration of Borderlands games. You know, they improved so much of Borderlands 3 that Borderlands 4 could get better. It's gonna be straight ass. Oh my god. Dude. Okay, Thick. Thick's like me with Destiny. I feel that same way about Destiny. Maybe not that far, but yeah. I'm burned on Destiny. Thick was the Borderlands 3 guy. He is. He still is in my heart. Can't be disappointed with no expectations. As long as they come in at like Borderlands 3, like where it ended up, I'll be happy. I won't be ecstatic, but I'll be happy. If they come in under Borderlands 3, I'll do the exact same thing I did with Borderlands 3 at release. I'll play it, I'll kind of enjoy myself, and then I won't touch it for 2 years. Until all the DLC is like super on sale, then I'll play it again. I had a really weird dream and woke up to this. Okay. I should probably go back to bed. It sounds like... sorry to bring up bad memories of Borderlands, brother. I thought Jack Black is a Borderlands guy. Well, he's in the movie. But obviously that movie was fucking dog shit, so... well, who knows? I just hope that that movie and Borderlands 4 have nothing to do with one another. Like, they are so far apart. I was playing Skyrim in the dream. Oh, that's cool. Next Bethesda game. Elder Scrolls 6. Thoughts? It's gonna be bad, isn't it? It's gonna be bad, isn't it? Like... Starfield has pretty much cemented that in my mind. That Bethesda will drop the ball on the next Bethesda experience. Talk about old games. Busted out the Sega the other day and played some Robo Kid. Nice. John Borderlands cameo. I hope the Helldivers movie is not as bad as the Borderlands movie. I really do. I hope it's not that bad. The dream was weird. It wasn't you. What was that dream you told me about? Or you said in the chat, I think it was like, I had like a crazy French mustache or something like that. Thick has one of those like lucid dreams. He's living it out. It's like IRL video games.
Surprise, motherfucker.
J-Thax, what up, dude?
39 years.
Thank you for the 39 years, dude. I appreciate you very much. Hope you're well. I feel like that, and... just bring another brush. I don't. Starfield was bad per se. They shot too far with it, which is unfortunate. You'd hope they'd be more contained universe. Keep it cohesive. Yeah. They just tried to be... I think they got inspired too much by... Oh my god. I think they got inspired too much by No Man's Sky, but they aren't No Man's Sky, right? They didn't have the tech in the engine to do No Man's Sky, which was dumb, right? Like, I do think a Bethesda experience with the No Man's Sky tech would be sick, right? Like, imagine a No Man... You literally take No Man's Sky and you squish it together with a Bethesda experience where, like, you have, like, you know, choices and, you know, properly made cities and stuff like that occasionally. I think that would have been really interesting. But the problem is that you would go to all these planets and they were incredibly boring and they didn't go sci-fi enough with the majority of planets in Starfield. So when you went to them, they were either the same biome repeated over and over again, or they were just, like, incredibly desolate, which is super lame all by itself. Oh, stop it. Stop it. Ooh. Light No Fire. Yeah, I'm excited for Light No Fire. I hope it's good. I hope it's good. They're obviously leaning into more of like a cooperative survival experience. So I don't know how that's going to go. No Man's Sky didn't really do that. Like, it kind of did, but it wasn't very good. They didn't have the vision either. They chose no mounts on massive maps. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I still don't understand why there wasn't a moon buggy, dude. Now, they finally do have a moon buggy, and it's actually quite fun to drive around, but it's like too little too late. Like, the rest of the game is also a mess, right? I don't really care for the story. I do like the end of Starfield and how it... Like, I'm a sucker for a good story that somehow ties in New Game Plus. I love it when a game does that. Manages to find some way to make New Game Plus actually make sense in the context of the game. I love that shit. So, like, Black Myth Wukong, Starfield, huge fan of that, of those systems, right? Huge fan of that stuff. I was kicked. Why was I... Why was I... Because I didn't res them immediately after they all died? What? Dude, some people are so fucking impatient. Like, what the fuck? The mission was over. What's the rush? I'm just trying to survive, man. Something so weird. Super weird. I'm off to my job at the waste disposal engineer. Have a great stream. I'll leave it up running. I appreciate you, but also tie your goddamn garbage bags. I hate when people kick for no reason. I just, like, they didn't even tell me what's wrong. It's like, dude, I feel like I need to do like a fucking therapy session with them, you know? Like, why did you kick me? Like, why? What's the reason? At least give me a reason. If you're just an asshole, tell me you're an asshole. You know, just swear at me and then kick me and then, oh, okay, you're an asshole. But, like, they didn't say anything. They weren't spamming the respawn button. They didn't type anything. They didn't say anything. So I'm just left. I need closure. I need closure. Yeah. Just say something. Let me figure it out. What happened? Did I take the spot of your friend? Maybe that's it. You know? I'm just left wondering. Curious. I don't know. It's funny. Why is the level 70 bandit taking 3 to 4 magazines of SMG shots to kill, but a level 20 bandit takes... Well, that's just an RPG. It's not realistic. The leveling system will always be that in any RPG, Ceci. They're not trying to be real. It's an RPG. RPGs that, like, that do, like, the realism thing, you know, it's like Stalker 2 does it, where, like, basically as you get into the later stages of the game, you just run into people that are just better armored and they have mech suits and stuff like that all the time. But it's okay for like Bethesda to just scale with you. But it doesn't fit in universe. But that's okay, right? Like the same thing happened in Skyrim. The same thing happens in every Bethesda game, right? It's an RPG. It's just like there's just you're trying to make a build, right? You're trying to get more powerful, and if every enemy just fucking dies, like just falls over, it's kind of like really boring. And just running into the same enemy that's wearing the same armor or something like that would be kind of weird. Obviously, they hope that you just go to higher level parts of space that have that, which mostly happened in Starfield, but... And they largely had better armor if you paid attention to the loot that you were getting. But... In fiction-based games, we're all humans with, like, different guns. Yeah, no, I get why you have, like, more of a problem with it in, like, Starfield, because it's more, like, realistic rather than a fantasy game, right? In a fantasy game, you can, like, suspend your disbelief, and you could be like, oh, it's a troll. It's a higher-level troll. Ooh, this is an alpha troll. And it's, like, less so when it's humans, but, you know, you can make the argument that they just have better armor, right? And these weapons are better made, right? It's a little different when it's like magic versus stuff that we actually have interacted with in real life. This same problem happened in Division, right? Personally, I don't care if an enemy takes like more headshots because that's just the type of game it is. They're trying to make it build oriented. It's almost like an ARPG, right? So it never bothered me that like some enemies just took more bullets, you know? Starfield dropped the ball not having mechs. They actually, like, they're mentioned all throughout the game, right? Like, there's mechs everywhere in the game, but then you never get to pilot any, which is really weird. Very weird. I know, it's just, like, disappointing. I understand. I understand where you're coming from. But there's modding for that, though, right? You know that. Like, for me, I prefer the way Bethesda did it. But for you, I get that, right? You're looking for, like, a more grounded experience. You want to not be like pulled out of the experience because you're taking like 2 mags to kill a, you know, humanoid enemy, right? I don't know if you played Stalker 2, but I think you'd really enjoy that experience. That game did it well. Basically, as you progress through the game, you know, like they just become better armored and they're wearing better stuff. They have better weapons, right? And it's like very logical in that regard, right? It's very grounded. I played the original Soccer games to death. Nice. Have you played Soccer 2 yet, or are you still waiting for it to get fixed more? If so, totally get that. It does need to be fixed more. But I really enjoyed it, regardless. Cyberpunk managed to make an RPG where guns actually feel like guns. Yes and no, because there's a lot of times where, you know, you run into an enemy that is like a skull next to their name, and then you do like 4 damage versus them. Same kind of thing though, right? But I'm okay with that because I like that video gaminess of like making a build and getting stronger and having crit chance and, you know, modifying stats. I like that. But some people just want it more grounded. But once again, Cyberpunk 2077 has mods for that if you want, right? So you can like fine tune that, which is nice. You could theoretically still fight endgame enemies with trash weapons, but you'd have to like be lucky, skillful. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Bye, Magic Carl. Hope the lunch was good, dude. Thanks for sharing it, by the way. That was cool. Summer also has like varying degrees of like terminal armor. True. Which also explains it. Yeah, that's fair. That is fair, Thorn. Yeah. They just have more implants, so they're more resistant. Yeah. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's fair. Core issues with Stalker 2 was likely never be fixed. Really? Last I checked, they're still painstakingly working way through like main quest bugs. I suspect it will be. I think if you like fast forward 3-4 years, all the DLC's out, it's like, you know, they're moving on to the next project. I think it's gonna be done. Like, I don't know. I get the same impression as like Witcher. You know, Witcher 3. It was not a very polished experience at the start, right? But it eventually became a lot more, or like Cyberpunk. You know, Cyberpunk more recently, you know, came out in a very busted, broken state way too early. Shouldn't have been on certain consoles, right? So on and so forth. But, you know, you give it enough time to bake. As I say, Stalker 2 is good, but Stalker 2 in 2 years is better. Well said. I like that. I might steal that. That's a good line. That's a very good line. That's very smart. I like that. I like that. So, yeah, I mean, did Soccer 2 need more than a year to bake? Yeah. Yeah, it needed more time. But I guess I kind of see it as it's like an early access title on Steam. You know what I mean? It's like an early access title on Steam where like they literally release the game early to get feedback and also to like get funding so they can continue to work on the game. Now, obviously it wasn't put under that guise, and it's kind of like false advertising that they didn't say that, but it's not like I had a terrible experience. I really enjoyed the game still. And luckily reviews exist, so you can know to stay away from it until it's fixed, right? Games industry is weird that most games aren't great until like 2 days. I believe it's mainly, like, this is my hypothesis, that it's mainly because the cost and time to make the games that players want at the quality we want is increasing, both like from a financial burden and a time investment burden. And the ambitious titles, especially like Stalker 2 and stuff like that, are hitting that wall of they can't make the game any more because they just need to release it because of publishing concerns or financial, and so they just need to release it, right? But it's the games that eventually get better, show you that, like, you know, they had every intent of making it that game, but because of X, Y, or Z reason, they just released it early because, like, video games are like incredibly risky in that regard. Because look at the latest Dragon Age. They invested a fuckload of time and money into that game, and that game is just it's a financial like burden on EA, right? And like Soccer 2 could have done the same thing. So to some extent it's like hard to justify like continuing to develop it when it could just be a flop, right? So there's like, at that point, they need to, like, you know, be the ruthless businessman and be like, okay, how much longer can we develop this game before, like, it's too risky? You know what I mean? I that's how I view it. That's how I think of it. And we're just seeing it so much nowadays because it's usually happening with fairly ambitious titles or with AAA developers that are just, like, rushing. Like, you know, sometimes it's just a bad game. Like Ubisoft titles typically come out, they're pretty well polished, but they're just not very good games, right? They're okay. But then like Cyberpunk, Witcher 3, like this latest game with Stalker 2, like they're games that you can see that they're like a passion project, but their scope is too big for their financial amount, and the people that are behind them, you know, just eventually want to pull their risk, right? So that's my take on it. Because I would not be surprised if you like ask the devs like, hey, did you want more time? They would all tell you yes, right? It's just there's someone who's backing them that needs a return on their money, and they are worried that they would not get a return on their money. or contracts, right? You know, they probably signed a contract where they have a certain amount of time to make a game and they just couldn't meet those deadlines, right? So they just had to release it. So a lot of it is just like bad performance. Yeah, that's a UE5 problem though. It's a UE5 problem mixed with ambition and not enough optimization. So it's like a triple. Like UE5, they're using a very early rendition of UE5, unfortunately. And UE5 has come a long way since like Soccer 2 was first developed. The way I had it described to me is that in game development, you kind of have to lock in what version of an engine you're going to develop the game on. And they locked in the engine choice for Stalker 2 a long time ago when like UE5 was like first coming out. It was like 3-4 years ago, right? But UE5 has like gotten a lot better since then. But it's hard to change versions of UE5. So a lot of the UE5 titles you're seeing nowadays are running worse than they should because they're just older versions of UE5. Not all developers manage to like update to the more modern renditions of it. Is what was described to me of why, because like I was watching the Digital Foundry video and they were talking about how there's a bunch of rendering techniques that would help a ton with like CPU and GPU management, but they're just not present in Stalker 2 because the game came out or the game is using a quite a bit older version of UE5. But that's possible that they could update in the future, right? Can't remember what game. I think it's Satisfactory that recently updated their like engine. I think they went from UE4 to UE5 and then they've also updated again to a more modern version. Did Stalker 2 make all of its money back? I think it very much did make its money back. Like very much so. So, yeah. Obviously, UE5 is a problematic child in the games industry, but it seems to be getting better, at least, to some extent. In my head, I just imagine Stalker 2 literally exploding if they tried to update the engine. I mean, a lot of things would just break, I'm sure. Right? Stalker 2 had somewhat of that Half-Life 3 aura. People who convinced it never come out. Yeah. And I'm sure they had to make concessions that they probably didn't want to make for Stalker 2. But at least it doesn't have that Star Citizen aura. That would be way worse, in my opinion. Like, I know there's some staunch defenders of Star Citizen out there, but I am not one of them. I'm a backer, by the way. So, I think Star Citizen just hit 800 million in funding. Like, what the fuck, bro? Jesus Christ. I play some Star Citizen these days. What's your take on it? Since you're someone who plays it a lot more than me. Every time I try to play it, there's just so many problems. Like, every time I try to play it with my cousin, like, crashing, disconnecting, this bug, that bug. Like, it is, like, it feels like an alpha. Very much still. And I understand, fuck. I understand that, like, certain builds are better than others, right? Like, and I might just be unlucky when I'm playing, obviously, but yeah. Scammed? I don't feel scammed because I paid $30 a long time ago, and I'm gonna get the campaign for free or whatever, right? The story-based one, because it comes with that. But I do think that at the end of the day, I don't think the multiplayer side of Star Citizen will ever truly be successful. Fully. I think it'll still be very niche. And the reason why I say that is because the idea that people have been buying fucking ships for years and they're going to be able to use those in the live release, I think will turn away a lot of people. Like a lot of people. So I believe that once the game comes out that they will downsize a lot when they realize the game is not as successful. Because, you know, you can't just abandon those people that obviously spent tens of thousands of dollars to get these ships and stuff like that, right? Like, I have no idea how the fuck they are going to make those people happy while also not having it just be super pay to win. Like, I don't know how you do it. I understand that they had to do it to fund the game, but I don't know how the fuck they, how the fuck they're gonna do it when it goes full release. I'm excited for at least the single player, though. A lot of bugs after 4.0. But 4.1 plays better. I do believe that they'll manage to bring their live version to live, but man, it'll take a while. And that's crazy hearing you say that because it's already been so long. It's just, I feel like a long time ago they should have just nailed down how ambitious the game was supposed to be and then stop. Because like I just constantly hear from like pieces on the game that they keep finding new tech they want to implement into the game. And it's a never-ending revolving door of tech demo, you know? I want to see what somebody who pays like $1,000 ship in a game is not out yet. Look, sorry, not out looks like. My cousin. My cousin. He's got a disposable income, and that's where he has bought into the idea of Star Citizen. He got me into Star Citizen. Now, I only bought like the $50 edition of the game. He has, you know, spent a lot more than me. I don't remember how much he spent, but I believe it's in the $1,000 range or something like that. For all I know, it could be more. But he has a good job and he's got a disposable income, you know? And a lot of times you can use those ships, right? You can fly them around, you can walk around on them and stuff like that. Not all of them are just empty husks. Spends $1,000+, still going to get wrecked by some 10-year-old. Period. I mean, my cousin recruited me to play with him and his group like 7-8 years ago because I at the time was playing a lot of competitive FPSs, like at a high level, and their idea of recruiting me was, hey, we need someone to board the ships and shoot people. We're not very good at that, so let's find someone. So that's their idea of recruiting me. They're just like, well, I'm just gonna recruit someone to do that for me. And I mean, that's really cool when you think about it. That's really interesting. You could have someone who spends a lot of money on a fucking ship, but then I'm the guy who has like a dog shit ship. But I just like hang around and shoot things, you know? I'm the hired gun, as you will. That sounds really interesting. And I was sold on it, you know? It's a tank just staring at me. He's like so confused. There's PvP ships that are just like top tier weapons. Yeah, we're getting into a discussion of like, I have no idea how they're going to implement all of these like top tier ships and stuff like that people have bought. Where people are just going to like skip the progression of the game and just instantly go to end game. But maybe they think it's just going to be an EVE Online kind of situation. Oh my god, dude, the ragdoll. I didn't finish my reload. Yeah, I'm just kind of dead. Hopefully my team is getting a pretty chill over there. That guy's minigun gun? Yeah, it is. Alright, buddy. Should be like one shot. You're not one shot. Sorry, one shot. Alright, so that's a perfect example of what makes the medic armor so good. Still got stims to spare. So I could have even played a little more aggressive. You could probably say that advancing tech in games, like their failure will be assess new systems and tech demos. Yeah, but I don't think anyone's actually trying to implement the tech that they are trying to put out there. Right? And it's cool that they're like putting out that tech, but it's like, are they going to use it anywhere else? They're raising the bar, but that only matters if they actually like do something with it, right? Or sell it. These are questions the developers never have to ask themselves since the game's never coming out. It's a pessimistic view, but not necessarily a wrong one, because, like, yeah. What the hell? I don't think I've ever seen a Hulk do that. Oh, now he's just being so weird. What are you doing, dude? What are you... He's doing everything... You're doing everything in your power to not get hit in the eye. Bro. Nah, I'm out of ammo. I can't do this. Fuck. We just run. I'll just throw that at that. There's some that say the game is never coming out because they realize that keeping the game in development is more profitable. I have heard that, and honestly, I don't think it's that unbelievable. Because if you see the Star Citizen store, like, they are doing everything to crank out more profit out of Star Citizen. limited edition ships. You can only have like so many of them. They have like a buyer's club, you know? Like if you spend so much money, you get into a certain tier and you get access to certain stuff. It's like, dude, they are doing everything in their power to be like Chanel. Like I hear Annie talk about the same things and the same like buying practices and stuff like that I hear here, right? Like Annie talks about the same perks when she talks about fucking Chanel. Like, that's crazy to me. It's actually like ludicrous.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
So, I don't know. I hope Star Citizen's, at least the single player, is good. Because I think that'll give a lot more people to like, yo, let's all chill. At least the single player is good. And like from what they showed, I'm impressed. Like I want to play that. I'm excited to play that. But at the same time, if it's bad, oh god. If it's bad, that is, they're going to be, as the kids say, down bad. Cooked. Dude, the amount of ragdoll this mission has had is actually insane. Dude, there's like no ammo there. I'm glad I live in the EU area. Seeing the courts repeatedly slap the tech and game industry companies silly. Their bullshit is delightful. For sure. No, I haven't heard about that, Zaphod. So they're addressing predatory tactics in video games, FOMO, and annoyingly priced in-game currencies. Interesting. Why are they all over there still? It's cleared. What are they? Are they like super low level? No. I don't see why they're over there. Like, watch them kick me or something. Maybe I should stick to heavy armor. Oh my god. Never reloaded. We share a video link covering the EU thing if you'd like. I mean, you guys could just give me a TLDR. I'll look up later. How long's the video? We can do a picture-in-picture. What's the video like? If it's like an hour long, I'm not watching it. But if it's like 10, 15 minutes, I'm down to do a picture-in-picture for it. I'm curious enough on the topic. 17 minutes. I don't even know that news site, but I'm down. Link it to me. I'll grab it in a second. I just want to make sure we're successful here.
This is Pelican 1. I have
get out of here. Let's go.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Welcome back, everyone. Today's video.
Oh, I like this guy. I like this guy. I watched some of his stuff.
Is a true bombshell for the games industry. This is one of those things that can have true impact, so let me explain. What just happened is the European Union just rewrote the rules on premium currency in games. Of course, that's the home of Ubisoft, of CD Projekt, of DICE, of Remedy, and so many other companies. And make no mistake, the new rules that they have just laid out could change gaming utterly. Actually change the games that you play. So you know those bundles where you've got to buy more currency than the item costs, or perhaps the idea of limited time events, of no refunds and digital purchases. These are all being fought against by legislation.
Yeah, Bella's right.
And when the EU takes action, it's a large enough block that it can reverberate around the world. And
I thought I left the YouTube on somewhere. Sorry.
how's that USB-C charger on our phone work?
We're reacting.
There's a lot to talk about. Strap in. This one.
I do love
actually,
USB-C.
honestly,
It's fantastic.
Pretty
love it.
good. Oddly enough, you've got EU legislation to thank for the standardized phone charger situation.
Thanks,
and for
EU.
many, the ability to play ROMs on their iPhone. But now we seem to have EU legislation to thank for premium currency being threatened. So here's what went on. In September 2024, the EU proposed the Digital Fairness Act that was targeting all the practices on.
They'll pay the tariffs.
Using digital
Shut the fuck
services
up.
miserable. And in
I'm just
particular,
hoping Canada
it called
joins
out
the EU.
dark patterns in video games as one of them.
A little bit of politics. I'm hoping that Canada joins the EU. I think that'd be fucking hilarious. I think that'd be so funny. Or like some abbreviation of, in like a trade corridor or something like that. Atlantic Union, imagine that. Oh, that'd be amazing. That'd be so funny.
The targets, and that's basically the gross manipulative techniques that
I would love it.
trick and strong arm money out of people, obviously especially applying to people who are not yet adults. And this is fairly weighty
Turn to
because
the
in
British
the EU
Empire.
alone, games are obviously big business. Revenues have been going up in the EU. Online game spending in 2018 represented 74% of turnover coming from online revenue, and 83% by 2022. That's all of those fun, dark patterns actually working and getting digital currency money out of people. But those dark patterns target the most vulnerable people the most. And there's no one more vulnerable in the eyes of the law than children. Children who spend an average of €31 a month on online games, according to data from Video Games Europe. Well, that's actually went down from 2023. I guess that's good. Everyone's feeling a little bit of the economic pinch, but it's not stopped the EU from taking action to protect kids, basically, from predatory premium currency models.
Surprising it went down.
Like this, there's often a great offender,
He's probably right. It's probably the economy.
that is held up as an example of something doing everything wrong. So you might wonder, is it an Activision game? Is it Ultimate Team from the EA football games? Maybe it was Roblox. No, today, it's a game about horses.
What?
It's called Star Stable. You've probably never heard of
Never.
it. But if this all does turn out good,
Anyone heard about that?
we'll have the horse girls to thank. This is Star Stable Online. It comes from a Swedish developer called Star Stable Entertainment, and it is the game that may have just rewritten rules and monetization in the EU. So, yeah.
Why?
thanks.
It looks like
Now,
Sims
it turns out
horses.
that Star Stable just uses all of the premium currency tactics in the book, which makes it a pretty awesome example, right? Especially because it is targeted at a younger audience. So in March 24, the Swedish Consumer Agency filed a complaint with the EU-wide Consumer Protection Cooperation Network. That's a mouthful. And that complaint alleged that Star Stable Entertainment were targeting children and using harmful commercial practices that breached EU consumer regulations. Now, the findings corroborated much of those allegations. They found that the game made direct appeals to children in their ads, that they were using pressuring techniques
Definitely
like
not,
FOMO,
thank you.
which is particularly despicable when it's not, on adults, and there was a lack of transparency on purchases and loads more things. I mean, here's an example of one that's particularly rough. They were responsible for influencers promoting the game to kids with
Looks like a mobile game.
disclosure of the spending risk. So, in short, it's bloody well damning. Star Stable Entertainment now have a month to address complaints and propose solutions with their game, but what matters for our purposes today is the Consumer Protection Cooperation Network, we can just call the CPCN. They have laid out what they want. So I'll spell it out by an example. This is what should happen in the ideal world.
Hi, Luna. Thank you for the
dear gamer,
kisses.
Want to buy yourself a new horse. You see that your new horse costs 300 star coins. The store tells you that's around £5, so it just lets you buy 300 coins exactly. You buy exactly what you need for the horse, rather than the current bundles that exist with 200 coins.
Yeah, it's always a little bit off, so you have to buy more. So scummy. We've all seen it before, I'm sure.
Which just ends up giving the company more money. So in short, no
So fucking shitty.
no weird tactics.
I'm a huge fan that Helldivers doesn't do that. They give you bonus amounts for spending more money, but I think that's fine, largely.
Coins and the horse. And none of this would be pitched as a limited time event where you have got to get the thing right now. So
No, HG2 doesn't do it.
of how these policies should be applied, and each is indeed a massive win for consumers. But that would
HG2
not
gives
matter
you
if this
bonus
amounted to
amounts of
nothing.
currency, but that's
Look at all
different.
this and think, right, so some Swedish horse game has got a slap in the wrist. No, it's more than that. This seems to have a backbone. So here's the big important bit. These solutions are the backbone of what the European
Wait up.
Consumer
Hey.
Organization calls key principles for trustworthy gaming environments. And these could cause huge problems for anyone who is using premium currency. When I say this could shake the foundations of
I think the only way that HG2 could get better is if they gave you an option to buy exactly how many super credits you needed. Right? Like, let's say you wanted to buy like a 200 super credit or 250 super credit thing, but you wanted to buy exactly 250 super credits. I think that's the only way Helldivers could get better, but I think that's largely kind of like a not exactly necessary, especially since like the game itself very regularly dishes out like super credits at like 10 to 100 quantities, right? Like super credit autofill. Yeah, essentially, right? Like you would just like, okay, I want to buy this thing, but can I pay for exactly the difference here? That would be like the only way to improve it, I think. Really. Also, don't call it super credits, call it like the actual currency. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you would just like, you would literally just call it euros, right? Instead of 100 super credits, it would just be 100 cents, right? But largely, I feel like that's only for kids games you have to do that. I actually don't mind, personally, the fact that they're called super credits, because I'm not a child, and I know it's more for like, Luna has fallen over, and I can't move. Luna's pressing down one of my buttons on my keyboard. Thank you, Luna. Appreciate you. You're so cute. Luna wants attention. Luna wants attention. Luna wants attention. The Luna flop. The Luna flop. The Luna flop. Flopping. I gotta make this a YouTube video. How to clear a tier 10 automaton mega fortress with a cat flopping. And watching a YouTube video about EU law. What a floppy girl. Anyways, yeah, so I think that's like the only way they could really improve it is like they'd have to like put it in. Is this game M rated? I thought it was teen rated. Is it actually M rated? I don't look at the ratings anymore. I haven't looked at the ratings since I bought a physical game. What is this game actually rated? Is it actually M rated? Hi, Kizen. Hey, no attacking the monitor. Treats for Luna.
Treats for Luna.
I actually have treats to give her. Let me find a spot to hide real quick. 1 second. Thank you for that 400 bits. I mean 400 cents. So we gotta make sure we like put it in the right currency. Okay, let me grab it. Nah, I got some fish. This is I think it's dried tuna. She's sniffing my hand, but she can't find it. Luna! Alright, fine, I'll put it on the ground. Luna, psst. She's eating. Thank you for the biddies. Now, typically I don't do that for bits because I think very quickly she'll get overweight. But she hasn't received any today. There we go. Tuna for Luna. She loves her tuna. She loves it. Clean up the mat. She loves her tuna. All right. Let's continue. Sorry, guys.
In the game industry economy, I absolutely mean it. So these, which I'm going to spell out for you, are the minimum requirements for purchasing and using virtual currencies in the EU. And what's neat is the philosophy behind them. So the CPCN considers these premium currencies as an equivalent to the real money that is used to purchase them. And that for them means that they are just as worthy
don't
of
touch
legal
it.
scrutiny.
Don't touch the monitor.
So you can see how that is, in a way, a mindset shift that paves the way for actually treating these as they are. So just think about the last game that you played that had a premium currency in it. Whatever that game is, I want you to keep it in mind. And with that in your mind, I'm now going to go through the various different practices that this targets. So, prices for premium currency packs that are a little more than the available product. So you've got to buy extra coins.
Good.
Extra
I'm glad they're outlawing that.
Obfuscation of
Absolutely.
how much currency is worth.
Fuck
by
that practice.
always
It's
pairing
so dumb.
currency with other items or multiple currency options. As an example, I think World of Warcraft may actually fall for that because it includes Trader's Tender in one of the new mount bundles. Another one, a complete lack of a refund option for making currency purchases or even for in-game items. So there would have to be
I like
a
that.
refund policy.
That's good.
something
That's
none
good
of us are
consumer
used to in these
practices.
games.
I like that.
Also, FOMO practices to encourage buying. Those are going to be looked at, so some of those may no longer be.
So like maybe no timer on the
All of
Superstore
these
anymore.
practices are now something that the
Which I
EU
think is
can
fine.
hold
I get
against
it.
developers and
It
publishers.
doesn't bother me that
Even
much,
more so if
but
the parental controls of
if they wanted to
setting
outlaw
are
it,
not
I'd be all for it, right? Like,
So it's
I understand
less a
why
case
they
of
do
saying,
it.
Can you think of any game that falls into those categories? And it's more
Personally, for the FOMO stuff, as long as it's on a predictable rotation to come back, I'm okay with it. Now, whenever it's in a rotation and there's a timer on it and you have no idea if it's coming back, fuck that stuff. That's stupid as hell. I hate that. But if it's on a cycle and it just rotates back around, personally, I'm like, okay, I get it. It's just to kind of incentivize you to buy, but it's like not that big of incentivization. Maybe if you're very weak-willed, like that's a huge incentivizer, but like, yeah. I don't want the Superstore to have 15 pages, which it doesn't anymore, right? You have 3 pages per reset, and it goes through it way faster than it used to. I think it's now a week rotation, right? It's like a week and a bit to go through the entire rotation now, or it might even be faster than that. So it's great. It's in a much better state. So as long as they keep updating it like that, I think everything's fine. The Killzone stuff is obviously an outlier here, but it's not... I can't tell you exactly what's going on because I'm under NDA. But what I can tell you is that it's a lot more complex than they're just assholes and they're making FOMO. They don't want it to be FOMO. There's something going on. I can't tell you what. Hopefully, I get clarification on what I can and can't say. Anyways, continue.
He's saying, can you think of a game that doesn't fall into those criteria? It's fairly humongous, which might indeed be the point here. We know this is something the EU have been thinking about in other circumstances than just Star Stable. As an example, in September 2024, the European Consumer Organization published a report on popular online games. In that report, they targeted Diablo 4, EA Sports FC24, Minecraft, Fortnite, and a bunch of others. And it was all about how the virtual currencies work. They were not thrilled on what they found in those games, right? Because many of them, well, they did the same things that Star Stable did that we do not like. And that straight up means we can say that Electronic Arts and Blizzard Entertainment are being directly targeted by this body. That really is something. So it's no wonder that the BEUC will be holding workshops to help European companies implement these
workshops.
Because it seems
no, they know how to do it.
Actually have to implement
they know how to do it.
Everything that they previously thought was acceptable pretty much now isn't. And that, here's the shocking thing. That's not my commentary. That is what the industry response has been. So we know they are shaking in their boots. It ain't surprising the industry bodies aren't thrilled about this, and a big shout out to one of our Belgrade Games members, Neo Nebulosa, for directing us to this stuff. So, the European Game Developers Federation and the Video Games Europe, or two groups basically, they've published a joint statement that expresses their disappointment with the findings. Let's read their statement. Quote, "We are disappointed by the lack of engagement from the CPC network in creating these principles, which introduce new legal theories and misguided interpretations of EU consumer law that will create confusion and disruption for European customers." Sidebar. Oh no, we're going to be disrupted by sort of annoying predatory stuff going away. What an awful disruption. Back to the statement. It will also present a challenge to the industry's future growth and could even deprive millions of consumers access to their favorite games. Now that last bit is the interesting.
That's ridiculous.
So understandably, right, these groups, representing the most powerful players in the industry, did quite like things the way that they were. Change is dangerous, especially to the bottom line, and especially change like this. But in a way, they're not inherently wrong. It is true that audiences do actually understand premium currencies by and large right now, and when implementing currencies, these companies were following, their best legal guidance, and now that guidance has changed. I guess just like how so many phones had like a bespoke charging cable until the rules just changed in the middle of the game. So now they've got to get used to these new rules. And what'll sting is the impact on their bottom line. They're not wrong about the potential impacts of all of
That's
this.
blackmail, yeah.
Now, big companies like Ubisoft can probably absorb the costs of any legal challenges or damage from rebuilding their premium currency system.
Don't do that.
They'll probably spend a whole lot to try and figure out ways around these principles. As for smaller companies, well, they may not find that so easy. But where things will be dramatic is the group's final warning, because it's the most threatening one. It's the idea that players in the EU may just be locked out of video games.
I don't think so.
A game like Overwatch, right? They would simply choose to geo-restrict access to the game
I guess,
rather than change their monetization model.
I guess what they could do, and this might happen, is they might geo-restrict in-game purchases. And those in-game purchases will just be available elsewhere, right? Like anyone outside of EU will be able to buy those purchases, but then you'll just be restricted from making those purchases inside the EU. It'd be incredibly petty for them to do it, but I could see them do it, unfortunately. You know? I absolutely could see them do that. I don't know. What do you guys think? You think they would do that? Because, like, or they just restrict the entire game, but I feel like that's too far. That hurts their bottom line way too much, and they probably wouldn't. Selling something NordVPN. Yeah. Yeah, obviously, but then the EU would probably put something in like you can't make it reasonably easy to access that content, so they might try and do like anti-VPN stuff. Assuming that's possible, yeah, they'd absolutely would do it. Yeah, assuming it would be possible. I mean, maybe some games it wouldn't be possible, but they would follow the monetization structure enough. Like maybe like I don't know what game it would be, but like they would allow you to buy DLCs and stuff like that, and they would not make those like anti-consumer like this. But then, you know, skins and stuff would just not be available to you if you're in the EU, maybe. Even that's free to play would lock out the EU because like otherwise there's like no income to them. Exactly. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's actually a fantastic point. Yeah, like a free to play game has no incentivization to continue to operate in Europe. That's actually that's a crazy point. I didn't think about that. I kind of forgot about free to play games in a while because we haven't really discussed them. Yeah, let's keep going.
Or to just continue the game as normal and risk EU lawsuits. It could just be they look at the EU and think, you know what, we make enough from the States and other countries.
Luna,
we really
stop.
don't need them. That being said, the EU population is kind of huge. Overall GDP is obviously a very, very flawed metric, but as an example, right, just Googling this here in 2024, the EU's nominal GDP was about 17.9 trillion and 1/6 of global nominal GDP.
Damn, EU's kind of rich.
Of money, and a hell of a lot of that GDP globally will be in other countries like, say, China, where a lot of these companies will not be able to go in and directly monetize. that could actually mean that they will feel the need to change. And in a way, there are two wolves inside me who are fighting, right? I suppose one of them is the pragmatic wolf. The other one is the almost like the last vestiges of some sort of libertarian idealism.
I don't understand why
that
those
says,
don't work
let
sometimes.
the market decide. If the gamers do not like the bad practices, the gamers shall not partake in them, and the market will solve the problem.
Nah.
And I wish that was true, but I feel there's almost a faux idealism in so much of that. Because these psychological hooks, these psychological triggers, they do actually work.
There needs to be some amount of
We're in a
protection.
world where you can very easily make, I think, some sound enough, philosophical arguments very much against regulation and all of that. And I totally get that. I'm fairly sympathetic towards that in many cases. But the thing is, we've also got to be pragmatic. And a part of that is being a bit humble about the human condition. And the fact of the matter is,
Just stop drinking, forehead.
these practices are not
Yikes.
popular. People do not like them. Yet, people's behavior does continue. And these obviously are bad. And as people who enjoy video games, we see that as these types of practices derive more and more revenue, they then become what the companies focus on. And that is worse for the actual video games. Because I suppose in a way, how much game industry revenue comes essentially
See that?
from psychological
It readies way
manipulation
faster
and these
if you
various
already
business
pull it out
strategies
once.
that are designed to rake
It's
in
just the
revenue
initial
in a way that's
pullout
not,
for
like,
the
really
EATs that
tied to
sucks.
the experience of a game that you purchase. We've just seen the share of that increase and increase and increase, and it's no wonder that as that is increased, the rest of us have become less and less satisfied with games. So in a way, if this does hurt the revenue of a bunch of companies and unfortunately leads to a bunch of job losses because these types of practices are no longer viable, good riddance. Good riddance, absolutely. Let the companies fail,
I don't
let
kill my
those jobs
teammate.
go down. How we run things should be a dialogue between the private and public sectors, and in a case like this, I think it's an example of the public sector.
Luna,
right?
no.
The people essentially saying,
Luna.
we actually do not like this practice. We don't want this to be the rules of the game. We want the rules of the game to change, to be more robust. And the market will, once it adapts to that,
Putting
find
it
a
down.
solution. And if the new rule set is a better rule set, then that should be a net good.
She loses her
But of
table
course, none of this will
privileges.
matter if there's no enforcement. Because
Look at her look
one
back at me
company
like, how
with a
dare
digital
you?
consumer policy often will find difficulty in enforcing it because
like, "What'd you just
they're
say to me?"
one little guy, Mr. Belgium, right? That's why even though Belgium has banned loot boxes, so many games simply just ignore that and still operate in the country. Like in
Wait,
World of
really?
Warcraft, in the new raid, one of the bosses is basically a slot machine boss. We always have the joke that for the person in our team that's in Belgium, that boss just can't drop any loot. I don't know, there's an EU firewall or a Belgian firewall.
That's actually hilarious.
You get the point. As much as many people
Dog it on the poor Belgian.
Belgium, yo, take him down. It hasn't really mattered because it's just Belgium, just one little guy.
Poor Belgium,
It's a bit
dude.
different here, though. And that's 'cause
Poor
the EU
Belgium.
is, 26 other countries, and also Belgium. In 2023, it was worth 25.7 billion euro in game revenues. That's a lot of revenues. And we know that their legislators are willing to take on the likes of Apple and Google when their rulings
Poor
are being
me.
defied.
Oh.
They have done that. But more than that,
I love Belgian fries,
the
dude.
companies inside
Don't worry.
the EU
You're doing good.
are, part of a big global network, and that does mean that whenever USB-C cables become standardized in the EU, they then become standardized everywhere.
Oh, God,
because
I
of
wanna hit my
manufacturing
teammate.
limitations. I'm sure Apple would have loved to have continued just selling people lightning adapters in the States, but
Belgian
ultimately
waffles?
they seem to have saw the way the wind was blowing and made the big change to USB-C. No one wanted to have, of course, a whole factory just making EU-only phones. And again, thinking about the impact that would have had on the whole ecosystem of manufacturing partners, blah, blah, blah. So you can see how with hardware, it does kind of make sense. We can see those software examples where it's not really the same thing. It's not like you can just go and get an emulator for your iPhone in America, but you can in the EU. So the question then is, will developers want to risk losing a large slice of that EU-derived money? Or will they simply have to ship a cut down and less exploitative version of their in-game monetization to European countries?
Too far.
If so, it puts them in a fun little dilemma where the American gamer may get a transparently worse deal than, say, the European gamer. And then you can say, well, compare your store to mine. My one is a bit more respectful. It doesn't have as much FOMO, doesn't have as many...
That would be
trips
crazy
and
if they
bundles
just
and
did a
things that
unique store
basically
for
feel like a
every
scam.
single region.
And that'll be a bad look. That's the dilemma that these companies face, and in a way, it's all thanks to a game about horses. So, hero of the day, horse girls. I guess that's a thing.
Huh?
Okay, tell you what though, if you want another story, another big, grand, juicy story, check out this one. It also hits the EU, but it also hits corporate melodrama, which is honestly some of my favorite.
Good video. That was from Bellor. If you're interested, guys, the thing. There's a link if you guys are interested. As well. Drop him a sub. Makes good content. I've watched this stuff before. This is not the first time I've watched this stuff. It was good. Well, now to discuss it. Yeah, that's a bit of a scary one. That like, could they potentially just like block off so much of like the monetization from players, or would they just change the stores only for those regions? I wonder. I like what you guys are doing though, because it is fucking annoying when you have to buy extra of in a certain game to get something. I hate that. I think everybody can agree on that. I don't think there's any Ubisoft shills here. EU's been going after laptop companies' lack of spare parts. Ooh, I like that. I appreciate. Oh, fucked up the game. My bad. Oops. Sorry. My bad. Sorry. Apologies. Apologies. I gauge. What's the screensaver? It's just like a default from Windows. Now that I have a 480 hertz monitor, I can't clone my display with the capture card anymore because the capture card only supports up to 240 hertz. So, yeah. I have to do a little janky screen capture on OBS, and then I full screen projector it to my capture card. And that way it reduces the most amount of latency and stuff like that. Because I could add the capture card into the chain, so like my... Basically, like I use the capture card as like a meteor point, but there's like some amount of input latency because of that, so... Like, fuck it. I'll just do it this way. Is a selfie of him? I'm pretty sure it's, what's that crazy climber that climbs El Capitan in the US? He has a... Alex Honnold? I think it's Alex Honnold, right? Honnold? Whatever it is. Yeah, I think it's a picture of him climbing El Capitan. If I remember correctly. But it literally is just a default Windows background. My other screen has the Helldivers one. Whoa, hi. Using Bing wallpapers. I have a wallpaper engine from Steam. I really like it. It's an easy way to show my desktop. There. It's a nice one. Your wallpaper should be in my face, to be honest. All right. Say less. Annie, send me a selfie. I already know which one you'd put. The one of you hugging Misty? Of course. Finally got my HG to stop crashing. Turns out it was the Corsair IQ. Dude, you're not the first person to tell me that. You're not the first person to tell me that. I've heard that some like Corsair IQ software was like fucking with people. Software is wizardry. I mean, it's just spaghetti code all over the place. It's spaghetti from all different programs intertwined. You ever like had like Christmas lights, and then you pull them out of the box or whatever you store them in for that you know, time period between and the rest of the year, and you like pull them out and you're like, what the fuck is this? Yep, I mean, that's basically Windows and all of its programs on your computer running. Your dad's in a bad mood. I'm assuming something's going on at work because of all the markets, Annie. I'm guessing. I'm guessing. I tried everything, reinstalling drivers, rolling back Windows earlier, memcheck, uninstalling, reinstalling helldivers, running HE2 and administrator, everything. Uninstalling IQ, it hasn't done the crash since. How long have you been playing for since you've uninstalled it? Are we just a lucky streak right now, or is it like actually working? Hardware is wizardry, software is sorcery. Because hardware has rules. True. Software is, that's actually like it's the dark arts versus it's the dark arts of wizardry. It's funny. I like that. That's really funny. Timmy, you're supposed to be covering my back, bro. Uh-oh. I just took a rocket to the knee. I used to be an adventurer like you. But then I took an automated sentries turret. Automated rocket sentries. I don't know where I'm going with that. An automated rocket sentry turret to the leg. A rocket from an automated sentry? That's probably not a sure word. I don't want to talk about it. I fumbled it, and it's dead. Dude, what the fuck was that? Careful. 380 in the middle. I just died with it in my hand. You tried. Move on. I did. It was definitely an attempt. I don't know if that's okay. Can I fire over that successfully? We'll see. Good test. It's a little scary, but it should be fine. A little nervous, not... Oh my god, it's the safe arming distance, the safe arming distance! You hate to see it. Is that bounce back? Yeah, safe arming distance. He was too close to me when I shot, so I bounced off his like back armor and just like exploded on the wall, but obviously explosions go through walls, so ow. Ow. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's kind of unfortunate. He's now standing on top of the Pelican. Great. Oh, nice. Deep beer. Year beer? I don't know about the first part, but the second part gives me Dune reference vibes. Yeah. I don't know how it's spelled though. Or maybe that's how it's spelled in a different language. I get German vibes for that name. But I'm also ignorant as fuck, so I don't know. Sounds German. Is thief? Dieb is thief. Mürber. Mürber, thief. What's Mürber mean? What are they stealing? German detect. I mean, he's Swiss, so he's sort of German. I mean, he's sort of German. He's German, but not German. The weird Germans. The mountain people Germans. The hills have eyes Germans. I'm better than a German, a Swiss. He's a Swiss German. Don't worry, Sweezy. They make the same jokes about us in Canada. I'm a North American, right? I'm just American, but from the north. Using the sickle last night and thought they fixed the bug when I was trying to do something wrong. I switched to my secondary as soon as I reloaded it. Make sure to swap back. And yeah, it should just work, brother. Yeah. I'll put it on and show you. I was doing it earlier today. Dun, 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 dun. Question to everybody who works in an office. When you eat lunch, do you eat with colleagues or always by yourself? Whenever I had lunch at work, Annie, I'm not in an office, so it's a little different, but usually there was either a break room or we'd go out together. So. Actually, now, because usually when we had lunch, we either all order it in together. Like, we'd all place an order, like when I worked in San Diego. That was in an off-roads environment. So we'd, like, make a total order, or people who, like, brought their lunch that would just eat next to us. I eat at working lunch, 10-hour work days. God damn. Is that when they unshackle you from the desk? They come by after 10 hours? Is there like an alarm that goes off when it's been 10 hours? Or like how does the cuff feel on your leg? Also, piss bottle? How do you deal with going to the washroom? I was kicked! What the fuck? Yeah, I've been kicked a lot today for some reason. Why am I being kicked? What is going on today? I'm not even being toxic. I don't get it. I don't fucking get it, dude. I'm being kicked a lot today. Ba-ba-da-da-da. Not even being toxic. I'm not even being toxic. There's literally no reason. I work 10 hours a week since that only means I work 4 days a week. Oh. Well, that's kind of cool. So you just shove in the work. Instead of a 5-day work week, you do 4. Oh, that's kind of interesting. Cool. Fair enough. Here I am making jokes, and you're like, no, I'm in maxing life. All right. Fair enough. That makes a lot of sense. Host is a tryhard. You died too much. Did I? I don't remember how many times I died. I think I died once. I swear they died more than me. Did I die too much? Is that it? Am I the problem? Fuck. I'm the problem, aren't I? He's just so kickable. Shut up. What is that line? Maybe host wanted to continue, but with a new team. So he hates me. You're saying he hates me? Fuck, he hates me, dude. Maybe he heard us talking about the Germans. Maybe he didn't like our takes. Maybe he doesn't like Swiss people. Who knows? Maybe he's like, how dare they like say that Swiss people are like Germans? Maybe he just hates the Swiss. I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't like Swiss cheese and he didn't realize that's what we were talking about. Maybe he's lactose intolerant. Just, you know, that triggered something inside of him, you know? Hey, Gremler. Maybe they're self-conscious since you stream. Ooh. I've never had that happen. I've had people target me because I'm a streamer, like in PvP games. Get the streamer, get him! You know, kind of energy, you know? Lactose intolerant people are quite intolerant. True! See? It all lines up. They're very intolerant people. It's so fucked up. When I get Swiss cheese, I always eat around the hole because I don't like how they taste. What? I can take that comment in like 3 different directions, but I don't know which direction to bring it in. I'm so confused. I don't know. I don't know. I don't want my game delay to be streamed when I die so much. Those kind of feelings or something. I don't know. A self-conscious gamer. Kick the streamer. He'll make fun of me. To be fair, I don't think I ever comment on my teammates doing poorly or anything like that. It's only when it's going astronomically bad I'll talk about like what's going on, but like, dude, I make mistakes too. I'm not perfect. What up, Stonesy? What? Streamer dad, kick, he's bad. He's dragging down the team. At home, Alabama. Bro, I can't deal with the new gen people starting off work. They're like awful. Yeah, but I feel like every generation says that, Annie. I'm sure the older generation to you said that also about your generation. I feel like that every generation says that about the younger generation. Tell me I'm wrong. Like, seriously. I feel like we all do it. It's just like boomers being boomers. We're all boomers at some point. We millennials never heard the end of it. Exactly. Millennials are so... I'm at the tail end of a millennial. I work with 17 to 25-year-olds. Some of them are absolute gems. See, they're not all failures. People with 42? Wait. No, I'm 95. Isn't that the tail end of millennial? I don't remember this stuff as well as I probably should. Isn't it like 98 or something like that? Which is like the final year, 99 is the final year of millennials. My wife is tail end, she's 42. Wait, now I don't know. Yeah, I was right. Yeah, 96 is... Your wife is not the tail end. Unless you mean... She's like the start of the millennials. Technically then. Real age leaked. I don't mind if you guys know my age. We're all fine, dude. You guys could do math anyways. You all knew. Holy shit, stagger. Yeah, my bad. No, you're fine. Wife was the start of millennials. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm being moved by the leg! I landed on the toe! Bro, I landed on the toe. Wait, did that go inside him? Oh, wait. I've never done that before. I've never thrown it at those prongs. Does it just kill him? Huh. Not bad. I mean, I think that's the same kill time as, or kill amount as, like, just throwing it at the door, but that's kind of cool, actually. It, like, went inside with them. That's what she said. Okay, your wives are the start of the millennials. It's their fault. We get blamed for them. I mean, you're right. He's got some sound logic right there. That's actually really funny. It's true. You got a point. You got a point there. The fresh grads either elitism, nepotism, entitled as fuck, lazy as fuck, don't feel comfortable when asked those questions. I mean, that's definitely something part of that, you know. I can't stand lazy people. Well, I hate to break it to you, Annie. Every generation has lazy people. You can't escape them. They're there no matter what. Thank you for the posture check, honestly. I've been leaning too far forward. I managed a 62-year-old. She's lazy as fuck. Yeah. I think it goes past generation. Laziness is just laziness. Then Annie's like, kids these days, they're so damn lazy. They have all these feelings. Those darn kids.
Heavy, northeast, close.
And he sounds like your parents. Yeah. Or psychologists say people aren't lazy. They're just not motivated. Sorry, they're just motivated for the wrong things. I've heard the explanation for like laziness is just like, you know, it's usually just a lack of motivation, and then the lazy people are often the people you ask to optimize something because they will find naturally the way to do the least amount of work for that task. The person that is very like enthusiastic about the job often will be the wrong person to ask to optimize workflow for something. Because they will often just like enjoy the work, so they don't give a shit if they spend extra time doing it. But the lazy person, they'll cut corners, or they'll find unnecessary routines. Now that's also dangerous because the lazy person could just like not follow the rules. But yeah.
Aiming at an eagle. Heavy, on my position.
Outpost cleared.
Dropship. Orbital inbound. Supplies. Sending in an eagle.
I think it's not laziness, but it's more like cunning. Nah, there's definitely some people that are just fucking lazy. If I can't find a receptionist, I might recommend Maple. Fuck off. I do not want to become a receptionist. What the hell? I also think that people that are typically considered lazy are just content in life. Because, like, there's been points in my life where I've been considered lazy. But it's just like, at that point in time, I just did not feel like going above and beyond on that particular task. It felt unnecessary. Right? Obviously, it depends on the thing for me. Like, I can do the... I could be literally the complete opposite of lazy. But on certain topics, I might get considered lazy because it's like, well, I just don't feel the same way as you on that particular issue, right? So I didn't put as much effort into it as you did. But that just could be like a personal thing that I just don't feel like it's necessary. The depression is a warm blanket of energy. Yep. I was also going through depression at that time of my life, so that also has something to do with it. Not knowing where I belonged in life. That was mine. Directionless. That was quite the hole to get out of. I didn't feel like going above and beyond. It's literally above and beyond. Doing what's adequate should be adequate. Not everything needs to be above and beyond. Yeah, there's obviously like many like things within that, right? Like what could be considered lazy could also just be like you're just doing what your job requires, and what someone else, it's like a perspective thing, right? You may consider someone lazy, but you're also just going above and beyond, right? So Laziness is sometimes a matter of opinion. Oh, that's unlucky. Being lost in direct is a terrible feeling. It is. It was. I was in university studying things that I was not as enthusiastic as I thought I would be. And then that developed into a great deal of depression. I tried a bunch of things, including like working in San Diego with my cousin and doing things of that nature. And it got real dark for a while. But luckily, my parents, you know, receiving professional help and stuff like that helped. And then I found streaming. Kind of by chance. I was getting really into some competitive shooters, and my friends were like, why don't you stream this? I had never thought about being a streamer before. Never thought about it. I always just like, you know, I'm not a streamer. I watch streamers. I'm not a streamer. I didn't even think I'd be very good at it. Because I'm typically quite shy. I know you guys probably don't fucking believe me at all, but I'm typically quite shy when I first meet people. And then as I warm up to them, I'm like this, right? But it's something that's like over time kind of, I like got rid of the shyness. You know what I mean? Like it's just concerted effort to not be shy, I guess. So you talk to us like I talk to my Uber passengers. Love that. You weren't shy? You were just smug? No, I was incredibly shy. I was shy and I was worried what people would think about me. My smugness came from streaming. Because I've always been a little bit of a troll. Especially in online culture. I like to troll people. And the smugness comes along with that. I'm a smug troll. What was your profession before streaming? It was aquatics. So lifeguard, swim instructing, and then teaching people how to become those professions. So I was an instructor. So I did a lot of lifeguarding, some of it contract work, some of it just working at the local pool, coaching. And before someone's like, you've never saved anyone because you worked at a local pool. No, I did contract work for, you guys know what Tough Mudder is? It's that British obstacle course for, it's like I think they market it as, it was British Army training obstacle course, and it's like every kilometer there's a different obstacle. I did contract work for them, and there was a particular event called, I guess I could grab an image of it. It was called Walk the Plank, and it was particularly dangerous. It's particularly dangerous because they climb up like a decent distance and then they jump into a pit of water. That obviously it's mud and they're covered in mud, so that water very quickly turns into that. And it's pretty fucked up. And we're lifeguards and we stand at the side and we count heads and make sure that they come up. If they don't come up, there's us that we try to fish them out, and if we can't, there's a standby diver to hopefully get them, and then there's also like a net that we can raise up to hopefully grab them if they're unconscious. I've saved like hundreds of people doing that. Because you'd be surprised how many people come to this event and don't know how to fucking swim. And then because they sign up with their gyms usually or their friends, they get peer pressured into doing the event. So there's these people who don't know how to fucking swim. They're like jacked muscle man. They sink like a fucking rock. So there's a lot of rescuing those people. They're dumbass gym bros that don't know how to swim, and they get peer pressured into because they think they're weak if they don't do the event, even though it's fucking life threatening if they don't know how to swim. So, yeah. The worst situation we got into was, it was actually my first time lifeguarding. I was 16. I had just gotten my license for it, like full license to do it. It was the first time I had ever properly lifeguarded. My dad was running the medical for this event because he's like a ski patroller, and he helped out like running the medical and organizing it. But the ski patrollers were also doing medical, and they need lifeguards, and I volunteered, and I didn't know what I was signing up for. I was fucking 16, and basically, it was very poorly organized, so people were kind of jumping in willy-nilly. It wasn't organized, so people were kind of like jumping in, going down, and then the next set was jumping, and we were like yelling at them to stop, and it was not going well. And eventually they got someone to go up there and, you know, organize them and tell them when to jump and when not to jump. But this person made a mistake, and he told the person to jump as someone did like a, you know, the pencil jump when their arms are at their side and they could try to go as deep as possible. And the guy took an extra like couple seconds to come up, and the person up top thought they had like they'd come up, and of course the next person jumps, lands right on their head as they surface. And like, luckily I had just finished my training in a way, so I knew exactly what to do in that moment, and I instantaneously knew what happened. Did the spinal rollover, grabbed him, brought him over to the side. Obviously, the other lifeguards cleared everything, got the spinal board. It was crazy. It all happened within like 2 minutes, but it felt like it was so much longer. It was insane. The guy was okay. He did not have any spinal injuries, luckily, but there's a really good chance that he could have. Absolutely, with that much weight landing on your head. Ugh. Did you ever get the oceanic license? Oh, for like beach lifeguarding? Yeah, I had that too. I never actually did any lifeguarding, but I did it for fun on the beach.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Yeah, a lot of situations like that.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
All the people I know who got oceanic license get so used to the cold water that they hate pools. I like a warmer pool. I've done a lot of open water swimming due to triathlons, because most of them happen in lakes or like, you know, swim out to a buoy, swim back kind of thing. But usually I'm wearing a wetsuit, so. Could you save me if I started drowning right now? I'm a bit out of practice, but yeah, I could. I wouldn't be particularly fast at it because I've been out of the pool for a while. I've been spending so much time streaming that I don't really give myself enough time to go swimming. They feel like a normal swimming pool feels like a bath. Yeah, I'm not surprised. By the way, I still don't have a head in the game. Bug is still very much in effect for me. Sorry, what's going on, Grunley?
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Zinc nose? What? I haven't had a head in game since October. I don't understand. Like, whenever you dive, you don't have a head no matter what? I can't remember if you told me this. My character never had a head. What? Did you rock a white zinc nose? Oh, are you talking about, like, putting the, sunscreen on your nose? No. No. I was a normal person. I put sunscreen over my face. I've never heard of sunscreen referred to as zinc, though. At least in North America, we just call it sunscreen. Yeah, I've never heard of it referred to that. That's funny. Never thought about it like that. But yeah, yeah. Dun, 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 dun. That's cool. I knew that there was zinc in sunscreen, but I never thought about someone just calling it zinc instead of sunscreen. We just always called it sunscreen. Not all have it. The best ones have usually zinc. Okay. But anyways, Grendler, have you tried like deleting your shader cache, verifying your files, reinstalling your graphics drivers? Like, that's wild, Grendler. Unfortunate timing there. I actually know what it is, but it looks so funny I keep it. What is it? Tell me. Died kick. We're in Weezer now? Yeah. We are. What was I doing? Oh, yeah. I was like, do I have a support weapon? Did I throw down a support weapon? No, I didn't.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear. Firing orbital laser.
Have you heard about skins not showing up in game? See it more often with my buddies? No. I was switching chest pieces sometime. When I went to switch helmet, game thought I was in the army and poof, no head. And you never swapped it back? That's hilarious. And it just stays like that? That's so funny. That's actually hilarious. ZAT Tech? Yeah, I tested it last game. I think there's an EAT right there. I can do it for you, right? Because the way to know if your EAT is ready to fire or not is the pop-up site. You see it pop up. So, see, like right there, it's faster. See, it's already ready. So, that's how you know. But if you've already like had it out, it's already popped up, so you can do an immediate shot. So pull it out, let your character like have it pop up for a second, and then the next time you pull it out, all you have to do is the starter animation. There's no pause on top of that. Leave it on your back for a minute. It used to not care, but I guess I need to steal one of these guys' EATs. It's not a massive difference if you wait or like do that first, but it does make a difference. A chance on this order. I mean, we have 1 day, 21 hours to finish off Wiesen. When I logged in today, I think we were at like 0.5%. So we're making great progress in the time that I've been live. So I think we're looking pretty good. So you're saying it only skips the flip? Yes, because the flip will already be flipped up by the time your character pulls it out, right? Your character will always do the pull animation, right? To pull out the back. Always. It'll always do that. Unfortunately, no more EATs. Why was the mechs chosen over the Eagles? Just curious. I think it's because like the mechs had like more of a purpose, like more impact, whereas the Eagles it's like a minor difference. Like, you may not even like if we did the Eagle one, you may not even notice the difference, right? If you're not paying attention and know that it was there, you might not have even noticed it. But with the mech, it's a big difference, right? You're going down from 10 minutes to about 8.5 minutes. That's crazy. I would notice. Of course you would. But most people are not going to notice the, it's like, I think it's a 19-second difference for Eagles, and it's a 2.5 minute difference. Or whatever it is. For, is it 6.5? It's like 3.5 minutes, sorry. 3.5 minute difference. Like, that's huge. Like, that's massive. Alright, like, that'll make a massive difference. Right? It's 35%. Yeah, 35%. So, and I believe the cooldown is what, 600 seconds still? I guess you'd have to equate in how, if you're doing base versus modified, because we already have some amount affecting it. It's 600 seconds base, but then we already get 5% from right here. But anyways. So, yeah. Mechs, it'll make a big difference in how well they perform, right? Could like a picture in Discord? Hey, feel free. I'd love to see it. I don't know how you managed to do that. That's hilarious. A little disappointed the upgrade only applies to the planet. The DSS upgrades are certainly great, but on having quick mechs in one location is sad. I think it'll be okay. Where do you want it? Maybe the Helldiver section? I think it's fine because it incentivizes you to follow the DSS, and following the DSS means you're most likely doing the MO. And people have been complaining about not enough people doing the MO, and they've been asking for Arrowhead to like give people who do the MO more versus people who don't do the MO less, and it's like causing contention. So this is a good way to push people towards doing the MO without like, you know, getting the stick out and beating them for it, you know? It's like, hey, if you want to play with the mechs and have this like great cooldown, hey, go here. But if you don't feel like it, don't worry about it. It's, I think it's a good way to do it. I mean, the same thing happens with bot divers, Dark. It's bug divers and bot divers are unhinged, and they always complain about the other group. Just in general, players tend. What the fuck is this witchcraft? It's the fucking headless horseman over here. That's hilarious. Absolute witchcraft, Grenler. And everybody in your lobby sees you without a head as well? MO divers in the middle hate everybody? Yes. Yes, they do. MO players are like the... Like... They're the valedictorian ultra nerd in school. You know? Getting mad at everybody for not doing their part. They're like overachieving. It's like, dude, we're just here having a vibe. We're just having fun. And here you are having an aneurysm over the fact that a filler MO is not being completed correctly. I'm just here to vibe. Sometimes I join pre-mades. They use in-game voice, and they can't stop laughing at me. That's funny. Why aren't they fixing it? Well, I mean, it's Grenler has a edge case scenario where he managed to bug out the game, and if he never fixes it, it'll probably never get fixed unless Helldivers like resets that information at some point, right? Like if they ever go to like a new version and it causes all that information to be wiped, maybe that would happen. But most likely that will probably not happen, so just so you know. I still get the helmet cosmetics though. Yeah, I guess you do. Ooh. Oh, I got stuck on that rock. I think I got the strafe and run off though. And decent damage. Screwdrivers be like, what's all the fuss about? Yep. Oh, I'm underneath that tank. Collab light armor has a really long neck. I mean, it kind of looks like it. It's an elongated face.
One step closer to mission completion.
They send email again? Oh no, Annie. I'll handle it, honey. Just ignore it. Yeah, I'd say that's a long neck. It's so funny. Congratulations on your bug. You ever do that, like, gaspy, silent laugh? Whisper laugh? A little bit. Bug Diary's gotta cook this MO. The mechs will prevail. The mech divers. What can we say? Charmex, how are you doing? Hi. Isn't there like a World of Tanks game that's gonna have mechs in it? It's like from the same developers as World of Tanks. Aren't they making a mech game? World of Mechs? It's not that name. It's something else. But I thought like there's a World of Tanks game that was doing mechs. Oh, dude, I forgot to talk to you guys. Did you guys see World of War Thunder's doing an FPS? They're making an FPS mode. Is that going to be any good? That came out of left field. Them doing like a Battlefield-like experience. Is it going to be combined arms like Battlefield, or is it just going to be only FPS? Because obviously they do tanks and aircraft at the same time. Are they going to do tanks, aircraft, and soldiers? They're doing... Oh, wow. That's going to be crazy. That's actually kind of impressive. If they can get that all working in like the Warframe or War Thunder engine, that would be wild. That would be extremely impressive. They have infinite money. Do they? Is it infinite? What are they, Dr. Evil? They sponsor a lot on YouTube. I mean, they sponsored me. I've done a sponsor with them. I had never played War Thunder before. They gave me a sponsorship. I got to try it. Honestly, I enjoyed myself. Not really into that kind of game at the moment, but I did enjoy myself. Not even an ad. I'm definitely curious about the first person mode because I'm a first person shooter enjoyer. So I think it'd be cool. Is crossbow buffed or something? I've been seeing so many people using it lately. I mean, they buffed it a long time ago, and it's been the top dog of weapons for a very long time. Just a coincidence that you're seeing it more than usual. It's a very highly picked weapon. To some extent, maybe it's because people are rotating back to it. Right, people are kind of done playing with the new toys, as you will. So now they're back playing with what they were playing before. You know? Maybe. Because now we're at that cycle where, like, the balance patches have kind of, like, worn off. People are kind of rotating back to, like, what's the easiest and the best. And crossbow tends to be the best weapon in most situations. Especially if you're good at not shooting yourself and blowing yourself up. Nine out of 10 times I'm picking what's fun, and that's important. That's important, for sure. Yeah, I played World of Tanks quite a bit when I was younger. I just never... kind of just stopped playing after a while. With another sponsorship, I did a World of Tanks sponsorship, and that was fun to jump back in. They gave me a press account for World of Tanks, which basically had, like, everything unlocked in the game, so that was fun. When you're sponsored, do you have to, like, read off a manuscript? No. They have, like, talking points that they'd like me to hit. And out of respect for the sponsorship, I'll often say them. But, no, I never sign any, like, sponsorships that, like, I have to say something. Like, I have to. I don't feel comfortable with that. But if they have, like, a list of talking points that they like me to do and, you know, something like that, I'll probably mention them. If I feel like they're applicable, you know, to the audience. Hitting talking points just makes filling in the blanks easy. Yeah, sometimes I'll just do it because it's dead air. Like, the majority of sponsorships I do, though, are just play the game. Here's a link. If you get people to download the game, that would be great. And we'll give you a monetary incentive to try and get people to download it. And here's some talking points if you don't know how to talk about the game. But luckily, I usually already know the game. So they're not mandatory talking points. They're more or less just like, hey, I've never played this game before. What is this game? Here are the talking points. Usually that's what the talking points consist of. They're not like talking points in the sense that like they want me to say these things. They're talking points in the sense that like this is how I describe it to people, right? If you don't know how to describe it, this is how you would describe it. Like, what is the game? As far as monetization goes, there's usually like an upfront amount of money that they will offer you, and then there's like usually like a download link, and if you get more people to interact with it, you obviously get like additional revenue. That helps with the streamer. Similar to Factor, right? So no, I don't sign any of those. I have never signed any of those, actually. Even in the Helldivers one, it's basically just don't be an asshole. Right? Like with Helldivers, it's essentially just don't be a dick. Right? So obviously there's a non-disclosure agreement, right? I can't talk about certain things, but I am allowed to voice my opinion. I just can't be an asshole. You know what I mean? Like I have to be respectful, right? I have to do it in a respectful manner. Now, and that's not a problem for me because I do that already. So that doesn't harm my persona or who I am. And honestly, that's just how I conduct myself, so it works out. I just be myself. Perfect. Easy.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Look at this nerd beam. I'm trying my best, dude. I had my disrespectful era when I was younger and I was trolling, you know, on video games and shit like that. I grew up. Oh, fuck. You'll still get a little bit of it when I play PvP games. There'll be some trash talking. But I'll be honest, I was never disrespectful to, like, PvE devs for the most part. PvP emotions get flared. Let's help him to Strider. Yeah, I saw it. Unfortunate. Oh, now I got these clowns coming out of it. Thermite's so good. Yep. May make your life easier. 10k hours in DayZ, is that bad? As long as you feel like you enjoyed yourself, no. Being left in a state where you feel like you wasted that time, that's unfortunate. But as long as you have like positive memories and you enjoyed your time spent in it, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. You know? What is that? Oh shit. But what if you were sponsored by assholes? I wouldn't take it. So like, I have like a big thing of, I don't take any gambling. I fucking hate gambling sponsorships. Gambling ruins people's lives. And profiting from that would make me not feel okay with that. So that's basically me being sponsored by an asshole. The other thing I don't do is I don't do mobile games. Now, I say that in the sense that I don't play any mobile games. If there all of a sudden was a mobile game that I thought was good, I would probably take a sponsorship by it, right? It's just the issue is that I would be sponsored by something that I don't really like, and most mobile games also are not very good. They are quite asshole-oriented, like the way they are monetized and, you know, the gameplay loop and stuff like that. I don't like that. So those are basically my main two things. But also I don't take sponsorships from games that I just don't play at all. Right? Maybe if it's a game that I'm like interested but I've never played before. Like War Thunder. I don't play War Thunder at all, but I was kind of curious to try it out. Because I'd always had friends that played it and always tried to convince me to play it, but I never did. So that's where like sponsorships are kind of good for me as well as a gamer to like branch out and try different games that I've never played before. You received any weird sponsorships? I mean, like, offers? Yeah, tons of them. Hundreds. Scams? There's a decent amount of them. I'd say the ones that are the most annoying are the... Oh shit, I might kill him. Oh no, we're good. Are the ones that are trying to hide the fact that they're casinos. And they tell you to add them on Telegram, and they won't tell you what the sponsorship's for. It's always so fucking suspect. I never do it. Like, if you're not forthright with what the hell this sponsorship is, or willing to tell me off the bat what it's about, it's not okay. You know what a really funny one is though? Helldivers. Helldivers reached out to me about a month prior or so to getting invited to Stockholm. A little bit more than a month and a half or so. And it was just Mitchimus, the community manager, saying, "Hey, it's me from Arrowhead. Are you going to be free around this time?" And that's all he asked. And I said, "Yeah, what's going on?" We'll have more details soon. It was so sus. Like, yeah, absolute cold call. Just like, "Hey, are you free?" Like, who are you? I don't even know who you are. I had to look him up to make sure it's actually a community. Oh, fuck, that's so unfortunate. To make sure it's actually a community manager. Goddamn mines, dude. Unfortunate. So, yeah, super funny. Now I know Mitchimus very well, and he's a really nice guy. Schumer, could you tell us about Factor? Is it convenient, fresh, quality, and affordable? Ah, yes, my paid chatter is here. Hi, Jace Newcomb. Factor has been extremely convenient. I've actually bought it myself the last couple weeks. Not sponsored under that regard. I'm buying it myself. And I have found it extremely healthy, delicious, and convenient. Those aren't even talking points. I'm actually just describing the product. It's been great. For those times where like I just don't have enough time to eat, like cook food, so nice, especially in the mornings. So nice. Pop it in the microwave, 2 minutes, eat it. Yummy. If you go to the start of the stream, I literally ate my food on stream today. I do it every day. I show off the meal that I'm eating. So, if you guys are interested, there's some really great deals. It's specifically for the US audience, for the Factor sponsorship, but obviously, you know, if you're in other regions, maybe check it out. And what's nice is that every week you can choose like different like meals and stuff like that. What product? Factor. You probably heard about it a million times on the internet. Their sponsorships are everywhere, but what's really cool is that like you can pick your menu each week before it arrives, right? So you can like pick totally different meals, right? Totally different flavors, and they're constantly rotating in new like meals. So but they keep some, you know, around. If you really like them, you can like pick them. It's really nice. I've been like really happy with it. Looked into it, US only. It's in Canada, but unfortunately the sponsorship is tied to specifically the US, so that's what it is. Yeah. Gotta say, I had never tried a meal service before like this, and I gotta say I'm happy. You'll probably see me doing it in the future, but just not all the time. I'll probably do it here and there when there's like sales and stuff. I like it. $50% off and the free shipping is on the first box. Yeah, so how they do it is like you buy it in weekly boxes, right? So you can just get the 50% off free shipping on the first box. And if you want, you can just cancel it immediately after. If you wanted to just try it at like a really discounted price. But yeah, it's been great. It's been great. And obviously it supports the stream, so if you're interested, check out the link down below. Use my content creator link, my affiliate link, and it helps the stream. Helps me do what I do. So I'd appreciate it. I was worried that the food was just not going to taste very good. But it's not frozen, it's just refrigerated. And it comes in a refrigerated box. And you just pop it in the refrigerator. You don't have to use a microwave, you can just use the oven to heat it up. On the website, when you're ordering the food, they give you like a full breakdown, you know, what's going to be in it. So if you're like worried about dietary, they have different dietary meal plans. And if you're like looking for low calorie or more protein, if you're looking for like just fish, you know, vegan, gluten-free, it's pretty nice. They do that for you. All right, I need a dose of copium and opium for the week. Please give it to me straight into my veins. Otherwise, hello there. The copium and opium at the moment is that the next war bond should be on the 1st. That's about the 6-week mark. It's not a guarantee, but they usually hold themselves to about that 6-week mark. It's not perfect. There's definitely been exceptions where they went to 7 and so on and so forth, but the vast majority of them in the last like 5 have been at the 6-week mark. And most likely, we're going to see a large monthly update on the Tuesday prior to that. Right? But on top of that, we're also due for the next title update. We don't know when that's going to be, and I don't think I would hold them to the exact date, but there's a strong likelihood that they would also release a title update at the same time as a war bond. Okay, they've done that with Escalation of Freedom. They've done that with the launch of the game, obviously, and they've done that with the Illuminate. So, large monthly update, do they mean balance patch? Sort of. It's a mixture of both. The large monthly updates usually have some amount of content tied to them. City missions or something they'll activate later. But also, they have, like balance passes usually. Or at least just bug fixes. Now, question is, should I buy the Warbond now or wait? Which Warbond are we talking about? The most recent? The most recent Warbond is quite good, and you're 3 weeks away still, right? From the next one, so you got quite a bit of time to mess around with it, get more, you know, stuff, you know? All you see is like an actual bounty system. That would be cool if you could like pick up bounties. And you get samples as a reward or, you know, currency. Maybe not super credits. It could be super credits. It could be like a daily thing or a weekly thing to give you a more guaranteed way of getting super credits. Would actually be interesting if they would want to do something like that. That's what Sing games do. But usually those games have a hard limit on how many in-game currencies you can get each week, so... And Helldivers obviously doesn't do that, so maybe they wouldn't do both. But who knows? Ugh. I just sneezed for a bit there. I was like, scratch my nose. I was like, oh, fuck. Excuse me. At this point, I would pay for a DLC personally because I trust the prices. I don't think they will, but yeah, I mean, I would too. Is there anything in Truth Enforcers worthwhile? The Halt Shotgun is fun if you do the Halt tech, basically swapping back and forth between the EMS rounds and the Flechette, the Shay. medium 10 rounds. It's a fairly good shotgun. It's not like insane, but it's fairly good. The Reprimand is a fun SMG, but it's awkwardly placed between like SMGs and ARs. It'll sometimes feel like an AR and sometimes feel like an SMG, but it doesn't really have either benefit, sort of. It doesn't have the accuracy of an AR, and it doesn't have the one-handed nature of an SMG, so it's a bit awkwardly placed. It's not a bad weapon. It's like solid A on most factions, especially if you're like fairly good at aiming and can get close to your targets. But it's probably the weakest overall war bond in the game is Truth Enforcers. The armor is flinch-free. It's really only useful on bots, but there's no heavy variant of it, which is kind of unfortunate. So you have to run medium. And it's not like it's bad or anything like that, but it definitely is a bit lackluster because it probably needs a second perk. What else is in that war bond? You got the very good colors for like your hell pod and stuff like that. The black and red looks amazing. The reload's slow in the Reprimand. Just don't empty the magazine and it's quite fast. Just try your best to never empty the magazine. Do you like the vertical jump backpack on bots? It's fun. I use it with arc thrower quite a bit. The problem with the Reprimand's reload is that if you empty the magazine, you do that HK slap, which is like an extra second, and they put a lot of emphasis behind it because I think they're very proud of it, but it really slows down the weapon's reload. Took a long break after Democratic detonations, so I prioritized finishing up Cutting Edge and Urban Legends. Nice. If you're looking for like a Warbond buyer's guide, I have that on YouTube. So if you're curious, you can find that on YouTube. I go over all of the existing Warbonds outside of the latest Borderline Justice, because obviously I made it before Borderline Justice. But what I would say is Borderline Justice is a extremely solid A-tier Warbond. Very fun, good things in it. It's not S tier, but it's like extremely solid. B plus A tier. It's very good. But that being said, personal preference is super important when it comes to war bonds, because what one person enjoys might be another person's like hatred, and someone might value something really high in a war bond versus someone that might like something low in a war bond. So, you know, keep all of the war bond recommendations with a grain of salt and make sure that they fit you and what you like. Hey Vic, welcome back. Sleep well? Any weird dreams? So the same vibe as my question about boosters. Do you have any like must-have boosters? There's 4 must-have boosters, right, in the game. Health pod, stamina enhancement, vitality, and then I would probably argue muscle enhancement would be the last one. Now, all of those you can just get in the base warbond. You don't need to worry about anything else. Outside of that, if you're still doing like sample collection, it's very nice. Anytime you kill like a charger or higher tier enemy, a common sample can drop on like below the body. It's quite good. It's quite good. Very nice. Other than that, I mean, if you're newer to the game, localized confusion can be pretty useful if you feel like you're getting overwhelmed by bug drops and bug breaches. Like if you're just barely having enough time between you kill a bug breach and then the next bug breach starts, this gives you more time between them. Experimental Infusion is also a really top tier one, but the Warbond itself is kind of lackluster. It's a cool Warbond because of the armor, but you don't need to get the Warbond in order to get the armor. You could just buy from the Superstore for 250 or 200 super credits and save 800. Also, someone else in your team could just bring this, right? So it's not a big deal. Recently, increased reinforcement budget was very useful if they're going to keep, you know, reducing our reinforcements. So we'll see if that continues to be a thing. But other than that, like, I feel like flexible reinforcement, you're just planning for failure. I'd rather you not plan for failure and take something better. Motivational shocks is just like a worse version of muscle enhancement. It reduces the time that slows affect you, whereas muscle enhancement keeps it the same duration, but the effect is lessened. Muscle enhancement is particularly amazing on sandstorm and blizzard planets. And, like, those are the big selling factors, is those planets. That's when you should absolutely bring muscle enhancement. Like, someone should absolutely bring that. Motivational shock should help with, like, EMS. I think that would be a good boost for motivational shocks. I thought another one for motivational shocks would be if you get ragdolled, you stand up faster. Because it's literally like zapping you up to stand the fuck up. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? I thought that would be an interesting one as well. Motivational shocks just needs something else. There's not enough slows in the game where I feel like the duration is the biggest factor. I always default to Hellbot optimization. No one else brings it? That's crazy, what? Well, not taking Hellbot optimization? I still feel as if the Hellbot optimization should just be a basic, you know, everybody gets it, no matter what. Oh, there's a fucking mine there. Ah, shit. That's gonna go off. Yep. Am I far enough? Nice, I was. Oh! We timed that dodge perfectly. Whew. Fun start. Hellpod optimization should be on by default. Yeah, they just need to change Hellpod optimization to be something else. Like maybe Hellpods come in faster or something like that, you know? Like all Hellpods and things arrive slightly faster. I don't fucking know. Just things of that nature would probably, you know, be more than enough. A random planet is a snow or sandstorm planet. I know you've seen vitality muscle enhancement. Nobody knows how good vitality is. Really? I don't know. I see most people take it. Like arguably the most picked 3 would be Hellpod, vitality, stamina, and then the 4th is like a rotator. Like depends on the team and what they want. I think in a neutral environment, a lot of people just take experimental infusion in most situations. But muscle enhancement, depending on the planet, and localized confusion, or... I think people forget how good infusion, or localized confusion is. Like, I think a lot of people just kind of forget how impactful it can be. It's true with vitality. I just assume people knew, like, why people pick it. They might not know, like, exactly why. That it's, like, a huge amount of DR, but... it's even been nerfed. Maybe Hellpod cooldown reduced by 10%. Do you mean, like, anything that comes into Hellpod? It legit used to not be picked a lot? Really? Oh, dude. I don't remember that. Because I've always been a random queuer, so I feel like I haven't really noticed that. I feel like I've been picking the same 3 boosters for over a year. I prefer Eagle rearm boost. Yeah, I mean, never say never. It's still possible we might still get it in the future, right? Stupid spore. Like, we're not gonna get it this MO, but it's possible they'll give it to us as an opportunity to get it in the future. Maybe it's a ship upgrade? Yeah, I mean, we're still missing our last ship upgrade tier that they've teased us on for literally since the game came out. Just waiting for my 380. Also, I think optimization, stamina enhancement, vitality should be base. I like a lot of the boosters, but if you choose them over the 3, you're basically nerfing yourself. Stamina, yes and no. Like, I do think if I'm going to drop any of the 3, I can drop stamina and be okay. It would obviously make the gameplay slower, but like, I would drop that one. But we've definitely discussed this point, like, of should they just make these 3 base and then just completely change how they work to be maybe more interesting, or just replace them, right, with new ones. Because you're absolutely right. Most helldivers tend to not experiment away from those 3, just because they feel so good, and the other ones don't really help you all as much, you know. Maybe if the other ones were more, like, useful. But it's really hard to make those other ones more useful when you have, you know, the starting 3 be insane. Hope they don't forget about the Gloom expeditions. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there, Courier. I mean, all of us gave feedback, like all the content creators gave feedback of like, what's going on here? Why we waste. It took so long for us to go into the Gloom, and we only spent a week there, and then it's gone. What's going on there? Like, I'm not expecting there to be like accessible for like a month at a time or anything like that, but it is kind of dumbfounding that like we're already like we're out of it so fast, and like we have no idea when we're gonna go back next, right? So. Outside of experimental infusion, DLC boosters have mostly been useless. Not the sample one. Dead Sprint is also something that I think people kind of forget exists, and the context of why it's good. If you take Vitality and Dead Sprint, it makes wearing heavy armor like actually insanely good, because you actually just stam out on purpose and just run, and you will actually take very little damage. Dead Sprint actually works really well in that context. Localized confusion is also very much something that a lot of people just kind of sleep on, but also some people just would rather more enemy spawn, so anything that reduces the amount of enemy spawn is actually kind of like a negative. Wait, what happened to that?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
What else? Are there any other ones that I'm like a fan of?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Is it outside? Yeah, it is outside. I'll go get it real quick.
Requesting air support. Package acquired.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Dead Sprint is like, I think, slept on or misunderstood. Largely, like, that's how I would put it. Same with localized confusion. I think people just kind of forget what it does or just deem it like to be very like low impact, but localized confusion can be a massive help for like especially newer players that are not comfortable with killing large groups of you know, bot drops and bug breaches and stuff like that. Just giving you more time between that next one is very powerful. What the hell is this guy doing? What are you doing? Why are you being cringe, bro? Usually bring extra sprint health, but if those are picked, I usually go for like the local confusion one. Nice. Oh yeah.
Package acquired.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
I love that sprint, but rarely see it brought. Yeah. Yeah. People just. Some people like Annie, she absolutely hates it. And she gets angry when the team takes it. Because she hates seeing her health go down when she sprints. And she stands out quite a bit, right? Not paying attention to it. So some people will notice it more than others. When did confusion get fixed? 6+ months ago.
Package acquired.
It was they fixed it when they fixed spawns, like the patrols. Unless there's like new evidence that it's still broken, that I'm not aware of. Stop making me sound like an angry white woman. Annie gets agitated. Like in Monster Hunter. When someone takes dead sprint. Dude, what is happening? Huh? Thermites for not doing that. Again? Let's grab that ammo. Where's the nade?
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
What does confusion do? So basically, patrol the bot drop, bug breach, and illuminate drop ships are on a timer. And when you first start a mission, obviously the timer's up. They can bot drop, bug breach, and so on and so forth can happen at any time, right? Okay. And then from that, when they activate the bot drop, the timer then goes on cooldown. You can't have another bot drop, right, for a certain amount of time. Now, that time can also be affected by like a heat map, essentially. So depending on how close you are to a main objective or like a fabricator and stuff like that can affect the time and severity of the bot drops. That's why sometimes you see bot drops that are a lot bigger or a lot smaller, right? Like in Monster Hunter, that's crazy. An angry concolata? No, Annie's more like a angry lullabarina. Twirling around and stuff. She's jumping off the wall. She's got so much energy. But anyways, that timer, it essentially extends out the timer. I forget off the top of my head how much it increases it by. If I remember correctly, it's like 30 seconds, 45 seconds, something like that. Which doesn't sound like a lot of time, but honestly, it ends up being more impactful over the course of an entire mission. And it just gives you more breathing room before that next bot drop happens or that next bug breach. Because especially when you're first starting out the game, I feel like the biggest hurdle is like learning how to be efficient at clearing. Was it already destroyed? Oh, it is already destroyed. Being efficient at clearing bot drops and bug breaches. Because if you're slow at killing them, you're just gonna get the next bug breach or the next bot drop as you're still killing the original mobs. And that can be very punishing and very disheartening. So getting that extra time is really useful. But yeah, I think it's like 30 or 45 seconds. But do keep in mind that that timer shrinks a lot when you finish the mission. So I'm sure you've seen situations where a bot drop comes in and then like 30 seconds or a minute later, another one comes in at the end of a mission. Typically, this happens at the end of a mission. The bot drop timer is extremely short at the end of a mission. And this is to raise the intensity of the mission usually. So it's done on purpose. It's why patrols are so frequent when you are near the end of a mission. Especially nearby the extraction point. What are those big fabricators spawn? Hawks. They spawn Hawks. Unfortunately, they die so easy and they don't activate very much that you normally don't see that many Hawks. Because they're kind of like the larger fabricators for gunships, where they take a while to like poop out an enemy. Right? So like, you know how like with the gunship factories, like you'll hear the alarms blaring and so on and so forth, but it's not until like another 30 or so seconds that like an actual enemy comes out. It's very similar. So it seems like the aggro radius is like very low on them. So a lot of times you kind of just sit there staring at it and it doesn't spawn anything. I also heard some like anecdotal thing that they've seen like 10 small bots come out of it before, but I personally have never seen that, so I can't comment on that too much. Oh my god, dude. Are we good? So many enemies. What are your thoughts on the grenade barrier crate? I love it. Aw, fuck off. What is that depression that they're making that? I will never understand why this is a bounce zone. Like why is this a bounce zone? Aren't I supposed to put the fucking hell bomb next to it? Like why is that a bounce zone? Like this whole entire area is a bounce zone around it. I get it, they never changed it because like so few people do what I'm doing right now, but like, bro. Erase all bounce zones. I'm fine with some bounce zones existing because they don't want us to put, you know, things in like crazy OP spots or anything like that, but that one is like that doesn't make any fucking sense. Like rocks that we can climb on top of, I don't understand. So I'm in total favor of like stickier strategy balls basically. Across the board. But I mean, eliminate all bounce zones? Okay, I think that's a little far. But yeah. That's on the Helldivers movie. I mean, we'll see. Hard to make a comment on it when I know so little about it. Sony makes some good stuff. Sony makes some bad stuff. We'll see. They're doing a Ghost of Tsushima anime. They're doing Helldivers, and then there's one other thing they're doing. Hope you're in it. Dude, imagine they invited content creators like me and Thick to be like extras. That'd be so funny. Like, that'd be so funny. That'd be amazing. Invite us to the premiere and shit. Watch out, S3. I got a 380 on it. A remake of Starship Troopers would be amazing. Yeah, we were kind of talking about that. Of what do you think? What kind of film do we think they're gonna make? Are they going to try and make Helldivers into like a cult classic parody film, or is it gonna be its own thing? Like, not sure. Not sure what direction they're gonna go into. I think there was some commentary saying that it's gonna be done by the there's something about like I can't remember the dialogue. I think it was like it might be done by the guy who did District 9 and stuff like that. And there is conversation of doing it on the original Space Marines universe. Kind of like that. I know, what are you doing? Because I think they're making a sequel or something like that to the original Space Marines universe, right? I think that's what I'm thinking. Because we were talking about that at the same time. Sorry, I'm confusing two different topics. They're making a new Space Marines movie, but it's based on like the original source material. That's what it was. That's what it was. Oh, fuck. Oh, no, what are you doing? She just climbed underneath my monitor. Has he got it? He's got it. So anyways, what I was trying to say was, like, I think there's so many different ways they can go with the Helldivers movie. I would want it to be more like itself, though. I don't want it to be like a parody of the Starship Troopers movies. I think that would be a mistake, personally, to just make it a parody. I think that would be not a good thing they would do. It really should be its own thing. Ah, fuck. Did I, like, lose total connection? Luna was fucking around near my computer. My internet's still there. So I guess I just disconnected from the Helldiver servers. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say, Jason Nickham. Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I hope that it's its own thing. I don't want it to be like just a... Yeah. I want to die for democracy. Coming to theaters July 30th. Jesus Christ. It's exactly like Starship Troopers, at least. We'll get like 30 more years of bad media literacy debates. What are you doing? What are you doing, kitten? I'm waiting for the World of Helldivers MMORPG. What's up, Luna? What are you doing? Don't fall. Been silly? I still see people arguing about Starship Troopers on Twitter, like yeah. Oh god. There's gonna be so much more about it thick when they come out with this new movie. That's gonna be nothing like the original that everybody freaking goes crazy for. Like, there's gonna be so much discourse about which one's better and like, oh, they betrayed the original film and like, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. I expect it to be vitriol. I imagine the Helldivers movie can't not be satire. I assume there's going to be a lot of satirical stuff going on. I just hope that it isn't in the same way that Starship Troopers did it. And they come up with their own story and they do it in their own way. Because I'd be really disappointed if they do like a very similar story, narrative, and stuff like that. But I also don't want it to be super serious, like it's like us plotting to kill the president of Super Earth after we discover the atrocities happening to Helldivers. You know what I mean? Like that would be super boring. Like I'm just watching an action film that Tom Cruise is probably in. Like, you know, I just get Valkyrie vibes. I'm just like, not for Helldivers. So they need to find some way for it to be like lighthearted, but also like have satirical stuff, have some loss in there. It's not going to be easy for them to write it. It's a pretty hard subject, I feel, to make a story on. But I am hoping that there's no necessarily main protagonist, and the main protagonist kind of changes over time due to the nature of what Helldivers is. And maybe it follows the journey of a ship. The ship is the main character, similar to how the ship is the main character in our game, right? We don't play as a Helldiver, we play as a ship. We're literally playing Hellship, okay? We're not playing Helldiver, we're playing Hellship, right? So it could just be like the perspective of like the ship going through the Galactic War, all the things that happen, some stories, some epic moments. I am curious though, are they going to do which timeline? Are they going to do a prequel, a sequel, current affairs, like the story of Helldivers and how it's unrolling? I'm very curious to know what timeline they pick. Where in the timeline? So. John Helldiver is the main protagonist. I would hope he was in it as the like propaganda guy. Hey, kitten. You know what I mean? Like I'm hoping he's there as like the propaganda, right? Similar to how he's on our ship as the propaganda guy, and he makes it. We met him in Sockham. Very nice guy. Fucking loved talking to him. Learning that he's a gamer. He plays Helldivers. He plays with his friends. He asked for some advice against the Illuminant, and I gave him some loadout options. It was hilarious. It was great. It was great talking to him. They need to do what Alter Carbon should have explored. Different actor, different main character every time. Dude, I loved Alter Carbon first season. Well, the end was a bit weird, but I liked Alter Carbon a lot. I stopped watching after the first season because I quickly like lost interest completely. Hey, Luna, those are my. What are you doing? You're just misbehaving, Luna. You gonna go back over here? Okay. You're gonna use the movies as another Game Awards and drop the new faction. Not Cope. Not Cope in brackets. Gonna make it real. Craig Lee Thomas better be the main speaking character. I don't want him to be the main character or the main speaking character. I want him to just be in it as like a proper, like, you know, you see him on the TV in the background. You see a commercial for him that the characters may interact with him, right? He's essentially the Scooter of that universe, right? He's a side character that people just love to see, and they're like, oh my god, it's him, it's him, it's him. You know what I mean? I think that'd be great. It would work super well. Not the main, just a main. Okay, I think I get what you mean. Altered Carbon first season was like very similar to the first book with like a couple of minor changes. Then they screwed with their ability to continue with the second and third book because of what? Which is why season 2 failed. Oh, I had no idea. I never read any of the books. I just knew that the first season was pretty good. The ending was kind of weird, but I still liked it. And then season 2, I watched the first episode, fell asleep, and that was it. Some biddy for the kid. Luna, where'd you go? Well, I appreciate the 500 bits, my dude. I don't know where Luna. She gone. I'll give it to her the next time I see her. It'd be funny if Luna learned the cheer emote meant treats. Dude, if she doesn't can't hear because obviously I'm wearing headphones, but if she could, that would be hilarious. Craig, better at least be in a hashtag ad. Oh yeah, I agree. I'd be okay with Keanu being John Helldiver if he is one of the John Helldivers, because I think people have mentioned it before, and I completely agree with the idea of just like rotating through A-list celebrities as John Helldiver, right? Just killing them off in fucking funny ways and stuff like that. They just make guest appearances, essentially. And then maybe eventually we settle on one Helldiver or something like that we like kind of build around. Or you just do what I said and you just make the main character the ship or the crew on the ship, right? And then we just see snippets of the Helldivers. But I think it'd be weird if the Helldivers weren't like a main part of the action. Sure, I see where you're coming from, Jace Newcomb. Why does Luna not have headphones? I feel like I couldn't find headphones that would fit her. She's got some pretty big fucking ears, dude. Her ears are massive. Wait, I can hear a cat sneezing. Luna, is that you? Luna? I just heard a sneeze. And it wasn't me. Luna? Wonder who will play General Brash. I mean, it might not be General Brash. It might be a completely different crew. It's my birthday. Can you present... It's my birthday. Can my present be what you think of the best loadouts? Also, great music choice. I'm glad you like it. Best loadout choices? I mean, are you looking... I'm assuming you're just looking for meta. And if you're doing bots, it's hard to go wrong with the recoils. Taking like a 500 kg. Orbital 380, maybe an emplacement of your choosing. They're all great. Anti-tank emplacement is probably the best. Strafing run's always fun. Taking different turrets like autocannon sentry or rock sentry are always a good option. As far as primaries, you got a lot to choose from, but it kind of depends on how accurate you like to be. Explosive weapons are typically the easiest to use, and they do very well against bots. Thermites or gas grenades are usually the top two picked. And then for a pistol, kind of depends on if you have explosives in your primary slot or not. Do you need the ultimatum to take out jammers, or do you want to take the grenade pistol for fabricators, or do you want to take like a senator for hulks? Hi, Luna. Do you want some treats? Hi, Luna. She knows the smell. Can you smell it? Yeah, it smells good, huh, Luna? The Chungus is eating. And then for like bugs, I'd say like Quasar plus a backpack of your choice is always like a very easy, safe option. If you want to spice it up, I always love bringing like grenade launcher plus supply backpack. It's always a really fun one. As far as like your red stratagems, I really enjoy Orbital Napalm Barrage. You just basically steal all the kills for your team, but it can be boring. You know, if you're looking for something else, gas mines are always great for that ad control. Bring in a turret of your choice, Catling or machine gun sentry, rocket, autocannon, all great options. Tesla, if you can find a good spot, it's fun. Eagles, all eagles are great on bots or bugs. Versus the Illuminate, it's definitely the easiest faction because you can really nail it down quite quickly. Guard Dog Backpack, the ballistic one, by far the best backpack on Illuminate. It just 3 taps. Overseer is incredibly easy. I'd probably bring like MG43, or I would bring like Stalwart, and then you take a primary weapon that can deal with the tripods. Medium pen weapon, so like Diligence Counter Sniper, you just shoot at the thigh. Dominator is also fantastic. The new Deadeye is quite good. Any medium pen weapon, even like a regular AR medium pen, works quite well. As far as like other stratagems, Orbital Napalm still works really well. More turrets, 500 kg for like the ships, walkie barrage for the ships, 120mm barrage for the ships. Gas, orbital gas can be used if you throw it underneath the ship. If the projectile for the orbital gas hits the ship, it will destroy it, which is quite interesting. But yeah, those are like some easy recommendations off the top of my head. But there's so many, and I highly recommend like just experimenting. Find what works best for you. Find what's fun for you, and then go from there. All right, that's enough of me yapping. Guard Dog makes Illuminate missions an AFK game. Yeah, if the Guard Dog was not in the game, Illuminate missions would be still pretty challenging at times because there's just so many vote lists to deal with. But the Guard Dog is just so good at just deleting vote lists and deleting overseers. So that at that point, the only thing that you got to worry about is the tripods, right? It's the harvesters. As long as you can deal with the harvesters at that point, then the mission's done for you. All flame loadout is the only thing that is acceptable. Fair. Enjoy. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it there. It's been 8 hours. I'm gonna go make something to eat, spend some time with Annie. Hopefully get the tier list out later today or early tomorrow or something like that, so you guys can wait around for that. I hope you guys have a fantastic morning, evening, afternoon, night. Stick around for just a moment longer. We're just gonna go ahead and host someone. Find someone in the section, maybe we can just gonna go ahead and host some. God damn it, I can hear myself. Let's see. Who do we got available to us over on Twitch? Cloud. Oh, he's wearing the helmet too. Oh yeah, we're 100% doing Cloud. He's even wearing the new helmet that he got. Okay. All right, everybody. Much love. Go check out Cloud Plays. He's fantastic. Maybe I can do the redirect over on YouTube as well if I'm not an idiot and know where it is. I don't know. I'm so bad at this. Redirect, add, channels, Cloud. Save. Okay. Much love, everybody. Say hi to Cloud for me. I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll be back on tomorrow nice and early. Play some more Helldivers. Check out the Discord link down below. Check out Factor if you want to help support the stream and just get some easy prep meals. We'll be back on tomorrow for more. Much love. Say hi to Cloud for me. Both on Twitch and on YouTube. Peace.